to get in.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 15 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner?
Here.
Councilmember Bannister?
Here.
Councilmember Griswold?
You're muted, council member.
Councilmember Griswold?
Here.
We can hear you.
Councilmember Lum, absent. Councilmember Grand?
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman, absent.
Councilmember Ackerman indicates that he needs to be promoted.
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Councilmember Eaton?
Here.
Councilmember Nelson?
Here.
Councilmember Smith?
Present.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Here.
We have a quorum.
May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion of the...
Excuse me, Mayor, if I can interrupt, I just a point of order for Councilmember Bannister. She wanted to move DC 18 to before DC 7. That was a reminder from Mr. Wilhelm, Councilmember Bannister. You'll have to move it. I can't move that.
DC 18 before DC 7.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further discussion on the agenda? All in favor of the agenda as amended with DC 18 before DC 7, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
Yes, a couple things, Mayor. First is, I know there have been a number of items that came late to the agenda. Staff had to add one here within the last hour. My apologies. We were notified this afternoon by the counties that our millage rates that we adopted in the budget are off by.
I apologize. We have gotten an email from Councilmember Lum.
Ms. Bojo, would you please address that on IT?
Trouble's getting in for 15 minutes. I apologize.
Thank you, Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Crawford?
So I just want to highlight that item for you since we will have an opportunity to consider it later. We can speak to the issue, but there was a very small change in our millage rate, which we need to have approved since the tax levies go bills go out here next week, in the next week or so, a couple weeks. I also wanted to mention that I met with the Council Admin Committee recently about how we're doing on electronic meetings. We discussed for decision-making bodies how to move forward, and the decision was to continue council and other decision-making bodies to use the electronic format through July 31st, I'm sorry. And then each month at the admin committee, they will evaluate the situation and we'll talk about it extending further beyond that. Separate from that is advisory committees. I've got the authority to make that authorization to them. I have sent a notice today to the advisory committee's coordinator to go out to the chairs, indicating that electronic meetings are authorized and recommended for the balance of this year. There obviously may be exceptions, and we will deal with those through process. I want to recognize that the citizen participation in the meetings is important. So as part of this, staff has stood up a physical presence in the lobby of City Hall, where members of the community may come and attend the meeting, participate electronically with us if they would like to come here and do so. So that's the latest on the electronic meeting plan. I also, two other things to highlight. One is I had previously mentioned to council that staff was looking to resurface some of the downtown streets. We were trying to do that before the businesses came back up and running. Just wanted to let you know we have suspended that effort since the activities already started back downtown. We weren't able to get it in while it was quiet. And lastly, I did want to point out that there's a product called Aqua Hawk that the staff has turned on recently. This allows our residents to look at their water bill and set their own tolerance levels for when they're notified on use of water. It's a neat product, and I know you guys have asked for that previously, so that is now up and available. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I understand that we have a number of introductions today. Normally we come up to the podium, but here we will bring folks up to the podium electronically. The first introduction is the presentation of the I Voted sticker design winners by our indomitable clerk, Ms. Beaudry. Ms. Beaudry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just a brief presentation. I'll share my screen here. Oops. Just a second. Let's do that again. There. Can you see that?
No.
Is that better?
Yes, you bet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So we started in the clerk's office with the help of the Ann Arbor Art Commission, an I Voted sticker design contest in January, I believe, of this year. And we sought out entries from K-6, 7 through 12, as well as a citywide competition. We received several hundred entries, and we had a group of judges. There we go. Including the mayor, Mr. Copey from the Art Commission, Jennifer Shepard, school teacher with the Ann Arbor Public Schools, Stephanie Rowden and Hannah Smocktrick from the U of M School of Art and Design, Jan Davies McDermott, who is went through the Ann Arbor Citizens Academy, and she's also an election inspector for us, Dirk Mayhew and Kelly Speth of the Ann Arbor Citizens Academy, Leah Cordero of the Ann Arbor Citizens Academy, and then Jennifer Alexa and Steve Gearhart from the city clerk's office. So we thank these judges who helped us narrow down 3 to 4 finalists in each of the categories. And in the kindergarten through 6th grade, you see the finalists, which were out for a public vote in April and May, the 2 months. Voting ended May 31st, and we had Sylvia DeBoard from Ba Elementary, Aaron Kawada from Ba Elementary, Eric Sarin from Eberwhite Elementary, and Jennifer Tang from Clague Middle School were the kindergarten through 6th grade finalists. And the public voted and selected Sylvia DeBoard from Ba Elementary. And I believe Sylvia is here tonight to say a few words. So when I get through the slide presentation, we'll ask her if she wants to say a few things about her design and about winning this competition. And we are excited that those of you in the 5th Ward know Ba Elementary is a polling station. So we'll be excited to have her sticker on display for her neighbors and friends at Ba Elementary. And it was important to the Art Commission that each of the winners in all of the categories were compensated for their design. So we, in collaboration with the Art Commission, do respect that not only is it an honor to win, but that artists should be compensated for their work. So Sylvia will take home a $100 prize for her winning entry. Next up in the 7th through 12th grade, we had Marsola Passos from Pioneer High School, Matthew Ye from Huron High, and Layla Williams from Skyline High School. And we did in all 3 categories have a nice representation from throughout the city. So that was nice to see. And the winner in 7 through 12 was Marcella Passos from Pioneer High School. And so Marcella will take home a $250 prize for her work. Next up was the citywide competition, and anyone who was a city resident was eligible to enter this competition. We had Selena Chase, who's a Ward 5 resident, Eric Oppitz from Ward 5, Jenny Williams from Ward 1, and Catherine Loomis from Ward 3. And the public voted on these finalists, and the winner of the citywide competition is Eric Oppitz, and that was for a $500 prize. So you will see these stickers in the polling places in November, not in August. So it'll take us some time to turn the digital designs into stickers. And so the plan is for the presidential election, you'll see these stickers. We also have digital stickers that we send out to all absentee voters. And we are working on a possible plan for including the stickers if we move more and more to all vote by mail, that it's our hope that the public can get an actual sticker with their ballot in November. So look for these both digitally and in print. And each winner will receive, in addition to their prize, a certificate of showing that they won the competition, as well as a complimentary roll of their design. And that's just a picture of the clerk's office reminding you to vote. And we have a hashtag A2Votes. And we do hope, like I said, to be able to use these designs with some of our selfie stations, our digital stickers, that type of thing, besides seeing them in all the polling places. So I'm gonna turn it over and ask, I have here the K through 6 winner, Sylvia. If you want to say a few words, we can see you. Congratulations.
I thought it was pretty fun to design my sticker. I made a few designs at first, and my first one was the one I decided to go along with. But I did it digitally on my iPad with a drawing app I've used before with my other drawings. And I thought that just made it look a little more finished. And I wanted to do something that represented our country, state, and city. And I thought it turned out pretty good in the end.
They're great.
Congratulations, Sylvia. Thank you. And we did ask, it wasn't required, but we gave more consideration to stickers that represented Ann Arbor. And I don't see Marcella. So Eric, if you want to go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eric Opitz. Thank you for having me. I'm a graphic designer. I am a musician, and maybe most importantly, my wife and I are cat fosters for the Huron Valley Humane Society. Lawrence saw a post on Facebook about the competition, and she let me know, and immediately, oh, hi, buddy. She saw a post and let me know, and I immediately wanted to put something together. So I thought I tried to do something that, you know, represented the city of Ann Arbor with the iconic buildings, and then most importantly, we love hiking around and canoeing down the Huron River, so I wanted to include that as well. I do want to take a minute to say that I appreciate the prize money, and I decided to, I spoke with Joan, the president of the Ann Arbor chapter of League of Women Voters, and I'll be donating the prize money to them. I appreciate the work that they've been doing around this year's census and around absentee ballot, especially in the era of COVID. Ironically, I received my application for ballot the same day I found out about the sticker. So I am very pleased to know that you'll be including that along with the absentee ballots, because as soon as I posted that I won on social media, all my friends were saying, hey, I just got this in the mail. Will I also be getting one of your stickers? So it's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Mayor, I have one phone caller with their hand up, and I'm not sure if this is Marcella, if I can.
Okay, please,
just
by all means.
Okay, because it's not the number I was expecting she might call on. Hi, caller, you have your hand up? Hello?
Caller 892.
Caller with their hand up, and I'm not sure if this is Marcella, if I can. Hello? Okay, so it's not the number I was expecting she might call on. Mayor, unfortunately, I don't think Ms. Passos has joined us.
Okay.
So again, I just wanted to say thanks to everyone in the community for voting. I think it was a nice thing to do during the stay home. And congratulations again to all three of our winners.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to echo and extend council's thanks to everyone who participated, but also, of course, to the people who won. This is a really excellent thing, and I'm grateful that you took your time and gave us your design expertise and your thought and care. And you know, voting is incredibly important. Really, in each and every election, it's important that we all be heard, and I'm glad that that we have a set of unique stickers in Ann Arbor. And I'd like to extend my thanks, of course, to the clerk's office. You know, we do new and exciting things every day at the clerk's office. They're committed to getting people out to vote, and homegrown stickers is a great way to do it. So, so Sylvia, Eric, and Aglena, thank you so much. We now have a second introduction, the Washtenaw County Road Commission, County Road Millage, Mr. Crawford.
Mayor, we have a couple of guests who are going to speak to this item.
And they are?
Ms.
there a status?
Tom, are you waiting on somebody else?
No, do we have I think we have, I don't know the name of the person that's WCRC webmaster. Is that the individual we're waiting for?
I assume that's the Washtenaw County Road Commission.
Yep.
Road Commission is present. I don't see Coy Vaughn with County Parks, but we can go ahead and get started if he's not in the waiting room.
Okay, Cheryl, you're going to be the one that's actually, do you have the presentation that we can
I do.
share? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for having us tonight. We're here to share some information about the road millage, the renew and restore efforts. And I would like to share my screen. We have a short PowerPoint presentation for you on that. Okay, I don't have the ability to share my screen.
I'll jump in here, Cheryl, and share
Okay,
mine.
thanks.
Oh, apparently I cannot either.
Oh, I'm gonna make Cheryl a co-host so she can share the screen. Hold on.
Okay.
Do you have the ability now, Cheryl?
Yes. So hopefully, okay. Can you see that?
Mhm.
Okay, great. Again, thank you for having us tonight. We'd just like to give you a little bit of information about both the existing road and non-motorized millage, as well as the renew and restore, which is on the August ballot. Just a very brief agenda. We'll run through a welcome, just an introduction here, give you some background information on the renewal, and then certainly answer any questions that you may have. Again, I'm Cheryl Siddle. I'm the Managing Director of the Washtenaw County Road Commission. Hopefully at some point, Coy Vaughn, Director of Washtenaw County Parks, joins us. If not, I'll do my best to cover any questions that we have with respect to the non-motorized portion of this as well. A little bit of background information on the existing millage. Our story really started back in about 2014. Back at that point in time, our roads were, I think, countywide in a real state of disrepair. What we were witnessing was decades of underfunding, both on the state and federal level. And as a result, our road system truly showed that. From the Road Commission's perspective, we actually do not have taxing authority. So we do have to rely on working with the County Board of Commissioners in order to do any form of levying of millage. We did two one-year levies through the County Board. Each of those were for a half mil. Those were in the years 2015 and 2016. And they were successful, but what the County Board was really looking for was something that was a little bit more long-term. They were looking for something that it involved some planning where we had the ability to either combine projects. Some of our communities are quite small. We attempt to give back into the communities the amount that is levied. And so with a smaller community with a smaller levy, the projects can't necessarily be of any significance. So by having something that was a little bit longer term, we could demonstrate to a community that at some point during that 4-year millage, they would be able to receive back a substantial project, one that would be meaningful for them. Each time it has been a 1/2 mil levy. For the county board, they felt that it was important to include a non-motorized component to that. And they wanted 20% of that to go towards non-motorized projects. But most importantly, what they wanted was a voter-approved millage. In 2016, we worked very hard on putting a 4-year plan together. And that plan was presented to the public. And as you can see, in November of 2016, the voters overwhelmingly approved 71% of the 4-year road and non-motorized millage. In fact, 137 out of 141 precincts voted yes on that 4-year millage. So what does that translate into? Currently, that 1/2 mil generates roughly $7.3 million each year. From the Washtenaw County Road Commission's perspective, we receive approximately $3.3 million of that that we take on behalf of the townships. Cities and villages combined receive approximately $2.5 million, and that is distributed back in the manner in which it's received. And then Washtenaw County Parks has been administering the projects on behalf of the 20% non-motorized, so they have been receiving approximately $1.5 million of the $7.3. So we are currently in year 4 of the millage. So out of the first 3 years, from the county's perspective, we've been able to complete over 110 road projects, which have involved over 170 miles of roads improved. And working with county parks, there's been 14 non-motorized projects completed so far in the first 3 years, and more to come still this year. Within the city of Ann Arbor, been able to complete 15 road projects. More than 7.5 miles of roadway have been improved in the first 3 years. And each year the city has included non-motorized projects of their own, which have included crosswalks, shared use paths, and RRFB installations. So I'll give you some nice examples of what we've been able to do so far. Here's a picture of Celine Milan Road that's down in York Township. This is a pretty traditional county road. So obviously you can see the before and after. This is what we would call a crush and shape and resurface project. I did a similar project over in Superior Township on MacArthur Boulevard, able to add a little bit of curb and gutter in there. As you can see, a huge improvement in that roadway. And believe it or not, in this day and age, the county system is still almost 50% gravel. So certainly doing gravel resurfacing projects remains important to us and to our communities. And here's an example on Lima Center Road, which is over in Lima and Dexter Townships. And the city has some wonderful examples as well. The city's been able to improve Platte Road. I believe that's between Ellsworth and Packard. On the north side of the city, Traverwood, between Plymouth and Huron Parkway. And also Stone School Road between Packard and I-94. With respect to the county parks portion, I can't tell if Coy's been able to join us or not, or do you want me to, should I still continue with this part of it? They've worked very heavily on the border to border project, which crosses the majority of Washtenaw County. And so they have worked very hard to use the 20% that they've been receiving through the non-motorized component to leverage other federal and state and especially private donations. So this is a nice example where they're crossing the Huron River as part of the border trail in Scioto Township. And another portion of the border to border trail within the city over in Riverside Park. And here's a nice map of in its totality of the border to border trail as it's working its way through the county. And as you can see, they've been able to accomplish certain segments of it. And they've been working very hard at securing, again, both federal and private sources to leverage those millage dollars into real projects as they continue their way through the county. So as I've explained, I think that we've been able to do a lot of good work for the first 3 and will again this year as the 4th year of the millage. So what we asked ourselves was, is there first of all a need to continue this millage? While we've been able to accomplish some really good things, I think that very easily the answer to that is yes. We dug ourselves a pretty big hole. And even though in 2015, the state did approve a transportation package, which has improved funding for all of us through our Michigan Transportation Funds, on the county system alone, if we were to take just our paved primary system and try to upgrade that, take that up to a good condition today, we would still need over $50 million in order to do that. And clearly we are well short of that. In addition, the transportation package that was passed by the Michigan legislature in 2015, half of that is slated to come from the state's general fund. And as we all know, with the current pandemic that we have and the funding that it is taking to support those efforts, we all have a lot of concerns about what that general fund is going to look like within the next couple of years. So again, I think that as we ask ourselves that question, we can say that the need for local dollars still exists, and we still believe that there's a need for the county road and non-motorized millage. So again, what would that look like? In working with the county's roads funding subcommittee, we explored several different options and really landed at the fact that renew and restore made the most sense. The 1/2 mil, while we can certainly talk about the needs are greater than that, I think that that's a level that most of our residents are comfortable with. We agreed that the 20% non-motorized is incredibly important still to the residents of Washtenaw County. But under Headley, we have lost a little bit of that, the power of the existing millage. So we would like to have that restored back up to the full 1/2 mil. So what we are looking for, and what the county board has placed on the August 4th ballot, is renew and restore of the 4-year county road and non-motorized millage. And that would generate roughly $8.9 million each year. So again, I showed you a table of what the existing millage was doing. So here's an example of what it would look like at its new levels. So of the $8.9 million raised each year, the Washtenaw County Road Commission would expect to receive approximately $4 million on behalf of the townships. Cities and villages would receive approximately $3.1 million, and again, that's collectively. And then Washtenaw County Parks would receive approximately 1.8, and that would be the 20%. We have put a plan together, and that plan was put together with our municipal partners, the different cities and villages, as well as with county parks, of all the work that would be accomplished over the next 4 years should the millage pass. So we have something that we can explain to the voters exactly what this is. On the county side of things, our projects over the 4 years would total over 200 miles of roadway improved, and estimated cost is roughly $18 million over the 4 years. For the cities and villages, again, that would raise approximately $3.1 million per year, and we would expect that the city of Ann Arbor would be receiving, of that 3.1, roughly 2.4 million each year. Again, the cities and villages do pick their own projects, and that has been an ongoing process with each of them. Here's a map of the city projects over the next 4 years, both road and non-motorized. And again, County Parks has also identified the projects that they would be working on over the next 4 years. There's roughly 10 pathway projects they would be working on along the border to border. They also fund the Connecting Communities grant program. Each year, that's roughly $600,000. It's a grant type program that each of the communities can apply for, non-motorized projects within their community, and it's really seed money and to help the local communities move some of the important non-motorized projects through them. And again, they're very proud of the fact that they have been able to leverage an incredible amount of, especially private and also federal dollars with the millage funds. So we do have additional information that is on our website. We have an interactive project map. So the map that I showed you earlier, if you hover over any of the projects, it can give you a little bit more information of exactly what type of project and the beginning and end points of each of those projects. We have detailed projects lists for those of you who like to see them in that type of a format, as well as frequently asked questions and answers. So with that, I am more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I don't see any right now, but I just want to say thank you so much for coming in and giving us that presentation. We're grateful.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having me. We very much appreciate and have enjoyed working with the city over the years and hope that we are able to do so for the next 4 years as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now have Dr. Jackson from the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. Dr. Jackson.
Mayor, she's coming over right now.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. I think we are ready to
You're
go.
live.
I am live. And there's a lot I could say on that topic, but I won't. Thank you guys for having us. We have a few things to talk about today, but I'm going to start thinking about recent events. And one of the things that's clear to us is that it's kind of a shame that it took George Floyd to kind of mobilize this level of social interest in police reform. And it's not because it took us watching for 8 minutes and 46 seconds as he was slowly killed by a Minneapolis police officer, but also because that means that it wasn't enough that on November 10th in 2014, Ora Rosser was killed by an Ann Arbor police officer. This has been a moment in which we've seen white people mobilize from coast to coast, and there have been moments before that. But for Black people, the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery and Tamir Rice and Sandra Bland and Philando Castile and Eric Garner and Botham Jean and Dominique Fells and Freddie Gray and Yvette Smith and Alton Sterling and Rayshard Brooke and Laquan McDonald and Trayvon Martin and Michael Brown have encapsulated one excruciatingly long moment. And I know I sound like I'm having a hard time breathing after saying all of those names, but really, Black people feel like we've been trying to catch our breaths for our whole lives. And for those of you who don't know me, I am Lisa Jackson, and I'm the chair of the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission here in Ann Arbor. It is our job to tackle many of the issues with which this country, our community included, are currently grappling. Speaking truth to power requires saying some uncomfortable things. Effective truth-telling means that we have to look back before this moment and really understand the history of how we got here, back before Michael Brown, before Rodney King, before Emmett Till, and even before Albert Williams. America created its first system to control Black people who allegedly acted against the law, and those were fugitive slave catchers. But even when slavery ended, the slave patrols continued during Reconstruction, with local sheriffs becoming the de facto enforcers of segregation and Black disenfranchisement. So it shouldn't surprise us that those same sheriffs would go on to produce a lineage of police officers that would oversee and quite literally overlook subsequent generations of lynching of allegedly guilty Black men. What I'm getting at here is not some notion that police are racist, or even that we can't allow police to exist, but rather that we have to acknowledge the reality that Black people cannot help but see each and every additional death at the hands of police as yet more blood shed in the streets that were literally built at the cost of our ancestors' lives. This is not theoretical for us. We're all here today because we want to create a better future for everyone in our community, but it's my responsibility to remind you that the past is something that we all carry with us as we move into the future. The burden, though, is much heavier for some people than others, and sometimes that weight can be deadly. We've got a long way to go in Ann Arbor, and the progress we've made and my ability to speak to you today even was paid for by Ora Rosser's death. The forming of this commission then was not a victory in the fight for fair and equitable policing. It's just a first step. You know, we have to ensure that all members of our community are truly heard when it comes to discussions about policing, and I'm not that optimistic with things as they are now. I've heard local politicians denigrate citizens who yelled at meetings without examining why those people felt voiceless, almost as if to say that volume control was more important than their pain and frustration. Even I have been publicly chastised for errors in parliamentary procedure. suggesting to me that it's commonly held by city council members that Robert's rules are more important than the substance of our discussions. This notion that ideas presented in a format other than one devised in 1876 are somehow less valid, less worthwhile, bleeds into other areas as well. And I hear talk all the time about inclusion, but when was the last time that you heard from community activists who don't have your same reverence for decorum? Undocumented people, homeless people, their voices need to be sought out and heard. And I understand very well that some politicians think that they only have a duty to listen to the public, but I feel that they and you here today have a responsibility to not only listen to, but to actually hear what the people have to say. To do any less, to proffer only to those who look or speak or act the way you do, is a form of practiced exclusion that has led us to this point. And it's not only your loss if you don't include diverse perspectives, contributions, and ideas to which you are never exposed. We all lose, and you have a responsibility to do better. So I want to focus on 4 specific areas today. On Tuesday, tomorrow, our commission is going to vote on a resolution to formally request a permanent monthly presentation at the beginning of City Council's first meeting of the month. The resolution will be presented to Council at the July 6th meeting by our liaisons, Council members Lum and Romlawi. It's my hope that this is going to save the city administrators the trouble of calling me every time I want to get on the agenda to try to elicit what I'm going to say, try to evaluate whether our talking points are valid before deciding whether to give us permission to be on the agenda. It's kind of a disappointing state of affairs that when policing is the most important topic in the nation right now, this Police Oversight Commission has to beg to get an agenda, get on your agenda and get an audience with this council. So secondly, we want the collective bargaining agreement amended to allow the Police Oversight Commission to see the names of officers against whom complaints are made. To suggest that we can do any kind of real oversight without knowing whether and which officers have repeated complaints is farcical. We take an oath of office and we should have access to that information. Being able to track which officers are associated with which complaints would certainly increase transparency and accountability, as it would allow us to better evaluate whether or not existing Ann Arbor Police Department disciplinary measures are sufficient. Further, there already exist public online databases at both the local and national level with tens of thousands of names of disciplined police officers. And a lawmaker right here in Michigan wants to create a police discipline database of Michigan officers. This ask is hardly unreasonable, and it is challenging for us to function effectively as an oversight commission without it. Third, we all know that more than anyone else, police officers know who the problem police officers are. Police chiefs know who they are. We have all learned that in the last month. And yet, police chiefs around the country, even those who want to improve the profession of policing, are unable to fire officers because union arbitrators get them their jobs back. Police departments are then stuck with officers who now really feel emboldened to continue their problematic behavior. And in Ann Arbor, we have a unique situation in that Chief Michael Cox has himself survived an extraordinary instance of police brutality. Not many people in this country have the commitment experience and policing experience to be able to instill a culture of functional policing, and we should not disable his ability to do so in Ann Arbor. Thus, we want to remove the arbitration clause from the collective bargaining agreement such that if Chief Cox fires an officer, they stay fired. We expect the city to say it's too expensive. However, civilian lawsuits against the city are also expensive. And you should understand that contrary to comments that I've heard from some council members, the family of Ora Rosser did not decline to sue the city of Ann Arbor because they felt like the city was right. They didn't sue because they were devastated, and because being litigious is only one response to grief. Do you really want to hope or bank on the fact that should this happen again, a family or victim won't sue? If I were killed or injured by a police officer, my therapist father would definitely try to heal our family. He would not think about suing. But my mother and every other lawyer in my family would certainly sue this city. Do you want to gamble on which kind of family is impacted next? Most importantly, certainly more importantly than money though, is that our lives are too valuable, and this is a matter of public safety. No amount of money can bring these victims back, and we simply can't afford to allow a culture to exist in which any cops have the birth to act badly because they know they're hard to fire. It's important to note that officers would still be able to try their case against the city, but the situation as it currently stands is not one in which any of us feel like bad officers can be held accountable. Last, we need to address the resolution on the agenda today. To be crystal clear, our entire commission was not privy to this resolution before it was published on the city's website on Friday. Vice Chair Tadora Hargraves and I got to see the resolution. The entire commission was not able to see it until Friday, and we function as a collective. The commission is going to convene as a whole to discuss the resolution in depth tomorrow at our regularly scheduled Oversight Commission meeting. It is at 6 p.m. It will be held at the Ann Arbor Farmers Market. We welcome you and the public to bring a chair, wear a mask, and participate in our process. Mr. Mayor, although you suggested on Facebook yesterday that our having a public forum instead of the traditional council format of public comments could somehow diminish our capacity to provide, quote, a coherent analysis, we will persevere in holding our public forum. Our goal is to be inclusive, not just of different identities, but also of different points of view. And public forums allow for more dialogue, and they are probably much more accessible for people, and that's something we really value. You raised another point about whether we could be, quote, efficient, but you should know that speed is not the metric we use to measure our success. At our commission meetings each month, our highest priority is hearing from our constituents, and that, Mr. Mayor, we will do quite efficiently in making sure that what they say to us is truly heard. When reviewing this resolution, it was particularly concerning that it lacked specific measurable outcomes except for producing reports. Without specific commitments from the City Council, though, there is no way to pursue any kind of reform that leaves any lasting positive change. The other thing about the resolution is it actually doesn't include much that we don't already do. And I know Council members Lum and Romlawi did not get a chance to see it before it was published, but they probably could have pointed that out. For our commission, we already review Ann Arbor Police Department policies and practices, including the use of force. We review Ann Arbor Police Department recruitment and hiring practices. We already solicit the input of many stakeholders in the community that you mentioned, from educators to law enforcement, to local and federal judges and attorneys, those in housing, as well as many mental health professionals. However, we also solicit input from groups not mentioned in the resolution, such as faith communities, agencies that work to reduce homelessness, youth and family services agencies, substance abuse professionals, students, and public health experts. We solicit input from other groups and individuals who are typically excluded, and we take into consideration the unique public safety needs of those who live and work in Ann Arbor while attending to national best practices. The only area that's outside the scope of what we already do is the evaluation of alternatives to sworn police. And if you really want to put your money where your resolution is, we're happy to independently look at forward-thinking ideas. Off the top of my head, you know, investing in community mental health services that have been gutted over the last 10 years would be a logical place to start. We understand that working on police reform is only the tip of the iceberg. Accessible housing, healthcare, equitable education, sufficient mental health services are all necessary components, but not an exhaustive list. We need to imagine public safety much more holistically, including by examining policies that set up communities of color and poor people to have disproportionately more frequent and adversarial interactions with police. The resolution here reminds me of how the Human Rights Commission created a police oversight task force. And that ended up in a long, protracted process where their recommendations were summarily discarded, and the ordinance that created our commission was just a skeleton of what that task force created. We don't want to delay conversations about the real issues around policing for another 18 months. These issues demand real action now. Several of you have attended our meetings. You've sought us out. You've had conversations with us about oversight. But this resolution seems to reflect that others of you need to learn what we do and why we do the work we do. However, until you gain an understanding of the pain of our ancestors, our grandparents, our parents, and why my heart sinks a little bit every time my son walks out the door, you will never appreciate the importance of this cause. I encourage you to try. To live in this country as a person of color is to exist in a constant state of anxiety, because for everybody who looks like me, there is never and has never been a guarantee that harm is not hiding right around the corner, whether it's cloaked in flashing lights or burning cross. We are all here today because we want to create a better future for everyone in our community. But it's also my responsibility, both as the chair of this commission and as a Black woman who has seen what this country can do to people who look like me, to remind you that we all carry the past with us. And the weight of what's happened requires that you now share in carrying some of that painful, painful burden if you want to move forward. Council, Mayor Taylor, you've all been elected. You're the local leaders. The Independent Community Police Oversight Commission and the entire community of those people who live and work in Ann Arbor are interested in what you have to say. What's your position on these issues?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you.
We now have a presentation from Mr. Crawford with respect to healthy streets.
Yes, Mayor, we have several people here to update council on healthy streets. Amber Miller from the DDA, Raymond Hess from the city, and Oliver Kiley from the Smith Group.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Raymond, do you want to get us started?
Sure thing. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today and give you an update on the Healthy Streets Initiative. So what we wanted to do is give you kind of an overview presentation on some of the resolutions that will be coming up later on in the agenda. So as we began to feel the effects of the pandemic, stay-at-home orders, and social distancing in Ann Arbor, we were observing many of the same trends and challenges experienced in other communities, such as increased demand for biking and walking, increased pressure on curbside space, commercial activity impacts, transit service impacts, and traffic volumes that are down. City Council responded to address these needs with Resolution 20-158 to promote safe social distancing outdoors in Ann Arbor. And that resolution requested that staff implement residential street closures as well as identify opportunities to use non-residential streets to expand safe social distancing for pedestrians and cyclists based on best practice, work in other cities, and data. And this is what we've prepared for your consideration tonight. Staff quickly collaborated on a response to address physical distancing needs on downtown and outside of downtown streets. And we really looked to guidance from the National Association of City Transportation Officials, also known as NACTO. The chart that you see before you gives kind of a summary of some of the guidance that came out from NACTO. It includes recommendations for residential, commercial, and major access streets. Staff worked with our partners to shape recommendations that include almost all of these recommended actions. And with City Council's consideration tonight, we're going to talk further about the ability to improve mobility and physical distancing on key access corridors. And then it's important to note that this guidance is similar to what we're seeing take place across the country. And we've really tried to model our recommendations on these best practices that we're seeing. Now what I'd like to do is turn it over to Amber Miller from the Downtown Development Authority to talk about the street selection process.
Thank you, Raymond. And one thing that I'll note is we have quite a few slides, so we're going to move quickly, but we are available for questions. As Raymond mentioned, this has been a collaborative effort between city and DDA staff. As part of this effort, we also wanted to make sure that the locations we were recommending complemented but didn't conflict with the commercial use areas that were requested by the downtown area associations. To help select streets, we looked at data for some related efforts, which I'll quickly review in a moment. And as was written in the resolution that Raymond mentioned, we also made sure to check pavement condition and lighting for each of the recommended locations. And those recommended locations do have existing intersection lighting. We're not creating new crossings or new lighting needs. And for the most part, the pavement is in good condition. There are a few blocks where that's not the case, and we're working with Public Works to try to address that in advance. The DDA board has approved dollars for implementation within the DDA district, and we are now seeking City Council approval for some temporary lane reductions. To help select locations, we looked at crash data. This is crash data for all crashes, and then crash data for pedestrian and crashes. This highlighted streets like Catherine, Division, and State Street. When we looked at crash data citywide, that reinforced those streets, and it also highlighted streets like Packard. We also took a look at demographic and car ownership data to understand what routes might serve the most vulnerable in our community. We looked at bicycle traffic stress citywide and downtown. And then lastly, we looked at gaps in the bike network. So these are areas where physical distancing may be most challenging. It's areas where pedestrians don't have some safe road space that they can step into if they need to physically distance from one another. These are also locations where someone riding a bike may feel more comfortable riding on the sidewalk, which puts more pressure on those spaces. And then lastly, for essential workers who are depending on walking and biking to get to work, these locations may be more uncomfortable or stressful as well. So all of those things combined helped us to select our locations, which includes Miller and Catherine, Division, which connects to Broadway, South Main, and Packard and State Street. For each of the recommended pilots, for the most part, physical distancing can be accomplished by repurposing a turn lane, a parking lane, or a travel lane. And then for the downtown pilot locations, in your packet and in the link to the presentation, for each location is a map that shows the temporary lane changes, and this is Miller and Catherine, as well as an image of an example block today and an example block with some temporary changes. Most of the streets were able to make temporary changes on both sides of the streets. So I'll just quickly move through these. Division today, and because Division is a one-way street, it ended up making the most sense to just focus on the east side. And then South Main and Packard, again, for those really tight gaps in the network, looking at repurposing the outside lanes. State Street is a little bit different. State Street is a planned future capital project, but in the meantime, it is one of the few commercial neighborhoods in the downtown that don't have wider sidewalks or bump outs. Some of the treatments that are helping the other neighborhoods to facilitate some expanded commercial space. So that's really our focus for our pilot in the State Street neighborhood. And with that, I'll turn it back to Raymond. Raymond, are you with us?
Thank you, Amber. I was on mute. So similar to what Amber just described for downtown, for areas outside of downtown, we also looked at data and where there are gaps along particularly high access corridors. And if you think about how these roads intersect with the closures proposed by the Downtown Merchant Association, and what you see here is a map that also overlays the existing bicycle network you can see how some of these segments really fill in kind of crucial gaps in the non-motorized network. So we really look to improve physical distancing and strengthen connections to each quadrant of the city, and also looked at housing, grocery, major employers like the hospital and downtown commercial, and other social activities. And generally for this segments outside of downtown, we really looked at multi-lane facilities. We looked at the traffic data to see where traffic currently is and whether some of the outside lanes could be repurposed for different use. We did get through the public engagement tool some suggestions for Broadway Bridge, and so the connection to the North Division that Amber just described, you can see would be extended across the bridge over to Broadway Street and make that link. Then on South Main, again, providing kind of a crucial connection to downtown and to the bike facilities at Stadium, there's an opportunity to take that outside lane and repurpose those for non-motorized transportation. Packard's kind of an interesting opportunity as well down in the southeast quadrant of the city, because there's a pretty important gap between the heavily used bike lanes on kind of Packard north of Eisenhower and Platt Road. And right now, again, traffic is down on that segment of Packard, and so there's an opportunity to repurpose that outside lane for non-motorized use. So then what we'd like to do is just kind of give you a quick overview of what it all kind of comes together to look like. So in downtown, as Amber described, you know, there are suggestions made for Miller and Catherine, Division, State, South Main, and a section of Packard. And then for the areas outside of downtown, extending South Main to Stadium, extending the North Division across the Broadway Bridge, and connecting that piece in Packard between kind of the Eisenhower-Packard split and Platt.
If these pilot projects are approved today, we'll do our best to make everyone aware of the temporary changes and also use the pilots as a chance to talk with the community. Some initial ideas for that engagement are on the slide here, highlighting some pre-installation ideas to make the public aware during installation and then during the actual pilot. We will also monitor and learn from these pilots. And the pilots, our recommendation is that they are removed after 90 days. If there's a continued need for physical distancing, then we would come back to City Council. And then to wrap up, we'll just land on that national guidance that Raymond spoke to earlier. The guidance that we have referred to respond to your request for safe social distancing outdoors in Ann Arbor. And the focus of the Healthy Streets request tonight is related to the mobility and transportation recommendations that we've highlighted to complement the residential and commercial efforts that you have already supported. Thank you. So that wraps it up for us. If there's any questions.
Thank you. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers who are signed up to speak at public comment reserve time should call the number on their screen and get in the queue. Once you're in the queue, please raise your hand by dialing *9. When it is your turn to speak, the clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number and give you the floor. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak. The clerk will will indicate that there are 30 seconds remaining and will also indicate when your 3 minutes are up. Our first speaker today is Tom Stolberg.
Good evening. Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg, 1202 Traver Street. Please vote no on item C1. A yes vote would inappropriately deny developer contributed dollars to the Affordable Housing Fund where they belong. This is the same issue that lost us almost $9 million in affordable housing funds at Lower Town. And if the mayor and council members Smith, Ackerman, and Grand had their way a second time, we would have also lost the $88,200 we recently got from the Garnett condos. The property in item C1 is currently zoned PUD. The current application should be for a new PUD, not for C3 with planned project variances. The planning report makes the case that C3 is appropriate for this area, which would be a solid case for this application if the application was for straight up C3. It is not. It is for C3 with a significant variance, a 50% height increase. The exact same site plan that is being applied for can be achieved by a new PUD for this site. So it makes no sense to rezone the property from a zoning category that would accommodate this site plan to one that cannot accommodate it without needing a significant variance. Should City Council find this project desirable and want to approve it, what are the differences between approving it as a PUD and approving it as C3 with a planned project modification? Well, the PUD would require a community benefit, and there's a formula in our ordinance. Please ask staff to do the math on how much the contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund would be. That is what the community would be eschewing if City Council chooses the planned project modification over a PUD. There are obvious ethical issues with trading away developer contributions to the Affordable Housing Fund again, while making speeches about our affordable housing crisis. I want to thank Council members Lum, Bannister, and Eaton for consistently voting for enforcing our existing zoning laws and expecting developers to make the contributions to the Affordable Housing Fund that our ordinances require. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ralph McGee. McKee, my apologies.
1116.
Go ahead.
Good evening. It is McKee. Thank you for the correction. I'm at 1116 Red Oak in Ward 5. Before I talk about C1, I just wanted to make a quick comment. I found Lisa Jackson's presentation powerful and moving, and I would encourage you all to engage with her and let her lead that process. Let's go back to C1. Let's start with this premise. We have an affordable housing crisis, and everybody wants more affordable housing. And if any one of you or any planning staff person or any planning commissioner doesn't immediately make the connection, particularly after Mr. Stolberg's speech, between this item, C1 on tonight's agenda, and affordable housing, that's part of the problem rather than the solution. This rezoning asks not only for a different class, but a major height variance. So it's tailor-made, no pun intended, for applying the recent PUD ordinance you enacted requiring developers to make a contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. Instead, staff recommended approval. Planning Commission approved 9-0 as a planned project without, as far as I can tell from the report and minutes, even considering whether an affordable housing contribution was available or appropriate. That's a total fail. Remember, we have affordable housing crisis. The first question that should be considered on every rezoning where there's a variance request is whether it can be leveraged into money for affordable housing. Instead, we get a report that says essentially it's a public benefit to allow the developer to have a hotel with more density. In other words, a bigger hotel. That's not a public benefit. That's a giveaway to the landowner. I thought maybe something had been learned from the discussions about Lower Town, 616 Washington, and the Garnett. I guess I was wrong. I think we need a complete change of culture in the planning department and the planning commission. This project is exactly what that PUD contribution ordinance was for, but it was completely ignored. Now contrast that with how staff has used the illusory promise of affordable housing to promote other projects. For example, the quadruplex rezoning proposed in the A20 plan was advertised as promoting affordable housing, but when pressed on that point, Dr. Stoltz acknowledged that wouldn't really result in any affordable housing. So the talk is a little different than what's being done. So in conclusion, please, Planning Commissioner Erica Briggs, no more
30
campaign
seconds.
literature regarding how you support affordable housing, gentle residential growth, and inclusionary zoning. And Mr. Ackerman, no more speeches about density. You had an opportunity here to actually do something, and you completely whiffed on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Sturgis.
Mayor, I don't see Mr. Sturgis's phone number.
All right, well, I guess, Mr. Sturgis, if you are on the line, please hold and we'll pick you up on the back end. Our next speaker is Michelle Hughes.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hello? Hi, my name is Michelle Hughes. Defund the police. Defund the Ann Arbor Police Department. Reduce their budget every year and use that money to fund social services, mental health care, and harm reduction for substance abuse. Every year we spend some $30 million on police because we want to promote public safety. But public safety isn't what police do. Everything about police is set up to punish people. And not just people, but to punish entire communities. But punishing people doesn't promote public safety. And the more money we spend punishing people, the less money we have to spend on things that would promote public safety, such as affordable housing, mental health care, and harm reduction for substance abuse. Defund the police. Put the money into those social services instead. We could have first responders that respond to the actual problems in our community. And more importantly, fund social services so that we wouldn't have those problems in the first place. Every year, the City Council has a dramatic fight about whether to guarantee a small amount of funding for affordable housing, an amount of money that would be much less significant if we defunded the police. There's a proposal on the agenda tonight to have people look into these problems, to have the ICPOC look into these problems. The important part is that you defund the police. Please keep your discussion centered on the merits of that proposal. If we're going to reimagine public safety, I want the effort to be successful, and that means the effort has to be funded. And more importantly, that means the effort has to start with the promise that this is an effort to defund the police. And the only question is how. Don't expect a bunch of activists to volunteers to participate in an 18-month effort only to have recommendations ignored, as what happened with the police task force. This resolution must state unequivocally that it is an effort to defund the police and that we're just trying to work out the details. Please look at the website 8toabolition.com for more information about defunding the police, but also defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Our
Mayor,
next speaker.
oh, sorry, Mayor, I do see Mr. Sturgis.
All right, thank you. If you can put it on, our next speaker is Eric Sturgis.
Eric,
Yes.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Taylor and City Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I was extremely empowered by Dr. Jackson's speech, and I hope that Council will take to heart what she said. I am calling in to ask you to vote against DC 16 tonight. There are a number of issues with the proposal. I'm going to touch on a few, and I will be brief and concise. This resolution pulls the rug out from under Police Chief Cox as well as ICPOC. The co-sponsors of this resolution bogs them down with a great deal of work that is not outlined in the group's mission statement. This resolution chooses not to empower and engage a 31-year policing veteran with extensive expertise in internal affairs. Instead, Chief Cox's voice has been silenced in this process. Number two, the resolution's co-sponsors have repeatedly said in public that council members should not micromanage city staff and allow city staff to do their jobs. This resolution seeks to micromanage ICPOC, Dr. Jackson, and the Chief of Police. unqualified individuals on council seek to micromanage questions related to police staffing rather than allow a 30-year police veteran to do his job and allow ICPOC to do their job. Third, ICPOC council representatives Ramwali and Lum were not consulted on this resolution. That was stated by Dr. Jackson as well as during caucus last night by Mr. Ramwali and Ms. Lum. That is very disappointing that they were not consulted on this resolution. The resolution was posted Friday morning and they were giving very short notice for discussions or questions. Ms. Lum had some questions that were not answered. She also asked that this be postponed and put back on the agenda July 6th so that ICPOC could review it tomorrow. That was denied. This resolution requires an unelected volunteer body to undertake a massive project without pay. Does ICPOC and Chief Cox feel this project is appropriate? Well, to me, it was clear that ICPOC was not fully consulted on this and they want to discuss it tomorrow. So I don't think that they feel that it's appropriate.
30 seconds.
We need to vote DC 16 down. Let Chief Cox, Dr. Jackson, and ICPOC do their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Glenn Nelson.
Mayor, I don't see Mr. Nelson just yet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. If you come in before the end of public comment, please wait around on the back end and we'll get you then. Our next speaker is Sayaufu Ma.
Hello, I'm speaking to agenda item DC7. The objections and concerns expressed by the Nixon Road residents are echoed by the Jackson Road and Barton Drive residents. These three projects have come up at an unfortunate time in our history. Our world is a very different place than it was 6 months ago. We have objections to the process used to address these city-driven sidewalks, the problems of which have been highlighted by our recent social events. We have objections to the method of funding these projects. Approval of the special assessment assigned to the Nixon Road sidewalk project is being revisited. The initial vote was passed during a time when the residents were locked down and racked with COVID fear, rendering them essentially voiceless. Virtual city council meetings by nature discriminate against older populations, immigrants, and lower income families. Even those who have a computer or smartphone still have to figure out how to join the virtual meeting. Without the ability to be seen, individuals whom English is a second language have a disadvantage expressing their concerns and angst. The Nixon Road residents submitted written objections, but for a variety of reasons did not speak at the council meetings. An 8-vote count was triggered, indicating that more than 50% of the involved parties had objections. And yet, because they did not actually speak during the meetings, their concerns were overlooked. These problems with the process alone should warrant a new vote on the special assessments levied on Nixon. 100% of the Nixon Road residents filed appeals with the tax tribunal. Shouldn't this put on hold the forward progress of the project? Or is the ability to file an appeal a meaningless gesture with no chance of success? By the same token, the Barton Drive sidewalk project should be revisited. Given the current events, it's understandable why the emails and objection letters have been overlooked, and no one is denying that there are more pressing matters at hand. But should the residents of the sidewalk projects be made the victims of the times? They deserve proper attention from the city council members. These citizens have no interest in detracting attention from the urgent issues of a pandemic or police force concerns. If council does not have the bandwidth to give proper attention to sidewalks, then they should postpone discussions until current events have quieted down. Because the city council voted to add a sidewalk millage to the November ballot, it would be fair and appropriate to address the funding of these sidewalk projects after the November ballot. I urge council members to vote to revisit the Nixon Road sidewalk project issues, and I hope that a council member sees fit to recommend revisiting the Barton Road project as well. Thank you
30
for
seconds.
your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Lynn.
Mayor Glenn Nelson has also rejoined us.
Is no one on the, is Mr. Lynn not up then?
He is available as well.
All right, well, that's, if neither has been yet identified, let's cycle back and get Mr. Nelson.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, go ahead.
This is Glenn Nelson. I urge you to override the mayor's veto. Doing this would accomplish two important things. First, affirm accountability in city government, and second, reflect responsible, transparent stewardship of revenues from taxpayers. With regard to accountability, we are living in a period when grassroots leaders are showing dramatically that they are ahead of the political and corporate elites. I am more excited about the possibility for constructive change than I have been since 1968, when we marched, campaigned, and unseated a sitting president, Lyndon Johnson. And I am also more anxious that powerful elites will thwart the will of the people than I have been since 1968, when actions led eventually to the election of Nixon. We are playing this out in a somewhat similar fashion in Ann Arbor. We had an election, a county mental health and public safety millage, when most people thought they were voting on whether to increase funding for mental health and public safety. We had a subsequent city survey that explored priorities, and mental health services came in with a much higher priority than climate change actions. The question is, will grassroots preferences be thwarted by a powerful minority? With regard to responsible, transparent stewardship, 2020 is markedly different than 2017. We should have the flexibility to allocate more funds to mental health services, affordable housing, and other human services, as is rightfully being demanded across our nation. And second, all of us who examine the budget know the 40-40-20 intent resolution of 2017 is not even our reality. For example, 16% of the millage funds in the fiscal 21 budget are allocated to repairs of the Barton and Superior dams. And finally, the needs are great. Now is the time to respond to the worst public health crisis since the 1918 flu epidemic and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. In conclusion, a vote to overturn the veto
30 seconds.
would affirm accountability to citizens and would facilitate good stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Lynn. Lynn.
Mr. Lynn, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Joe Lynn. I am representing my parents who live in 2703 Nixon Road. I'm here to speak to Resolution 4, which is outlined in the agenda as PH1 and DC7. What I'm asking the council and the mayor is to consider that, one, with regards to raising Nixon, that the requirement for a 2/3 vote is something that was a miscommunication and should not be held against council member Bannister, for she would have raised it on 5/18 if not for the miscommunication. Two, I think that we need to combine the projects of Jackson, Barton, and Nixon Traver, as the issues relating to these three projects are all very similar. And in two of the cases, the timing is also very similar. I think with the millage on the ballot, it's important for us to actually do right by the citizens of these neighborhoods and wait until we see the results of the November vote before we put an onerous burden of the special assessment on them. I think also the process has been fraught, as outlined by Ms. Ma. There have been many conditions, including many of the conditions that are not prone to people who are elderly, immigrants, and the poor. So I think it is imperative that we have more sessions so that the property owners in these neighborhoods have an opportunity to really collaborate with the city and actually work with the city to develop something that actually improves the city and actually improves safety. These property owners have been in these locations for 30 years. They know the land, they know how things are, they know the dangers there. I think when I review the process, it is apparent that there seems to be the appearance that these elderly, immigrant, and poor almost look like they've been targeted, and that is unfortunate. Because when I look at past history of other sidewalk projects, those have been voted down simply because there were people who were more able to speak up for themselves. I think in today's age, with all the social issues that we are fighting for, it's important that we recognize that these people are people of need, and society has a responsibility to look out for their interests. We need to start
30
this
seconds
process today. I also want to outline that these projects were not requested by the homeowners, and they have almost no benefit from their perspective, but they are willing to work with the city to benefit the society, but not when you are going to punitively give them a special assessment, which needs to benefit the people you are applying it to.
Time.
All of these homeowners have appealed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maren Klopner.
Hi, my name is Maren Klumpner, and I thank you for your time. I want to talk about the same issue, DS7. So this council has identified that the current special assessment for sidewalk development system is flawed. We can't change the past, but we can change what's happening now. May 4th, there was a vote to tax residents on Nixon-Taylor Road special assessments to build a new sidewalk. But these bills have yet to be finalized. To me, it seems like the logical action would be to reverse this vote and wait until the November election. The city is currently exploring alternatives to special assessments for sidewalk development, and one such alternative will be on the ballot this fall. Let's continue to look for equitable solutions to developing the city and its sidewalks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Hampton.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you very much for taking time to listen to me. As you said, my name is Keith Hampton. I live at 415 Garden Drive, and I'm a somewhat older fellow, but hopefully you can hear me okay as I speak. So the problem I have is that, as everyone else has mentioned about Garden Drive, Nixon Road, and Jackson Road assessment, is that it seems very unfair that this was basically done behind open doors, behind closed doors, because of the fact that this vote took place during the COVID-19 shutdown. We were unable to attend these meetings, as I think it's totally reasonable and to be expected. At the same time, it seems to me unfair that we didn't even get to talk to you fellows face to face on the subject. And we've been being given a pretty sizable hit here, something on the order of like $18,000, something like that, which seems to me a lot of money to ask somebody who's not going to see any benefit from this whatsoever. And so I'd like to other people and ask you to reconsider this assessment until the November election opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is William Hampton.
As a person who has lived in his dark skin for an entire lifetime, right now feels just a little different. I am sad about the African American people who have unfortunately lost their lives recently. This includes the slow death of George Floyd, who called out to his dead mother and uttered these words, "I cannot breathe." That incident, I hope, will be a catalyst for change here in my country. But please let me remind us that this incident was not a first. Eric Garner, Harvey Ambler, many others whose name we may never know were involved in deadly encounters with police. Recently, I was asked this question: shouldn't all lives matter? Well, of course they should. However, it seems to me that some people believe that Black lives do not matter nearly as much as others do. Here's what I think. Black lives did not matter when the United States of America, in its Constitution, defined African Americans as 60% of a person each. Black lives did not seem to matter when the Scottsboro Boys or the Central Park Five were in prison for crimes they did not commit. Black lives did not matter when over 5,000 lynchings that we know of took place right here in the United States. Black lives did not seem to matter when as many as 500 African Americans were extinguished on Black Wall Street near Tulsa, Ohio. Nobody was held accountable. Emmett Till was murdered. Was anybody held accountable when police officers who failed his gun safety exam was allowed to come to Cleveland and take away the life of 12-year-old Tamir Rice? Was anybody ever held accountable for taking the life of teenager Trayvon Martin? How about Sandra Bland? And right here in Ann Arbor, was anybody ever held accountable for the death of Oral Ross? People believe it is a good thing that we now have the ability to videotape. However, wasn't the Rodney King incident recorded? Let me remind us again that officers involved in that incident were initially exonerated. Did I mention that all of these individuals were people of color? Recently, there has been much discussion about defunding the police. Well, with all due respect to my friends who are police officers, who actually believe in protecting and service, I believe that police are simply not qualified to handle all of the things they are called upon to do. Therefore, it seems to me worth considering diverting some funds or setting aside some hiring for mental health professionals and social workers.
30 seconds.
I have been told this approach is akin to coddling people who engage in criminal behavior. Well, to me, jails are simply not the right place for people who are mentally challenged. But more than that, the graves are not the right place either. Black lives should matter as much as any other life. And as a person who has witnessed most of this up close and personal, I think I'm qualified to say we're not even close to where we should be. These are my thoughts on the dark side of humanity.
Time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Got Councilmember Graham, then Nelson.
Thank you. Just in terms of council business, I want to direct my colleagues to CC1, which is an appointment to the Greenbelt Advisory Commission that will be coming up at our next meeting for Elizabeth Riggs, and I'm very appreciative that she's willing to join us and hope that she'll have your support. I do also just want to thank Dr. Jackson and look forward to having her come. It sounds like monthly to council meetings. I'm not sure if we're going to even get to DC 16 at this point, so I do just want to take a minute to thank probably about 1,000 residents that have, by my counts, who reached out to us via email, and just want to say that even if we haven't been able to respond to all of those messages, if I haven't, that I've read them, that I appreciate them, that I've thought very carefully about all of their contents, and part of what, from my perspective, whether it was successful or not, was trying to respond to those community concerns, to put ICPOC front and center of these community conversations about rethinking how we do public safety. And I think hearing from Dr. Jackson tonight, that confirms that they should be front and center of these conversations around rethinking public safety. And that I want to make sure and commit this evening to knowing that that whatever funding they need to make that happen, I want to get behind. We also do have a long agenda this evening, so I'm going to try to do a little timekeeping And I asked my daughter to make a sign for me that said 3 minutes. So she made this sign that says 3 minutes. So I'm going to try to flash it to keep us on track a little bit. And also, do you want to be responsive to the calls from the community that have said that we shouldn't be discussing really important matters at 2 a.m.? So also at a certain point this evening, if we get over, we don't have a work session next week, I am going to recommend that we postpone the remainder of our meeting to next Monday. I think that would also actually allow ICPOC to, by default, get back to us on some of these measures, which we intend to defer to anyway with DC 16. So I think that would take care of that by default. And I just think, you know, we're not making good decisions at 2 in the morning. It's not transparent. It's not democratic. And so I hope, I don't think it's something that should be celebrated that we stay up till 3 in the morning making decisions. And I hope that you'll support me, and if we need to, going to next week and making time when the public can actually listen to those conversations. Thanks.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to comment on the length of our meetings because while I haven't gotten any emails about it, I did hear it come up in a debate. I know we're in campaign season, so candidates for council are kind of participating in forums. I just wanted to share for the sake of anybody in the public who doesn't know, we have a system for council to actually study our agendas ahead of the meetings and submit questions to staff to cut down the length of our meetings. And our deadline for those questions to be submitted is the Wednesday before the meeting. And many members of council don't choose to take advantage of that. I try. I haven't recently because of other commitments, but I just wanted to remark that this particular week we had 15 items added to our agenda after the date when we would have submitted questions about them. And the value of these questions is so the members of council who are interested in understanding things more deeply and questioning them can save us some time on these meetings, during these meetings, when we then have to ask our questions of staff. So of the 15 items that were added late this week, some of them are truly legitimate and staff was scrambling to get things together that truly needed to be done. And some of them were last minute additions that probably should have originated with commissions, in fact. So I would like to echo what Councilmember Grand remarked about the need for timekeeping. And as it happens, there's one person in our meeting who is in the best position to make sure that we follow our rules and only speak twice to an issue and only speak for 3 minutes. And that person is not me. And I would just ask that perhaps we take responsibility for what is within our authority to control about this meeting, either getting agenda items in on time or submitting questions to make our discussions shorter, or paying attention to how long people are speaking. So I hope that our meeting doesn't go late either. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
I just want to thank William Hampton for his public comment. And I was waiting for him to mention, he's also chair of the Ann Arbor NAACP. And they are again hosting our Juneteenth celebration in Ward 1 this coming Saturday. And it's starting at 9 o'clock down at Fuller Park. And for 3 hours from 9 to noon, we're going to walk from Fuller Park to Wheeler Park. And it's a racial justice walk. And then from noon to 2 at Wheeler Park, there will be speakers, videos, and time for reflection. And we'll be following the social distancing provisions. And so we can't have more than 100 people. So there will also be some online, you can watch us online for the afternoon. So this is in cooperation with Ann Arbor NAACP, but also the city's Give 365 program. So it's on the city's website and social media, and then also in cooperation with Protectors of Equality in Government, also known as PEG. So hope to see you out to celebrate Juneteenth this Saturday, which commemorates the ending of slavery in the United States. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I actually wanted to address something that I don't know if Mr. Postma is online with us or not, but I had a question for him about our procedures here for the way we meet virtually, and I see him flicking back in. So, Mr. Postma, if you could, I heard that there was a conversation in the community that there was some kind of complaints about our ability to, are we breaking council rules when our video isn't on all the time, or when we're muted, or when we're only able to dial in by a phone, or so on, for whatever reason. Is there any consideration that somehow council is not fully engaged in the meeting or violating council rules or OMA when our video is muted?
No, I think that by muting the video, by muting it takes away distractions, and so muting would not be impermissible. And as far as turning off, you all, I think, generally should stay on, but there's no necessarily prohibition against it. I mean, I'd recommend that you stay on. You generally do stay on. Obviously, the meetings are very long, and so the fact that sometimes people get up, get something, and so on, doesn't seem to be inappropriate to turn off your video, especially if you go out of the room.
Well, I appreciate that. I know that we're working over these new ways of meeting and so on, and yeah, it was my understanding that that would be okay, but apparently I'm getting some grief online. But the truth of the matter is, we're here, we're listening, and when we have people who are going frame by frame through this meeting to search out various expressions and gestures and who knows all what else, and share it on social media, peeking into our living rooms. I think it's perfectly appropriate that we're allowed to mute our video when a family member walks through or something. They don't need to be part of that. And so I'm also I'm interested in working with our interim city administrator and considering the potential that we may come and sit in an office somewhere or in our city council room or council chambers even to have this meeting, because it's not always optimum here to be in my house for this. I don't know how everyone's got their own situation, but I really don't have a great space for this. So I assume that would be okay also. It doesn't really matter where we dial in from, does it?
Okay, council member, these are unusual times. The rules had been altered to allow this. It is different than obviously the frame by frame. When you're at a meeting, of course the speaker is focused on in the rather than all of the members, and so that really is a different thing, and I think that you all are adjusting to it. So looking at other options, the administrator, certainly you could come to, sometimes I'm at home, sometimes I'm like the administrator in City Hall. It just depends on the night, and so accommodations certainly could become available for you, I believe.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I would just like to thank staff and members of the community who had a big lift this last weekend with closing the streets in the downtown area. We've received a lot of positive feedback from business owners who we normally don't hear from, who want to, further the times and days, or find ways to participate in it if they're not currently. So it was there was a positive reaction. There was a couple folks who are concerned with the lackadaisical approach to going about ourselves these days. I know people want to rush to normalcy, but the fact of the matter is that the virus is still out there. It's still communicable. And people are not taking enough precautions and being sensible when engaging each other in public. I know the DTE Foundation has donated hundreds of boxes of supplies to the DDA for distribution. I got a care package myself for my shop. It's a very good care package. I would urge the business owners who are in downtown to reach out to Maura Thompson at the DDA and ask for one of these packages from the DTE Foundation, a very generous donation. It's Maura Thompson, her email address, if people are out there listening,
Sure.
MTHOMSON@a2dda.org. I apologize, but Maura Thompson, she's terrific, and she'll get you what you need to practice responsible measures. I also want to thank ICPOC for joining tonight and giving us a powerful presentation. And I also want to discuss an issue that was brought up by Councilmember Grand, who along with the mayor and Councilmember Ackerman put on the agenda at 12:03 in the morning on Friday, a heavy-duty resolution that's addressing one of the biggest social justice movements our country is under. And so when we talk about long meetings, I will go back to something that Councilmember Nelson has already touched on. This agenda, I've never seen an agenda be altered to the extent that this one has been altered to. Last minute additions. What is bad government actually is that. Not staying up till 2 in the morning and giving your guts out and pouring every ounce of energy you have into forming good government. That's not what I have a problem with. I have a problem with throwing things on the agenda last minute, not given an opportunity to understand the ramifications of everything, and then being told to decide on the fly and make adjustments and amendments. And if we're talking about bad government, I will simply point to some things like that as a form of delivering less than what our public deserves. We've had some long meetings. I'll try to keep this shorter. But we also have had many things come up, COVID and the ramifications about that. We've had many presentations. The 820 presentation took up a lot of time. We go into closed session a lot. So it's not just a bunch of long-winded council members unprepared and not ready to do work, is that there is a lot that we have to do, talk about and sift through to make good decisions. So I will just push back a little bit saying that we're trying our best and we'll try to make the meeting as efficient as possible.
Councilor Griswold.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to explain that I am talking through my phone because I'm having technical audio problems, and if I wasn't looking directly at my computer, I was listening and I was trying to troubleshoot, so I didn't have to use my phone. 3 quick issues. The first one is I want to thank everyone who has participated in caucus. If we do have a continuation of this meeting or another meeting next Monday night, which I fully support, and thank you, Councilmember Grant, for bringing that up, we will have a caucus the night before. And I also want to apologize for once again having caucus at the same time as the mayor's Facebook Live. I will be more persistent at reaching out and trying to coordinate those because we want to participate in both and many of our constituents do. Next is, I know everyone's been extremely busy and we passed a resolution for a council communications committee some time ago. It hasn't been officially formed yet, but I am planning to have a planning meeting later this week. And that information will be put on social media. So if there are people interested in signing in, they're more than welcome to. The third thing is I've attended 4 protests over the last couple of weeks, And I'm just extremely appreciative of the peaceful protesting that we have been doing in Ann Arbor. And I went to a Black Lives Matter protest. I would say at least 95% of the people were social distancing, were wearing masks. It was outside in a park. So I just want to thank the community and renew my commitment to improving policing and social justice in Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Jackson. She is an impressive leader for all of us, and I know for the members of ICPOC, we are very proud that she is our fearless leader. And I also appreciate that the meeting tomorrow will be held in an open air session at the farmers market so that many people can join us. And I welcome people to do just that. Secondly, Councilmember Ramlali touched upon this. We have been getting lots of positive feedback from folks about the street closures to allow more curbside dining, if you will, and provide for more social distancing opportunities. And it's proving to be quite successful, and also very importantly, it's helping the businesses. So I want to thank folks for supporting our local economy and all these businesses that have been struggling mightily these many months. Thirdly, I guess, I would just note comments were made about the length of meetings and various issues about submitting, questions on time and things that we could do, possibly just end a meeting at a given time and have another meeting. I wanted you to know that, so last Saturday, I sent everyone a note about this, and I just sent you another note to let you know that, because I requested that that this issue be discussed at the next, which is Wednesday, Council Administration Committee meeting. So we will be discussing the agenda setting process and requirements, and hopefully can come up with some plans, some avenues, some suggestions for having meetings that are conducted in a perhaps more timely way, but also it's become a issue, many of you touched on this tonight, that we are seeing things added very late to the agenda, and we need to address that. So I welcome any suggestions from any of you. We will be discussing this on Wednesday. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you too to all of the community members. If Councilmember Grant counted to 1,000, I trust her, who wrote in about police reform, specifically efforts to defund the police. Your voices have been meaningful, along with your presence at protests. I can say, as someone who considers himself a progressive liberal who grew up in a progressive liberal community, the education that I've been receiving over the course of the last 3 weeks has been world-class and so appreciated, and has changed my perspective and worldview in pretty profound ways. In case we aren't able to get to it, I did want to just respond to some comments about DC 16, which is the resolution to move forward with review and revision of the police department's practices and potentially budget as well. When I decided to support that, it was because I think it's good in time to have very honest conversations and somewhat radical conversations about the way that we do public safety in Ann Arbor. As we look at data about violent crime, it is down, and it is down consistently, and shows trends of remaining so. As we look at the data, what our community and what communities across the country seem to need is response to substance abuse and response to mental health. And as leaders have strategic conversations about, as are the needs of the community changes, how do we redeploy resources? And the police use a tremendous amount of resources. And you know, my experience with them has been professional to a T, but we have to rethink. We really have to rethink where we put our money, put our people power in terms of full-time employees to address the problems that we actually have. And so when I saw this resolution, I got excited to support it simply because I thought this was a platform to have that conversation. I think the intent of it is to. And I think that the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, I desperately want their leadership, because as a majority white body, we need to elevate and fund to support terrific work that I trust that they will do. And to take that feedback sincerely in the same way that I do Dr. Jackson's today. I think too, just important to preview, the intent also was to refer the resolution DC 16 back to ICPOC for their formal feedback. And I think that feedback will be welcome, and I hope we land on a resolution that's better and moves shared goals forward. And I look forward to that conversation. But I think it needs to, hopefully it can start tonight and not wait. So thanks so much.
Further communication from council. I have a couple of communications. First, I'm glad that Councilmember Bannister made reference to Juneteenth. Mr. Hampton requested that we make mention of it, and I'm glad that it's been taken care of. And so I just hope everyone understands the nature and the scope and the importance of that gathering. With respect to Dr. Jackson's appearance before us, I too would like to, echo my colleagues' thanks to her for the thoughts that she provided, for their wisdom and their truth. It's incumbent upon us as leaders, me as a leader, to listen with openness and without ego, and that's what I'm striving to do. The intent of the resolutions, I think, has been referenced, was to state council's support for radically rethinking how we resource and perform public safety in Ann Arbor. That was the goal. The goal was to provide and elevate, to provide council's elevation to the voices of the leaders that we have on ICPOC, and to make clear that we are eager to hear what they have to say, to make clear that we are eager to understand the changes that they propose. With respect to the process, I certainly, I felt an urgency, but it's clear that I stumbled on many occasions at bringing this forward. It was reviewed, of course, by staff, legal, Chief Cox, and as was heard, Dr. Jackson and the Vice Chair. Not enough time was given to them to make comment. Not enough time was given to my council colleagues to make comment, and that, of course, is an error, and that error is mine alone, and for that I apologize. Certainly, and with respect to my conversation with Dr. Jackson, if I had, and this also too could be, error sourced with me, if I had understood any of the concerns that she articulated with respect to the substance or the process of the resolution, if I had understood them at all, I certainly would not have brought it forward, because it's important that an effort such as this to rethink about how we provide public safety, rethink about the resources that we devote to that important task, a task which must serve everybody, absolutely everyone in the community, and which historically, of course, throughout our country does not. It's important that we all be in on that, and that we be in on that together. And so, so I apologize. We have before us, I'd like to request confirmation of the following nominations that were presented to City Council for consideration at the June 1, 2020 regular session. That is to say, to the Elizabeth Dean Fund Committee, Ravi Ragani, Samuel Bernstein; to the Energy Commission, Robert George; to the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, Andre Watson; to the Park Advisory Commission, Ann Marzin. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? They are approved. I'd like to present the following nominations for your consideration at our next meeting. To the Public Art Commission, Sarah Fuller. To the Elizabeth Dean Fund, Elizabeth Merrill Dudley. To the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, Emily Kanzoa. I would also like to recommend a request your confirmation on a one-step process for the Park Advisory Commission, Stephen Borgsdorf. Mr. Borgsdorf is an existing commissioner and has had put up himself up for, well, it had been thought that he was out of, that he had been termed out, but that turns out not to be the case. He does have one more term left. And rather than have him come off due to time and then come back on, should South Council choose, I'd request that we have his confirmation considered and approved in a one-step process, which would require 8 votes. May I have a motion, please, for Mr. Borgsdorf to the Park Advisory Commission? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? It is approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. Thank you very much. At our next meeting, I'd like to consider the resolution to appoint Wazentha Young to the Ann Arbor Public Art Commission and a resolution to remove Floria Tussi from the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board and to appoint Ella Hall. Those are youth members. Ms. Tussi. Ms. Tussi is has been out for a bit. Did I mention Mr. George to the Energy Commission? Ms. Beaudry, did I include that?
In the nominations?
To the confirmations. I just realized I may have overread it. Did I include him? Did anybody recollect?
Yes.
I said it? All right.
Andre Watson?
No, Mr. George, Robert George to the Energy Commission.
Yes, yep.
Very good. Thank you. We now have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
On MC4, that's a youth number, so I think that it needs a notation that it'll take 7 votes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Beaudry, if you would care for that. Thank you. We now have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pull out CA2 and CA14.
Councilmember Hayner.
CA5 for a brief discussion. Thank you.
Further discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA2, CA14, was it, council member? Thank you. And CA5. All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of those 3 resolutions, please say aye.
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 All opposed? The consent agenda is approved with the exceptions of CA2, 14, and 5, with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA8, CA9, CA12, CA18, CA22. CA2, resolution to approve fiscal year 21 allocations to nonprofit entities for human services, the amount of $1,247,529. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Graham. Discussion, please, of CA2. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled out CA2 because I thought it was important that it gets mentioned. This is the annual allocation of dollars to nonprofits for human services through the coordinated funding process. It's a very robust process that we've utilized for years, with the city, the county, United Way, the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, and St. Joe's participating. The good news is that in spite of the financial challenges the city's facing, our allocation for fiscal year 21 will remain at $1.2 million. And that's on top of the $250,000 emergency allocation to the shelter. The bad news is that because of the pandemic, both the United Way and St. Joe's are forced to reduce their allocations this year, in total by about $375,000. The total from all funders is $4 million, so the reduction represents about 9%. We certainly know the needs now are more, not less, and I bring this up only so that we remain aware there very well may be needs for additional city funding as the year progresses. In the meantime, I'm happy to support this tonight and maintain the city's $1.2 million general fund allocation to our nonprofits. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. CA 14, resolution to authorize contract amendment number 7 with Recycle Ann Arbor for municipal resource recovery services. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of CA 14. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is to extend the recycling collection contract for a year, and although at this point we really don't have much choice, it represents a missed opportunity largely resulting from council inaction. The Solid Waste Resource Management Plan recommended consolidation of collection services, both on the residential and commercial sides, and identified significant cost savings that would result from consolidation of about $750,000 on residential and even more than that on commercial. Council tabled the plan in January and staff has asked us for direction. We, as a council, have not provided that direction, so the opportunity to generate significant savings is lost for a year. In the response to one of my questions on this item, staff indicated the cost per cart the city will be paying in fiscal year 21 is 67% higher. That's $4.46 per cart versus $2.67 per cart under this contract than if the city performed the service. Passing on an opportunity for real savings is really unfortunate. Obviously, the city could use every dollar at this point with the challenges of the pandemic. And it's important to remember, too, that one of the linchpins of the funding plan for the A2 Zero Carbon Neutrality Plan are the savings generated by the recommendations in the Solid Waste Management Plan. No savings from the Solid Waste Resources Management Plan. Less funding for A2 Zero. Simple as that. Anyway, I was not one who voted to table the solid waste plan. I was ready to support it. And if any of you who voted to table have any interest in bringing it back and providing staff the direction they're looking for and need, let me know, and I'd be happy to work with you and bring it back. And thank you for listening.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. CA5, resolution to approve a contract with Ann Arbor Spark for economic development service in the amount of $75,000. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of CA5. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I want to say that I think that I saw Mayor Pro Tem Lum's question about Spark, and were there any plans at Spark to reduce or put forward any cost saving efforts whatsoever? And I thank her for asking that. And we basically got an 8-paragraph response saying no. And so they don't want to cut salaries or cut staff or anything to trim with the massive budget shortfalls that we're all replacing. And so this is our only opportunity to do that ourselves. And I think it's a entirely appropriate one. It's not because Spark hasn't done some good things over the years, but I can't shake this notion that every time we talk to them, I just get the sense that this is their value to the community is overstated dramatically. And even in that response where they talk about 600 people on their job board, and when he gave his presentation a couple weeks ago, he talked about, yeah, we have 600 jobs. And there's 52 jobs on there right now. Like, I just looked it up. There's 52 jobs up there on a job board. A bunch of them are for Spark themselves. And so I just find these exaggerations concerning to me. And I wonder what value we're getting. They're getting $4.5 million on top of this, plus all sorts of monies from all sorts of other communities. And I suggest that, I'm not going to vote for the 75,000 for Spark. I think that if they feel that their mission is so important, like he outlined in that response to Councilwoman Lum's question, then it'll happen with or without our $75,000. And I'm not interested in giving it to them. So that's why I asked to have this pulled off for a roll call vote.
Councilor Ramlawi.
Thank you. Before joining council, I was always suspect of the $75,000 that's gone to Spark. There are some issues. I won't say there's no issues with Spark and some of the matrix that we get and the numbers that are reported and the numbers that exist. There's always changes going on. There's always going to be an amount of data you can't collect or whatever. But I'm not here really to talk about that. I'm just here to say that right now with the economic uncertainty, I think it's probably more important to be involved with Spark and support Spark. It's like cutting back on advertising when your business is going down. I think it's important that we maintain the membership and try to improve if we're looking at problems that exist rather than completely cut our support for that. And I think the $4.5 million that you're talking about is the tax increment financing, and that's something that's completely different. And Spark helps to program a lot of that, but that's not necessarily Spark's money.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Tanner and Ramlawi. I will just say that the $75,000 contract for economic development services with Spark, I think it is a very cost-effective investment in economic development, vis-a-vis the city having its own economic development department or activity. I think actually we're fortunate to have Spark, and a couple of years ago, there were concerns regarding performance metrics. Those concerns have been addressed. And in recent months, Spark has really stepped it up. And I've had some exchanges with Mr. Krucko and others, and frankly, to thank them for what they have been doing over these last few months to reach out to local businesses and provide the needed support. And by all indications, they intend to continue that. And so I know many people greatly appreciate this added local business support that they're seeing from Spark. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Thanks.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I often complain about the money that we give to Spark because they do collect so much through their TIF collection. The $75,000 that we contribute actually is spent on things that they can't spend their TIF money on. And it's the kind of activities that we especially need during a recession. The question I did ask of Spark was whether or not they were maintaining their entire staff and whether or not anyone was seeing a reduction in salary like you see at the U of M or even the city. And they said they're maintaining their entire staff and they didn't answer the question about salaries. So I assume that everybody is continuing to be well paid. And that kind of offends me in face of the crisis that everybody else is going through and trying to struggle with. I'll be supporting the $75,000 tonight, but it troubles me that they are not showing the same fiscal restraint that other organizations are.
Councilmember Hayner.
I just want to speak to what we're getting for the 75,000. So if we're, and I see Mr. Krutko's on here, I mean, he can answer this, but I don't want to take up too much time here, but if we're buying into this share of their services for our community with this, just like they act on behalf of the county and the other communities, Ypsilanti and so on, how much of that share do we get to how much say do we have for our share? Can we make suggestions for the types of projects that we'd like to see Spark run here in the city? Can we ask for, micro loans to struggling small businesses, new businesses, minority-owned businesses, versus, giving money to Toyota, as an example? Like last year when I had to FOIA the redacted annual report to find out who those the businesses actually were who were receiving these funds, because they had them in there as a number instead of a name. And so, when I see that companies like Toyota are getting money from Spark, I think, well, that's all well and good I'm hard pressed to believe that Toyota needs a boost, as an example, but one example. And so I just wonder how much say do we get in the kinds of things we'd like Spark to work on? I mean, I think that this notion of, attracting high tech here to the city for all these years, when they're finding out perfectly well that they don't need office space anymore, that they're able to work from home. So now that they've been forced to work from home, I think that's a problem. I have concerns about this sort of house of cards. And so that's why I don't support this. I don't feel like I don't feel like the needs of to increase equity in our economic development actions are met by Spark.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
motion carries.
We now come to our first and only public hearing. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about an item on the agenda, that is to say, the subject of the public hearing. You need not have signed up in advance to speak at a public hearing, but your speech must relate to the specific subject matter of the public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak. The clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining, and will notify you when your time is completed. If you wish to speak at this public hearing, please phone in to the number on your screen. Please phone into the number on your screen. Please dial in the meeting code identified on your screen and raise your hand by indicating *9 to raise your hand to speak at this public hearing. Public hearing number one, public hearing number one, resolution number 4, confirming the proposed Jackson Avenue Sidewalk Gap Project Special Assessment, District number 61. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, there's a couple of callers. Caller 278. Caller 278, did you want to speak at the public hearing?
Oh, yeah. My name is Tong Lin. I'm the homeowner of the Trevor Road. I'm calling about the project resolution DC7. Yeah, first of all, the project is put the wrong person on the homeowner as a homeowner on the Trevor Road and did not communicate with me. It seems this is not a very good way to handle the serious project. So my name is on the city record, so I don't know why they put the wrong person there. I feel not very good. Secondly, I think the Nixon, Trevor Road, and Jackson, and Martin, all those three, Martin Drive, those 3 sidewalk projects, I use a special tax assessment to put a cost on the homeowner. This is a tax plus tax burden. It's too much for the homeowner, so I don't feel it's fair. So I suggest the dear mayor, council members to bring back this sidewalk project for further consideration. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Caller 985.
Thank you, City Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Julie Lin, and I'm calling about agenda number DC7, and I am one of the homeowners whose property are affected by Jackson Road and Nixon Road travel sidewalk project. I'd like to request the City Council to postpone all three sidewalk project resolution discussion to after the November election. Also, just like many other property owners, I object to use the special assessment to force the property owners on Nixon Road, Jackson Road, and Barton Drive to pay for the sidewalk project intended for the public benefit, not for the property owner's benefit. I talked to many of my friends, relatives who live in different cities in the America. They all agree that there are ordinances similar to another city's special assessment in their cities, but most of their city councils are reluctant to pass this kind of inequitable resolution to force the property owners to pay for building a sidewalk for fear of the backfire from their constituent. A project characterized by imposing extremely inequitable financial burden to a small group of targeting citizens will be like the needs of the city council kneeling down into the targeted property owner's neck, which is very cruel and will definitely result in the resentment and resistance from the affected property owners, and also exacerbate the constituent distrust to the council members who was voted by them to represent their interest.
30
if the
seconds.
City council feel differently, I would like to challenge them to share the burden of their constituents by paying part of the cost with their own money to prove their willingness to contribute to the so-called noble cause for the society benefit, not just targeting at a small group of another citizens who are financially, culturally, and politically disadvantaged, yet will meet that to vote for them with good faith. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for speaking.
Caller 701, did you have a comment?
I do, thank you. This is Shafu Ma. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents on Jackson Road. I've devoted countless hours to the sidewalk issue because the pain and frustration expressed by the residents of these sidewalk projects echo over and over. The property owners of Jackson Road, Barton Drive, Nixon Road sidewalk projects have real concerns. We did not ask for these sidewalks. We did not ask for these problems. Mr. Gary, an immigrant who has lived in Ann Arbor for over 30 years, told me that if it weren't for the help of the Habitat of the Humanities, he would never have been able to afford his home. Excuse me, he's looking forward to retiring soon. Since learning that he's being assessed nearly $9,000 for a sidewalk he did not request, he's panicked that he may lose his home. The cameras relay a similar story. They are facing a $15,000 assessment on their Habitat of the Humanities supported home. The Asian American residents along Nixon Road fear they're being ignored because of a language barrier. The Hamptons are battle-weary Barton Drive residents. In addition to their $14,000 assessment, they have to pay for less than perfect alteration to their driveway. And Matilda, who at 79 years old doesn't even have a computer, much less an email address, how does she object when she is sheltered in? These city council meetings give me an appreciation of how hard city council members work. Ours is just one item on a long list. I want to give a special shout out to council members Ramwali and Bannister. Councilmember Bannister has been amazing in her support of citizens' concerns despite having to swim against the current. I applaud her dedication to righting the injustice we feel. She's a refreshing reminder of what our city council members are elected to do. It discourages me to hear council members back away from supporting the concerns of citizens because they do not want to be on the losing side of a city council member vote. All I know is that failure is assured if no one has the courage to raise the issue. The empathy Councilmember Lum shows to previous property owners who have had to endure past special assessments is admirable. However, progress is made when we are brave enough to change what we know is not right. The wrongs of the past become the wrongs of those who allow them to perpetuate. The inappropriateness of using special assessments to pay for city-driven sidewalk projects and the faulty process has been pointed out to the mayor, city council members, and city administrators. The intent of sidewalks is to improve pedestrian safety and help our environment by reducing motorized traffic. Clearly, these objectives benefit the broader community and not the individual property owners. A fundamental element for the use of special assessments is that property owners especially benefit from the project. I've yet to hear what these purported benefits are. We
30
constitute a group
seconds.
of underrepresented citizens. We are made up of elderly, lower income, and immigrant tax-paying property owners. As social injustice felt by the Black community is being vocalized, please do not let the elderly, Asian, Middle Easterners, and lower income residents be discriminated against and steamrolled. We need you to listen, hear, represent, and protect us too. Please do not pass Resolution 4 for the Jackson Road assessment roll. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 797.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Lucy Ma, and I'm speaking on behalf of the We Ma Trust regarding Resolution 4. In general, it is concerning that council meetings and decisions recently have been made concerning the proposed sidewalk gap project were held at the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis, and thus the ability for residents to participate in state objections was significantly impaired. But my parents are heartened to learn that council are considering deferring the Jackson Road sidewalk decision to the November millage vote. A special assessment implies that property owners benefit especially from the sidewalk. My parents obtained no benefit from the addition of this sidewalk as their property, 3365 Jackson Road, is currently undeveloped. In fact, if this special assessment passes, their yearly property tax would increase by 41%. Imagine if this was your property and how you would feel if your taxes increased by this amount for a sidewalk you did not ask for. The addition of a sidewalk on an empty lot means an added burden and cost of maintaining the sidewalk once an inch of snow is on the ground, and would add a few $1,000s a year to property maintenance to shovel. And since my parents, who are in their 90s, do not live in Ann Arbor, they would have to hire a contractor to shovel, and they cannot confirm that the contractor actually shoveled, potentially subjecting my parents to fines for not shoveling the sidewalk. Since the sidewalk project is for the benefit of the general public, it should be paid for by the taxpayers. Please table this project until after the November millage vote. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Caller 978.
Hi, my name is Ching Chi Chen at 2725 Nixon Road. And I'm also impacted by the sidewalk project. And the thing I want to say is that I also do not agree with the way to impose special assessment on adjacent property owners. None of the property owners impacted by this sidewalk project agree that we benefit greatly from this new project. Instead, the cost of the new project should be paid for by a broader community who truly benefit from them. If the existing taxation mechanism is not convincing, it is important to act promptly, including on project not yet materialized. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Hi, I would.
Go ahead.
Please go on.
This is Anna Foster, Ward 5. I have a question for the council about this proposal. Would the special assessments for sidewalks be included as part of the existing poverty property tax exemption? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are a number of other callers on the line. They do not have their hands up. Do you want me to
Thank you.
check them?
If anyone has, I guess I'll say, there are a number of callers who are on the line. If you wish to speak at this public hearing with respect to resolution number 4, confirming the proposed Jackson Avenue sidewalk gap project, please indicate that you wish to speak by pressing *9, *9, if you have not yet already spoken.
Caller 034, go ahead.
Hi, yes, this is Melanie Cameron. I'm the property owner of 3415 Jackson Avenue. I'm just calling just to reiterate that this is not a decision made by me or my husband or something that we would want to add the burden to our household income and tax liability for our income right now with the extra $15,000 or $17,000 that's going to be assessed. To benefit the public that uses our property multiple times a day to go back and forth between the bus stop and their home. We feel that it would benefit the property or the public, but it would be a burden to us if we are assessed this amount of money. We do feel that it would be beneficial to table this proposal until the November millage to see what the general community votes upon and to use public funding for this sidewalk gap project. It is too much of a financial burden for all of us here on Jackson Road with us and then the Gary's next door being habitat owners. We were never notified of this project until the day before the last meeting. Our addresses are not on the project details. It is sent to the old Habitat office on April Drive. So we were kind of blindsided also, which is unfair to us. There's also the other property owners that, majority of them that's being assessed the property don't even live on the property. And again, if they're out of state to take care of the property sidewalk, as you're going to be required to, it's not feasible, and especially if they're an elderly couple. I just hope that council members take this into consideration, that this is not an asked for project by the homeowners, so we should not be required or even expected to pay this amount of tax assessable liability, which would increase my own taxes by $1,500 to $1,700 a year, which we're already paying in our city taxes, which are above most taxes that are around us. So
30 seconds.
Thank you for your time, and please consider tabling this vote.
Thank you very much.
Caller 423.
Yes, my name is Gary. I'm one of the homeowners whose property located along where it is proposed to put sidewalk at Jackson Road. As many of us you heard, I myself on the point to object to use special assessment to compare the property owners in Jackson Road, Nixon Travel, and Barton Drive to pay for sidewalk project intended for public benefit. Yes, we agree something is for public. It should be across the board, everybody to use to be charged, not for property owners who are resisting or unable to pay these expenses. And I'm kindly, as many others, to go fair equity. We request you to look that, and I hope tonight, and I'm kindly requesting council members, Mayor Taylor, and administrators to look in that side, because we live it many years. I'm almost live here U.S. citizen, almost over 34 years, and in Arbor most of my life. And as I'm homeowner, I survive it, and I'm very comfortable the way we have in Arbor as clean city, admirable, to propose our guests in foreign countries to come to Ann Arbor to meet with you, Council. I myself have an opportunity to meet with Mayor, and we, to his guidance, I took 2 times delegations from Kenya, several governors, and we proposed it to meet with Mayor Taylor to get his advice on how, as a role model, and everybody admired. In future, many people are seeking to meet with, to see how Ann Arbor City works and how it takes care of the people. And I hope today
30 seconds.
You will see that side, and I admire to listen to us, and it's America's role model, and I hope it will help us and few our side. And I kindly request council members to make that judgment on resolution 4. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, the remaining callers do not have their hands up.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing? If you wish to speak at this public hearing, please do so by indicating *9. *9. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. May I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes? We have before us the regular session meeting minutes of June 1st, 2020, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Minutes are approved. It's 9:37. I have 9:38. Let's reconvene, please, at 9:50. 9:50. On a short break. Thank you. a short break. Well, perhaps we shouldn't begin. I saw Councilmember Al-Mawi. We'll make another minute for Councilmember Bannister.
I made an effort to improve my lighting, and all it did was make me look even rounder. It's not working out, man. Somebody told me you're supposed to have lights on both sides. It's like a big pumpkin now.
All right, let's get going. We're at 9:52. C1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code zoning of 4.5 acres in PUD, planned unit development, to C3, Fringe Commercial District, MMG, Plymouth Road, mixed-use rezoning 3615 to 3621 Plymouth Road. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I have some questions, so I'm hoping Mr. Leonard is available. Is he with us?
I'm moving over Alexis DeLeo.
Okay. Just let me know when she joins. Okay, I see her, right?
Yep, I don't see Mr. Leonard.
Okay. There's Alexis. Thanks. Thank you. Hi, Alexis. So first, thanks for the responses to the questions. There were a couple others that a neighbor shared, and I certainly couldn't answer. So here I go. The one question, because this came up in concert with the concern about the traffic flow in and around this site. As you know, and it was noted by this individual, the plan, this is from the individual who wrote to us, the plan encouraged those going, this is when the Plum Market was developed, those going east to exit onto Green Road, then a dead end road, and then turn left onto Plymouth rather than turning left out of the site directly onto Plymouth Road, because that was believed to be a safer route. If those going east needed to cross all lanes of Plymouth to enter the expressway, as turning left from Green Road would allow a longer stretch of Plymouth to be used before the entrance was reached. It is very difficult to turn left or head east onto Plymouth Road at this Plymouth Road entrance for this site. And so the question about this traffic flow was how can the users of this site, which is shared with the Plum Market, be channeled east from the site in the safest possible way? And at what point does the intensity of traffic needing to go east become a safety risk? I know we're talking about the zoning, but so that's question one. And then another question was asked about how the traffic flow inside the site could be better designed so that what we have today, and I've seen this a lot of the large delivery trucks, some are even, semis, block part of the driveway off of Green Road to make their deliveries, and that conflicts with the other needs of the other, users trying to access the site. So if you can address those couple of questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lum. I propose, I don't feel that I'm the best person to answer these questions off the cuff. I will, I've taken some good notes, and I can consult with our traffic engineers about what what better things could be done. I could probably explain what the current situation is, but in terms of what better things could be done, I'll work with our traffic engineers on that one and get back to you should this pass to second reading.
Okay, thank you very much. Is this concern about these, large trucks blocking the drive, it makes accessibility a bigger issue, and so, and with this proposed site plan, there will be more delivery trucks, I would presume, serving the rest of the site with the same driveways. So thank you for that. And I will just say my comments, Mr. Mayor, or I can wait. I'll just go with my comments now. This situation does remind me a bit of the Garnett project that we recently went through. There was general agreement that the proposal itself improves the site, but there are questions with the zoning. In this case, I don't understand why there needs to be a rezoning at all from PUD, and especially when the zoning proposed, the C3 zoning, requires a pretty significant planned project modification to increase the height by 50%. And I did ask a question about this, that when you have a variance of that magnitude, 50%, that it's probably not an appropriate or the best zoning. The other two major benefits I see with the PUD, and it's been noted tonight, is the affordable housing contribution, and the fact that the C3 zoning allows a huge range of commercial uses, many of which wouldn't be appropriate for the site. And that has been also noted as a concern by some. By changing the zoning in perpetuity, those uses could become, quote unquote, by right. So, but I will just say, don't get me wrong, that I do think the proposal is a significant improvement to the property, even though I have these specific concerns about traffic flow and about the appropriateness of the 6 stories that are proposed. My major concern, though, is with the C3 zoning. And until I can get comfortable with that, I would have a difficult time supporting this ultimately. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to agree with what a couple of our callers said about this. I share the same concerns. My understanding of zoning is that you bring a project that best fits what's there. And if we're talking about going from PUD to a C3 with very large planned project modifications, and my understanding of that is that you have a planned project modification if there is a condition that arises on the site under the current zoning that doesn't allow you to build under that current zoning, and it's no fault of the petitioners also. And so it seems as though this doesn't even belong before us. This type of request, it seems more like the kind of thing that would be found on appeal. And so I couldn't find in the site plan or description what exactly was their, what was their hardship that was created by this site. And it doesn't, I just, maybe somebody could answer that for me. Like, what was the hardship that should allow us to not only rezone this, but to add to let them do a planned project modification? It's just, it really seems like word got out that there was this great workaround available to development here in the city, that they could ask for something that was inappropriate, but we'd slap a modification on it. We did it with 616 for very little benefit to the city. Every time we make these rezoning considerations, we have to think, what is the community benefit that's being added? What is the value to the entire community that's being added, not just to the developer, but by allowing these project modifications? And I just don't see it in this case. I would prefer that they came back under the existing zoning. And again, sorry if it, having to make these contributions to our affordable housing, stymies their profit motive in this case, or whatever. But that's just the way it goes. I don't have any desire to support this whatsoever. This zoning request change. It seems unnecessary to me. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yeah, sorry I'm late to the discussion. This is first reading, so I I plan to support it here and hear more of the arguments that will be made in the coming weeks and days. I'm just, you know, I understand my colleagues' concerns with why this is being asked to be rezoned. I mean, it's currently a PUD, which allows a lot of latitude of what can be done and provides a channel for community benefit. I just will caution against using, you know, this concern too far in really taxing development to fund our affordable housing goals. I understand the need and the desire and the spirit, but also just being cognizant of the fact that we need to be welcoming to investment and welcoming to business. I mean, not bending backwards and giving things away, but I think we need to be flexible in allowing for new development to occur in our community. There are benefits such as, you know, property taxes and quality of life issues, and you know, adding amenities to our community so people who come to visit us have places to stay, and takes the burden off of some other parts of the system. So I look forward to listening to a lot of discussion and adding more later. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Ms. DeLeo for being with us and answering our questions. It's very appreciated. And your work that led up to this, of course, as well. So I think, first of all, without the context of the site plan, I think generally a rezoning to C3 has merits in itself. The PUD that exists right now, we have to remember that any PUD district that's put on our zoning map throughout the city is essentially a custom zoning district that has very specific rules attached to it. So in this case, the PUD at this location is the only thing that can be built there is a Red Roof Inn and a Big Boy built to the corporate standards of Red Roof Inn and Big Boy in 1987. So Red Roof Inn and Big Boy wouldn't even redevelop this as is right now. So if you go from another PUD, we'd be starting that process from scratch, which is legitimate and a legal way to move forward with redeveloping this. But it wouldn't be taking advantage of the PUD that exists today. It would be a whole new PUD, which is its own whole new custom zoning district. I think, so I guess I'll leave it there for now. I think that's enough for first reading. We have a long night ahead of us. C3 is generally more flexible, which will give the community more opportunity to see something happen to this site long term. I guess I'll just make one other comment about planned projects. I think we have a planned project issue in our zoning code. I'll readily admit that right now there's something like 8 different criteria for which a petitioner can apply for a planned project. And you only have to meet one of those in order to legally fit the criteria by right to build a planned project. I shouldn't say by right, but to be able to take on a planned project. And so it's a really low threshold, and those 8 items that we ask for, those 8 criteria are kind of outdated when you think about what our new priorities are in terms of carbon neutrality, affordability. So the Planning Commission has actually been taking it upon ourselves to make some recommendations to overhaul those criteria, which we look forward to bringing to you all soon. But as our code is written right now, these people are playing by the rules with respect to planned projects. And I think that should be respected.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Councilmember Lum for asking some pretty excellent questions to the agenda this week. And a couple of them that stuck out for me were a question that she asked that prompted an explanation from staff about the nature of C3, and staff described the C3 as the city's version of a big box store commercial district for vehicle-oriented uses. And she also asked about if we had passed a transit-oriented development policy, that came before us right as COVID was hitting, would this have qualified? Would this have been allowed under a transit supported zoning district? And no, it wouldn't, because it does not actually include any residential uses. So I am inclined to not be super excited about this, just because of the answers that we got from staff explaining basically like what they're asking us to change it to. This doesn't sound like what we're aiming for. It's right next to a plum market. And so we're gonna just make we're just gonna make a great big pile of commercial up there that's oriented towards using vehicles. I was really, when we had a development in Ward 4 on Henry Street that at the time was right next to a Lucky's, there were some complaints about not enough parking, and I was excited because it was right next to a grocery store. And yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at that. I mean, I'll just leave it at that. Maybe I haven't decided yet how I'm going to vote, since it is just first reading, but I'm not super excited about changing the zoning to this.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. PUD zoning is kind of designer zoning. It's particular to a site plan. So this property is zoned PUD, and in order to build anything other than what's there now, they would have to rezone it to a PUD that has a different site plan attached to it, or a different plan of some sort. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that a PUD is much more suitable for this particular project than trying to bend the C3 zoning district to fit this project. PUDs are meant for projects that don't fit into a different zoning district definition.
Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Councilmember Bannister, I think my suspicion is that you, because I know you've been having technical problems. I think the phone is coming through the audio.
And thank you. So this doesn't fit C3. And so it is the perfect example of where we should have a PUD. And the project that they're proposing, I would be happy to approve if they brought it back as a PUD under those rules, because that's the purpose of a PUD. It's to give the flexibility where an existing zoning district doesn't work for the particular project. Giving a 50% height variance for this project is just a demonstration that C3 is not the appropriate zoning. I'm going to vote against it tonight because I don't think we should delay this developer's progress through the rezoning process as a PUD if we're eventually going to turn it down. I don't think that's fair to the developer to string him out to a second reading if this isn't going to succeed. So I'm going to vote against it tonight. I'll vote against it if it comes back for a second reading. Thank you.
Further discussion of C1. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I want to agree with what Councilman Eaton said. It's not I don't want anybody to think we're in this for the quest to squeeze affordable housing money out of development. It's just, that would be a happy benefit of them using a site plan, site zoning that was much more appropriate to this use, in my opinion. And I'm not sure if staff has done a calculation on what that amount might be to see if it would make or break this project on behalf of the developer. It would be disappointing if it did, but I think that's something that I would like to know as an aside to this notion that we might reject the zoning request and request something that seems more appropriate for us. Do I need to have a formal email request to staff to run the numbers on that, or what's the best method for that?
Mr. Crawford or Ms. DeLeo?
Councilmember Hayner, I can get back to you with a more in-depth answer should this pass. But the underlying zoning, the current PUD has no residential component to it, and hotel use is not considered residential.
Right.
The whole notion of affordable housing contribution would not come into play in this case. We are not talking about an increase in residential density.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That's why it's like it's not really hanging on this notion of we're gonna get something that we are in desperate need of by rejecting a zoning request. For me, I'm more interested in zoning it appropriately. So
in a follow-up to that question, if this was zoned as a PUD, it would still have to provide some public benefit. Is that correct?
We counsel applicants when they are amending a PUD. The amendment process is the same as you are amending an ordinance because the PUD supplemental regulations are adopted and are attached to the UDC. So we counsel them that it's the same process as going through a rezoning, going through an ordinance amendment, but you have the added burden to prove that your changes equal the benefits that were achieved before the change. And we can, I can elaborate, we can discuss, if you'd like to discuss what are the current benefits of the PUD. I can tell you that the proposed site plan comes with 2 benefits for the plan project modifications, and I would assume that they would try to turn these into PUD benefits. The site plan comes with 30% minimum open space being provided where 0 is required, either in the current PUD or in the C3 district. And also they have commitments to providing solar panels on the roof of both the new hotel and the restaurant. The percentages are in the site plan transmittal memo. But those would be the benefits that they are proposing just with the current proposal. And I would imagine if they were to, instead of rezone, they would amend the PUD, that those would be their proposed benefits. And then it would be up to the council to evaluate whether those benefits provide equal or more benefit as the current PUD.
Thank you.
Further discussion of C1. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister? I think she's trying to call in.
She should just unmute herself because we heard her before.
Councilmember Bannister, you are on mute.
Unmute.
Just.
Do you want to give a thumb?
Can we do that?
Try again, Jackie.
Please let me in.
We can hear you,
We can hear you, Ann.
Okay, I would like to vote no, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold? Councilmember Griswold?
That didn't work either.
No.
Councilmember Long?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Motion carries.
C2, an ordinance to amend section 1209 of chapter 8, Board and Commissions of Title 1 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of C2. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? C2 is approved. DS1, resolution number 4, confirming the proposed Jackson Avenue Sidewalk Gap Project Special Assessment, District number 6-1, moved by Councilmember Rumlawi, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DS1. Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you. I have worked with the residents here on this, and we had a Zoom meeting last week with Councilmember Bannister, with many of the residents here and other parts of our community being affected by these special assessments. You know, it's becoming extremely clear to me that we have a system that is not functioning well, not serving the community or city staff for that matter. Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure, but I move to postpone, or not postpone, but table this. Table this resolution and see if there's support in tabling this at this point.
Seconded by Councilmember Smith.
I would actually suggest that we postpone it until the second meeting in November.
Once there's the motion to
There's been a tabling. There's been a motion to table. I guess that's on the floor. And is it seconded?
Both Councilmember Smith and I seconded.
I guess I wasn't sure whether Smith's was seeking
I'm sorry.
recognition or roll call vote, please, to table. Starting with Councilmember Bannister.
To clarify, Mayor, was that seconded by Councilmember Smith?
Eaton.
Eaton, thank you. Councilmember Bannister?
Well, I would vote yes to tabling it, but I do think that there's some confusion about how we're going to handle all these sidewalk issues tonight. And I was wondering if I could ask for Mr. Postma, maybe.
Point of order.
Yeah, we're kind of rolling on a vote.
I had my hand raised before we rolled to the vote, and I wasn't called on.
Councilmember Ramlawi was first on the queue per the hand raised. He preceded both you and Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Smith preceded you as the hand raised. Councilmember Ramlawi made a motion to table, which has been seconded. Motions to table. There's no debate for the motions to table. I guess I'm not a big fan of motions to table, but we have them and we're moving forward because we have them. We have a roll call vote. How do you wish to vote on the tabling? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes, but I think it's very confusing.
Well,
so yes to table.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Motion carries.
DC 1, resolution declaring June Pride Month in the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, Grand, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DC 1. I'd like to step in on this, and I say I'm delighted I am that we're moving forward on this declaration of June as Pride Month, and with today's decision from the United States Supreme Court, it is a rare moment of joy and delight in progress in a broken country. The news today from the court was as unexpected as it was incredible. LGBTQ members of our community are now free from invidious discrimination under the Civil Rights Act. It's incredible. And it is the testament to the work done by so many activists throughout our community, state, and country, lawyers throughout the community, state, and country, moral leaders, them stating time and time again that discrimination against LGBT community members is abhorrent and contrary to the values of civil society. And we're so proud. I think we're so proud to be declaring June as Pride Month. We are all in it together. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I support everything you said. Also want to thank Third Ward resident Travis Regina, who's the LGBTQ liaison to the mayor's office, and for bringing this forward. There was also a mention about flying some flags for Pride Month that I hope will be noted. So request for both the rainbow and transgendered flag to be flown. So I hope that we can go forward with that. And just want to also note the work done by advocates very publicly, and then also a lot of conversations that have just happened with families and coworkers and friends that might have been uncomfortable, but have seen over the course of just a few decades a really radical shift in our thinking about marriage equality and civil rights and LGBTQ rights. So I just, given the context of everything that's happening in the world, looking forward to other uncomfortable conversations.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to Travis Regina, the LGBTQ liaison to the mayor's office, and the Third Ward resident. Also, thank you to Jason Morgan, another Third Ward resident and the president of the Washington County Board of Commissioners, who helped me with the language. I'm very grateful. June is a month to celebrate, and the Supreme Court ruling gives us a lot to celebrate. I think for LGBTQ neighbors and allies in the community, so much focus and attention is spent on fighting for basic civil rights, and June is a time to celebrate love and celebrate identity in a safe environment. And I'm so grateful that we can do that in this body, and that we have awesome activists and organizers who are getting our virtual Pride organized as well.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I want to thank the mayor for his statement. It pretty much covered the ground that needed to be covered. I won't repeat all of it. And I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I believe that we already spoke to this through our policy agenda, but I just note that the second resolve clause, the city council is calling on Michigan legislator to pass legislation to expand Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act. And, we had this conversation at home today when the news started coming out about the Supreme Court decision is our state protections going to be as important as they were, or more important than ever, as the federal courts change, and it seems like a very dynamic situation. And so I think it's appropriate that we have it in there. I don't know what happens when we create this as when we declare June a Pride Month here in the city. That's in perpetuity. Is that correct? Like June is Pride Month now, or do we have to do it every year? Or can we just say, let's recognize June as Pride Month in the city of Ann Arbor? I didn't see any timeouts or any dates or anything on there. I just wasn't sure how this happens.
Tends to be annual, I think, unless someone thinks otherwise.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe
But
maybe next
I
year
could be wrong too.
I don't know. It's always been Pride Month for me and our friends and family who are in the community. And so I assume that this would go on forever, but maybe we do need to do it every year. I wasn't sure. And which is why that second resolve clause was interesting, because hopefully that will happen. And then it'll just kind of be floating out there if it's not renewed annually. So more of support than questioning. It's just something that came up when I was reading through our packet.
Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DC2, resolution for override of mayor's partial veto of R20-177, moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Amlawi. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I brought this to override your veto, the partial budget veto, because I feel very strongly that the general funds that are returned to us from the community mental health and public safety millage should be applied specifically to our great needs around community mental health. And the notion that we are encumbering funds that are really part of the general funds is just antithetical to everything that I've learned so far from being on council. I don't think we should do that. And I think it's extra inappropriate to do that now when there are so many needs in our community for mental health considerations, social service considerations, and so on. And so I'm asking my colleagues to join me in overturning your veto so that the majority of the council who's decided how this money should be unencumbered and remain flexible to be spent on things that come forward in these troubling times has their voice and the voice of the residents heard. When it's been a real challenge to contemplate how to address these needs in our community. And, in 2014, when Orr Rosser was killed, and in 2015, you may recall as a new mayor, Mr. Mayor, that you actually made a public statement about that. And I agree with some of the things you said. In fact, I agree with almost everything you said in that statement. And you did say that appalling racial injustice and disparity continue to degrade our society and must be fought at every turn. And I agree. But you also said that you believe that Officer Reed was justified in his actions. And then you went on to say that it wasn't a tragedy of racism, but they were a tragedy of mental illness untreated. And, we're not going to treat mental illness until we can fund treatment for mental illness. And we're not going to fund treatment for mental illness until we turn these funds from the mental health millage into general funds that we can spend properly. And so I'm asking everyone to join me in overturning this veto so those funds are available for mental health treatment. I don't think I think it's perfectly appropriate in especially in this environment to use those, as I would imagine the great majority of the county community felt they were to be used. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to this, even though I know how the vote is going to go. It's rather predictable. Now that I've been on council for 2 years, I know how this is going to roll out. But I will take the opportunity to put my name on this and oppose this policy as long as I'm sitting on council. It is not the type of government that I would adhere to or advocate for, where we tie the hands of future councils with promises by other councils. We have a fiduciary responsibility every year to vote on the budget and allocate our resources to our priorities. And I find it very troubling to put handcuffs on folks who are elected to serve and who have the responsibility to do that with promises of prior council members. We have a crisis in our country, and many of them actually, and one of them is mental health. And we've heard from hundreds of different constituents throughout our city, in fact, probably thousands, the need to increase funding for mental health and services for the most disadvantaged. And we are kept from doing that because of a prior promise made by folks that no longer sit as elected officials. And we are kept from exercising our right and our vote, from matching our dollars to where our priorities are. And I will continue to challenge this and find ways to redirect that money so it's treated the way it really is, which is general fund dollars. I've had the pleasure now of working with 2 city administrators, and both city administrators have told me that these monies are general fund dollars. I don't know why we're playing games using different words and different promises from people that no longer exist to perpetuate a faulty notion.
Further discussion? Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I did have my hand up.
Yeah, I saw you up and then popped off. So,
Yeah, thanks for catching that.
Councilman Lum.
I appreciate that, that you caught that. I will be supporting this resolution to override the partial veto, but I don't think there are the 8 votes necessary to override it. And given that and the long agenda we have tonight, I won't go into all the reasons why. I'll just throw out 2. I would say to this that the mayor knows well that permanently earmarking unrestricted general fund dollars like the mental health village dollars is unprecedented. And the reason it's unprecedented is that it's simply very bad governance practice. And secondarily, again, I cite many reasons, but I won't do it tonight. It's all about flexibility, and this limits flexibility. It binds future councils, and it is wholly inconsistent with council's obligation and responsibility to determine spending priorities annually, reflecting the needs at the time. Again, it's all about flexibility. So I will just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've gone back and forth on this, and I do agree with Mayor Taylor on the priorities of climate action, affordable housing, and pedestrian safety. But just tonight, hearing the public comments from ICPOC Chair Dr. Jackson, she urged us to invest in community mental health. Then it was followed by Ann Arbor NAACP President William Hampton saying that we needed to hire more mental health workers. And then, of course, our own Glenn Nelson, who pointed out many good points, but also that the money is actually going to fix a couple of our dam repairs at Superior and Barton. So for that reason, for all those reasons, including what Councilmember Hayner and Ramlawi and Lum said, I too am going to be voting to try and override this veto. Thank you.
Councilmembers Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one council member, Ackerman. So about 2 a.m. and then who knows. I think it's important to rewind the clock back to 2017 and remember what voters voted on wasn't just a mental health millage. It was a public safety and mental health millage, which means that every year, because we voted in support of it, we send about $3.5 million to community mental health, which is fantastic. And we send another $3.5 million to the sheriff's office. Because we have our own police department and the county board saw fit that it wasn't fair to Ann Arbor taxpayers to be double taxed for police, we receive a rebate back for about $2.2 million each year. So when we pay that $1 mil property tax to the county, again, 3.5 going to mental health, 3.5 going to sheriff, and 2.2 coming back to the city. As city council at that time looked at what the priorities we heard from the community was and where we spend our money in our budget, we found that there were 2 enormous gaps between what people demand and what we funded as leaders. And those really circulated around affordable housing. People want and desperately need affordable housing in this community, especially those who suffer from mental illness. And yet we had an affordable housing fund at 0. We had no recurring revenue to ever put money into that fund, and any opportunities to sell publicly owned land to boost those funds were vanishing. Climate action. The community demands that we be a progressive leader in the state, in the Midwest, in the nation, especially in the Trump presidency, that we take action, meaningful action on climate change. We had a budget at the time below $200,000 a year for climate action. And then finally, pedestrian safety. There was an outcry after a number of high-profile accidents that took lives and seriously injured others, that we act on pedestrian safety. And the city administrator at the time, Howard Lazarus, immediately put $1.2 million into his first budget. But we wanted to dedicate even more. And so that's how we came to this. They were seriously underfunded community priorities that, if they're not protected, will in the future very well could become underfunded again. And this earmark is the most surefire way to protect those dollars. And I'll be glad to support that in whatever form that takes.
Further discussion? Councilmember Amlawi.
Yeah, I just would like to keep pushing back that if we're looking for secure funding for these programs, that we should be put that on the ballot language and have the millages directly prescribed to these issues. If we feel that the community feels as strong as they do about all these things, and I'm sure they do on many, then we should be comfortable and confident in putting it in a ballot language that that's how the millage money should be spent. And we shouldn't be relying on a promise to do it with. So I'll just leave it at that.
Councilmember Grant. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hayner on the queue.
So this, just a reminder that we fully funded climate action and the affordable housing efforts equivalent to the 40 and 40. This is speaking to the 20, which is the dregs of this. And while I don't think any of those are appropriate, I do believe that affordable housing is the most complete and directly related to a mental health issues. And if that money was channeled properly, we would be able to supplement it with this other 20% left over. And so, this veto was, not only was it, I don't believe it was necessary whatsoever, but basically what we're doing is, what the mayor's doing here is going against the majority of council's wishes to have the tiniest amount of that funding, 20% of the total funding, remain flexible for needs in our community. And I find it very odd. And so we're only talking about this 20. We have not defunded affordable housing. We have not defunded climate action, quite the opposite. So I just want to throw that out there. So, a vote against this resolution is, saying that, pedestrian safety, however you define that, is more important than mental health issues. Because I would happily bring a resolution at the next meeting, if this passes, to dedicate and earmark those funds to appropriate mental health uses and needs in our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. We didn't have the ability to change the language on the ballot when the county passed this millage, because there's a county millage. So we did the best we could, I think, 3 times over by voting for this policy and communicating that to the community. And when I hear from people, they want us to keep that promise and to protect these critical funds. So that's what I intend to do as long as I'm sitting here, and continue to keep that promise that I made. And there are so many council policies that we follow from councils before. It's not like you wipe the slate clean. That's not how it works. You've got to change the policy. And this idea that somehow this money, it just would go back into the general fund. And it's not protected, especially in this time. So now more than ever, we need to protect funds for these critical programs when everything's on the chopping block, and make sure that we have at least some sort of floor, if not a ceiling. So I'll be voting no, and I'll continue to support this policy.
Further discussion? I'm going to vote no, obviously, for a couple of different reasons. Of course, I believe that the 40-40-20 pledge was a pledge to voters in advance of them going to the polls, telling them how we were going to be spending their money. And I believe that creates upon us an obligation of honor. And I intend to fulfill that obligation as best I can, while I have the authority to do so. With respect to, as has been observed, these budgets, this budget that we passed this year does include monies for climate action, does include money for affordable housing. But to my eye, the only reason to pull back on the 40-40-20 pledge is to put those monies in play. That I think is the natural result, and that's something that I'm not willing to countenance. Having an established income stream for climate action is an incredibly important part of achieving our carbon neutrality goals. If it can't plan, if OSI can't plan, we can't get to where we need to go, and they can't plan without a reliable funding floor. And so, I think this is another important reason why it's very important that we maintain the 40-40-20 pledge. The issue of mental health has arisen, and of course has increased currency now. And I'm kind of glad that Councilmember Hayner brought to the fore that statement from 2015, because if I were making that statement today on the subject, I would have framed it differently. Because I do believe that the absence of mental health funding, I believe the absence of proper housing, I believe the absence of healthcare services, proper services for those who are suffering from addiction, that is the result of racism. That's the result of white supremacy. I think if we lived in a more just society, that didn't have that was not born of white supremacy, that our social safety net, the services that we provide to those in need, would be expanded. I believed it then, I believe it now, but I didn't articulate it well during that statement. So it probably wasn't your intention to give me an opportunity to revise, Councilmember Hayner, but I'm glad that the issue is raised. I will say too that community mental health continues to be something that's incredibly important to our community. Obviously, we provide regular funds to the county for community mental health. Obviously, through the millage, we in Ann Arbor provide millions of supplemental dollars every year to community mental health. And I'll go further to say, as Interim Administrator Crawford indicated in the budget presentation, we as a city add on to that even further. We add on to that even further to the tune of $350,000. The provision of mental health service. And I would say finally, that no matter how we get there, I know that we as a community are going to rethink how we provide public safety, what web of policing and social service support that we participate in, that we with our other governmental partners. And I'm confident that additional social workers, additional mental health professionals, crisis intervention professionals, that's going to be part of the equation, and I'm glad of it. So it's not to diminish the importance of that function. That function is incredibly important, but it is also important that we fund in a reliable manner affordable housing, climate action, and pedestrian safety. Councilmember Bannister.
Maybe had a question for Mr. Crawford on this, because we've heard different opinions here. But it's my understanding that in our budget, we will be funding more than $990,000 for climate action and more than $990,000 for affordable housing, and probably pretty close to $440,000 or more on pedestrian safety. And then, as Mayor Taylor mentioned, millions on mental health. So my understanding is that whether we call it 40-40-20, or we are going to take care of our budgetary needs to the best of our ability, whatever we call it. Is that correct, Mr. Crawford, that we really are going to spend more than $1 million on each of our priorities we're talking about?
You do have funds allocated from other funds besides the millage fund to your priorities. Yes.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Sorry, Councilmember Bannister?
Right.
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Umlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
motion fails.
DC3, resolution in support of more substantive civilian review of policing practices and incidents, moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a pretty simple resolution. It's another one of these situations where state policy is an obstacle to what we want to do. There is a database maintained by, well, it's called the Law Enforcement Information Network, and it contains a lot of information that our ICPOC thinks would be helpful to them in investigating and understanding some of the situations that they're looking into. And I know and I understand that this has been a topic of discussion for some time, and I'm hopeful that this current climate is an opportunity for us to make some headway and have some influence. I guess some time ago it was said that it was a non-starter to ask for lien access, but like I said, I'm hopeful that if we lobby the governor and lobby our state representatives, maybe we can make some progress. So this information network is right now restricted to only entities that are defined as law enforcement agencies. And I found a lot of exceptions in our state policy where they said, well, you know, this will qualify as a law enforcement agency, and this situation will qualify as a law enforcement agency. Situations that don't look like a regular police department. And so what I'm arguing is that really our ICPOC is a law enforcement agency insofar as we have created a law, we've created an ordinance that we want civilian oversight of our police department. And so I hope this will be unanimous. And I want to thank in our legal department, Arian Slay, for helping with this. She added a couple resolve clauses to clarify that this isn't just a slam dunk of convincing our state government. They have there's some coordination with federal agencies as well, because there's some federal information in the lien database. So I hope everyone will support this as a way of supporting independent review of our police through ICPOC, because it's something that ICPOC has wanted for some time. Thanks.
Councilmember Umlawi. Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman, for bringing this forth. As everyone's aware, myself and Councilmember Lum serve as liaisons to ICPOC, and it became clear early on that this was a roadblock that stymied a lot of the information that ICPOC was requesting at the time and still does. There's only qualified individuals who are able to review and retrieve the information that is necessary to conduct the investigations. You know, we were told at the time that it, like you said earlier, it was a non-starter, and we really didn't challenge the policies that are in place that prevent a more autonomous civilian oversight commission. Credibility and effectiveness. So here I would like to just point out where there was collaboration with my colleagues. I know Councilmember Nelson, my attention. Am I not legible?
It's it's been difficult to hear you for a moment.
I would just like to point out the level of collaboration that Councilmember Nelson has exhibited in bringing this forward. She reached out to myself and Councilmember Lum, I believe, to ask us our opinion on this and asked us for any questions that we might have had on it and whether we would be supportive of it. And she gave us plenty of time to review it. And it's welcome. It's welcomed when you're an elected official sitting on a commission as important as ICPOC, that you're respected in that role and given the courtesy to be involved in the policy that is being discussed and shaped. And so I just want to thank my colleague for giving me that opportunity to be involved as a liaison to that commission and who understands the need of the commission a little bit more than some of the colleagues who are not sitting through those meetings. So I will speak more to involvement or the lack of involvement later on in this meeting.
Councilor Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to also thank Councilmember Nelson for taking the lead on this. I'm certainly obviously happy to be a co-sponsor with Councilmember Ramlawi. And I also appreciate that Councilmember Nelson reached out to us to seek our input. That was greatly appreciated. So thank you very much. As has been noted by and why Councilmember Nelson took the lead to bring this forward, in order for ICPOC to be able to effectively do what we've all asked them to do, to make recommendations on policing policies and procedures and to review particular incidents, they need access to relevant information. And again, as Councilmember Nelson explained, that's what this resolution is intended to do, to request the governor to include civilian police oversight commissions as entities with access to the law enforcement information network. And clearly this is just the first step in a very involved process towards that end. But as staff has indicated, it is the necessary first step. So thank you, Councilmember Nelson, very much. And I too hope we can all support this tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I too want to congratulate Elizabeth for thinking of this, because a lot of us had been suffering under this problem, and this solution had not occurred to me. So I congratulate you on your keen legal background, that you identified how to solve this problem and you implemented it well. And I wholeheartedly support things that support the civilian police oversight and support Chief Cox most of all in his implementing of community policing. So I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. And I would also like to ask, I noticed that Chief Cox is on the line, and I just wanted to offer that if he had any additional context to add to what we're doing here, I would welcome him to do so. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just only say that anything that we can do to help IPOC have access to the information they need to look at what we do and be as transparent as possible, I'm all for. So, you know, I am in agreement with your request, and hopefully the governor is able to, you know, do that. So thank you.
Councilmember Lum. I'm sorry, Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Nelson for bringing this forward. I first heard about this at our Human Rights Commission meeting last week, and it was, I think, rightly well received by that commission. You know, but I also understand that you can also only work with so many council members at a time and not violate Open Meetings Act, which sometimes we have to make those calls. At the, you know, this issue with any complex policy and, you know, issues with, you know, police brutality amongst them and police oversight, we often run into, there's just institutional barrier after institutional barrier after institutional barrier. And I think the feeling that we need to make these changes, and it really does feel like we're at a tipping point where people are open to making these changes, and we need to just be bolder in our asks. And just because it wasn't done before doesn't mean we shouldn't keep asking. So I hope this is one of many of these resolutions that comes forward where we can look at starting to chip away at these policies one by one that prevent us from doing meaningful oversight and making change in public safety. And I'd like to, as a representative of HRC, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Hayner, were you on the queue? Did I, by accident, take you off?
I was. I just had a question about the implementation of this were it to come
Please.
to fruition through executive order. So, you know, I'm fully support this as one of many tools we need to give back to IPCs or the Oversight Commission. So I think it's awesome. And my concern is, and it's not really a concern, it's just a question for the future, is if this is granted by executive order, will that open up part or all of this information to the Oversight Commission as requested? And my second part of that question would be, in what do we need to describe a process for the commission to have this request, or is that buried in there somewhere and I just missed it? Like, if this does happen, and hopefully it does, how are they to go about accessing this? I know there's, you know, IT mechanics involved around it, and Chief Cox, you know, he's got some IT people working on all sorts of things over there. I don't know who'd be the best to answer that, but how would this information come to them? How would they access it? And how would the requests be structured in such a way that it didn't lead to, excessive use of that system? Because I know that one of the reasons that the lean network is set up the way it is, law enforcement has access to this. There's all kinds of personal data in here. Are there any FOIA requirements or redactions or anything that would go on, Mr. Postma? Is there must be limitations on what is shown to the public in some way.
There would be limitations, and there are severe consequences for violating lien. That's why there's all these rules. And so nothing's a non-starter. I understand the concern about institutional issues, but the first thing that needs to be done in any case is to identify what those barriers are, and those have been identified for some time. And I do appreciate Ariane Slay in my office, bringing that up, talking to ICPOC about it. We've raised this before. So the important thing about raising the institutional barriers is that those can be changed. We've seen that before. Ann Arbor's been on the forefront of all sorts of changes in law, and so this is a proper way to go about it. But how it would come down through the executive order, what it would look like, it's just not clear to me right now, because there are restrictions, and as the chief knows, there's all sorts of problems, and the last thing we want is citizen volunteers to be facing a misdemeanor violation.
Yeah, it's my understanding. When I looked up on some of this stuff, like, I mean, we all know that any kind of data management systems are ripe for abuse, right? And so we've all heard the tales of the angry ex-boyfriend looking up plate numbers and doing all kinds of horrible things with that access to data. I wouldn't suggest that this would be misused in any way by our folks, but I know that there are extreme penalties. We don't want to put them in a situation where they accidentally, cross some kind of line. So, but I mean, I think it's great. I know that's a conversation we're gonna be having in a year, I'm guessing, by the time this happens, but the sooner this happens, the better.
Yeah, there's no implication that they would abuse it. It's just sometimes the rules aren't as clear, and an inadvertent violation of something is still a harsh result, and the law is sometimes not forgiving.
Right. Yeah, I want to protect them from any kind of unfortunate accidents like that, I guess, was my question. So when this comes back, if they do have access, I assume we'll have your assistance in creating some rules around that access that let it work for them.
My hunch is if they make any change at the state, they'll provide guidance within that. But
okay.
I'm not quite sure how it works, and actually Chief Cox may be able to may have more information on it than I do. He's really the expert.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to ask him these at our monthly scheduled meeting today, but I got drawn away from it. So.
Well, I'll attempt to answer. And so I believe the issue really is, lien is certainly run through the state, but it's a federal system through CJIS. And these guidelines, the state are really following a federal guideline regarding some of this stuff. So the state, I'm sure the state will do what they can, and maybe with all the interest in reform, maybe that's something that the federal government might be able to change some of the definitions or criteria to have access to lien. And I think that's what really the issue is. This is a federal issue that every state has to follow to have access to to the federal government's database. So I would say in the atmosphere that we're in today, I think this is something that can probably change. So, in my opinion. So,
thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Nelson, for bringing this forward. I think it's fantastic. I'm also encouraged because Governor Whitmer ran on a platform of transparency and equity in the wake of the Flint crisis. And I mean, this is a very tangible policy that helps local governments be more transparent in the context of police oversight. And it's a tangible policy that has long-term implications to equity, where we get community members more intimately involved with oversight and policymaking in police departments. So I think this is awesome. I would also humbly like to be a co-sponsor, only as a concerned citizen, no commission affiliation.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It is approved. DC4, resolution to authorize the administrator to provide notice that the city will not exercise rights of first refusal for covenant-restricted housing units at Stone School, Townhomes, and Ashley Muse. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks. Just for context for colleagues, this came out of some constituent service that I've been doing for a resident in the Stone School townhomes. We are part of some deed restrictions across town that make us an enforcing agency on affordability covenants for sale units. So Ashley Muse and Stone School townhouses are two of those. Right now, it's a pretty laborious process. Anytime someone wants to sell one of their affordable units, there are quite a few hoops that need to be jumped through. Some of them are, absolutely appropriate and ensure long-term affordability and ensure that the next homeowner will be successful. Oftentimes, first-time homeowners. This is one of those hoops that is kind of unnecessary red tape that requires anytime a affordable housing unit owner wants to sell to another person who qualifies for affordable housing, we would essentially have to vote to give them permission to do so. And this would delegate that authority to the city administrator. Right now, this is the president of the HOA down there who's served her neighbors in our community really well for a long time, and just for personal reasons needs to move. And this is just belaboring that process for her in a pretty untenable way. So thanks for your support. I think it'll smooth things over for residents long term.
Councilmember Nelson.
I don't know if my question is directed at Councilmember Ackerman or our staff, but I do appreciate that explanation, Councilmember Ackerman. I'm always a little bit uncomfortable when we're crafting a policy or voting to make something happen for the benefit of just one person. But as I read this, I was trying to understand, and I actually, Councilmember Eaton and I did a coffee hour collaboratively this morning, and we got a couple questions on this particular one. So are we lifting this requirement for the both of those communities, Ashley Muse and Stone School Cooperative, like indefinitely? Are we saying that this procedure is not going to be, as Councilmember Ackerman described it, like the jumping through the hoops? This is not going to be an obstacle for any of the restricted units in either of those developments moving forward?
Yeah, so for these units, we have the right to first refusal. And so, this would essentially say the city administrator has the discretion about whether or not we execute that right to first refusal. And so in this case, our housing fund dollars are already earmarked, so there's no way we're going to execute the right to first refusal. Also, it's a for sale model, and that's not really integrated into our housing commission strategy right now, or their like core competencies. It could be in the future, but that's a broader conversation. And so essentially this is delegating the authority to Mr. Crawford and his successors in the future, that they can make that determination case by case, and could do so in consultation with council. But it gives them the ability to fill out that paperwork without an affirmative vote, yes or no, from us.
Thank you for that. The other question I have, maybe more appropriate for staff. I'm just curious, the covenant restrictions, do they have an end? Is there a sunset date? Is there a point at which they end? I mean, so if we are giving the city administrator discretion around these units, that it's not we aren't affirmatively gonna have to give permission every time. Is there a point at which somebody needs to be paying attention to are they they're not covenant restricted forever, are they?
I was under the impression Stone School Townhomes was. I can't speak to Ashley News, but I'll defer to others.
Mr. Prosta may have seen the details, but my understanding is they are permanent covenant restrictions.
Yes. Yeah, I believe that's the case. Mr. McDonald's not here for tonight, and he could check into it, but I believe that they are very long term. Yeah.
Well, I guess my only question then is if our model for affordable housing is not buying units like this, I guess I'm a little uncomfortable about making a policy that's applying to 2 developments only. If there's a whole category of properties that this policy should apply to. Can anybody speak to that? I mean,
it's a unique case when we are named in the deed as an enforcing agency. I don't know if these are 2 cases of that, but that is an interesting question. Originally, my inquiry was solely on Stone School Townhomes, but it felt parallel to Ashley News, which was why there was the addition. But I don't know if there are others.
Yeah, as to other properties, Councilmember Nelson, I just have to look into it and get back to you. I just don't know. Kevin would know. He could not be here tonight.
Councilmember Ackerman, would it be a hardship for your constituent if we postponed this?
It honestly would be. And we're in the awkward situation now where we wouldn't be able to vote on the right to first refusal probably for a couple weeks either.
Right, okay. Okay. Now I get it. Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I appreciate it. That's why I asked the question. I was curious to know the answer. Yeah, okay.
Councilmember, with the answer, things could be expanded in the future. Additional resolutions could certainly cover those.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I think what Councilwoman Nelson was getting at was my concern over this, that we didn't want to have a situation where we were rightly facilitate a sale, if that's what we have to do to step back from that so that happens, that's perfectly fine. But then we don't, are we giving up in perpetuity our right to, like, we don't want a situation like that happened on the courthouse square where after, that covenant expired and all of a sudden we're going to lose so many units of senior affordable housing or so many units of affordable housing in this location or that location. So, that's a concern about this. It's not, it's nothing personal to these issues. It's just a overarching consideration of due diligence on us passing on potential affordable housing issues or units that if we enforce that covenant, that's a good thing. I think. I know it appears that it comes with a little bit of paperwork or legwork each time a new tenant comes in there to do the means test for them. But I don't want to be in a situation where we've accidentally waived our right to interject on hundreds and hundreds of units of affordable housing somehow. So, Mr. Postman, you think that could be built back up again by future resolutions?
Again, I'd have to look at the specifics of all of the agreements before I fully answer that, but we can provide an answer to you.
Okay.
One thing to
That's-
note, one thing to note is the resolution just talks about this situation, that the city administrator has the authority to notify the seller that the city will not be exercising its right of first refusal. It seems to be written for this specific transfer.
Mhm.
And it's specific to the units, to like it's a named address?
Councilmember Ackerman, do you know the name of is it one unit?
Because it looked like it was generally stated.
Yeah, my
Trying to click back to-
understanding was that this was general.
The resolution speaks to Stone School Townhomes and Ashley Muse without regard to unit
Yeah.
particularity.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if it should be modified to specifically speak to this unit. I don't know, just.
If I could, Councilmember Hayner, trying to help this constituent navigate this system, removing this red tape would really expedite the process of helping a moderate income homeowner sell their unit to a moderate income household.
Councilor Smith.
We went through this exercise back in 2016, I think, with the unit at Ashley Muse. Same sort of kind of, it comes up as a last minute hitch in the deal for the buyer and the seller. I think that this addresses it. I don't have any tremendous concern. I think it is one of these things that gets overlooked a lot until the final I's are ready to be dotted. So I think this is probably the most efficient solution to try and facilitate these sales of these deed restricted units. And to have the administrator aware that they have to sign off on this, and I just don't have any concern with it. So happy to support it. Zach, thanks for bringing it up. Happy to support your constituent.
Further discussion? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I was wondering perhaps if there's somebody who was around when Ashley Muse was built, and what was the genesis? I apologize if it was already discussed. What was the genesis because of our policies? I'm just wondering again what the intent was. I mean, if it's going to be left in perpetuity as affordable housing, we're not changing the economics of the housing. What was the intention?
Councilmember Lum, I'll let you speak to the history, but if I could, I do see the benefit in having the right to first refusal into the future, because creating.
Let's stick with the queue.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Ramlawi, you still have the floor, I think.
No, I'm just waiting. I'm wondering if anyone has any kind of historical context and why this. What was the advantages at that point of putting it in?
Stone School was before my time. I've got Ackerman, who I think has probably spoken more than twice in the matter, and then Lum.
I was around when these units were created at Ashley Muse, and they were done by a nonprofit housing provider that no longer exists. It was called Washita Affordable Housing, and the units were to be protected and were through a land development agreement where we had a long-term affordability agreement built into the agreement. Actually, over time, it didn't take very long to discover that it was not, these units were, as well intended as it was, not actually very affordable, because there were things like condominium association fees and other costs associated with this site. But we do have this long-term affordability agreement built into this to protect these units. And that's a bit of history. That's it for me.
The discussion? Mr. Crawford.
Mayor, I would just point out one advantage for the city to continue a right of first refusal is that should a date come that the city wants to move this to something administered by the Housing Commission, you have a built-in ability to do so, unlike now.
For Councilmember Nelson.
To Mr. Crawford's point, the way this is drafted, if we did have a new set of policies and we decided that we were making a priority to take advantage of rights of first refusal to let our housing commission acquire properties, you're still empowered to be the point person for that. I mean, we could direct you to, right? I mean, that's the way I read it. The way I read it is it's not like we're losing our right of first refusal. We're just not making it come back to a council. We're just, it's, okay.
That's the way I read it as well.
So you could exercise the right of first refusal and bring it to us, or, okay.
I would be bringing that to you as an 8 vote.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Councilmember Hayner.
Just for the record of everybody who's interested, and I thank you for asking that question, Councilwoman Nelson. It's Ashley Muse, Northside Glen, and Stone School Townhouses are the only ones the county have listed as covenant restricted properties. So there's not that many. And as Mayor Pro Tem Lum suggested that, I mean, North Knightsbridge, we call it, but it's Northside Glen. That's right up the street from me. And no way are those, what we would view as super affordable housing, and yet they are below the median, and your income can't exceed the area median income and so on. And so there's a process for applying for them, and it seems to be under good hands by the county. So let's hope we don't have anything slip away. I don't think we will. So thanks.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DC 5, resolution to support Washtenaw County and Shelter Association of Washtenaw County as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and appropriate $250,000 for current and future COVID-19 shelter response. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of DC 5. Councilmember O'Malley.
Good.
Councilmember Bannister.
I think this is great and I will be supporting it. And I just had a suggestion for staff that Mr. Crawford or someone, would it be possible for us to have like a dashboard of the monies that we are spending, publicly facing dashboard, because we approved the 1.3 million earlier tonight, and then we've got this other 250 here and here and there, hundreds of thousands and millions going here and there. And I was wondering if it would be good for transparency and accountability if we put all of these things related to human services and COVID-19 response on one web page.
Thank you, Councilmember. There is a communication, when some of these items were passed, Council requested some reporting be done on these, and your first report on these, I consolidated them all on the agenda. They are AC, I think it made it on this one. Yeah, AC2 has a report with all of the items and the results, if you've seen so far from the use of these funds. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. It's my understanding that this is an extension of this is like a second round of this 250,000 for this specific consideration, right, of the Shelter Association. Mr. Crawford has his hand up there, I see.
Mr. Crawford?
No, sir. If I could clarify, this is the same 250. There were a couple of adjustments that needed to be made in order to get the best use of these funds. The first of which was to make them without regard to fiscal year, so that this could go beyond June 30th. The second was to ensure that it's in a three-party agreement contract. We didn't have it as a contractual form before. That allows us to manage it in a way that we could ensure we could get FEMA reimbursement. And then lastly, if we don't get FEMA reimbursement, it allows us to the funds to be utilized for their full intended purpose.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. I wasn't sure because you may recall the conversation at the prior meeting where I said at some point we're going to just buy the hotel, you know. So it's, yeah, I'm glad we're not there yet.
Right.
Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. DC 6, resolution to further approve outdoor sales, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages during the COVID-19 pandemic. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of DC 6. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. You're seeing this before us because you may recall at the last meeting, we pulled a list that was incomplete. And I expressed my concerns over that incompleteness of that list. And I actually voted against that resolution because I felt strongly that everyone should have been included. And so what this is doing is apparently, taking the bureaucratic long road around to adding the folks who should have been on that list the first time, and lawfully adding them under our the council. And so that's all this is. There was one that I had ID'd out, and it appears there is now another one that also jumped in there. And so I'm glad. And I'm sorry for anybody who continues to be off the list, because my understanding is that this is the only way to get on that list, to be able to serve outside. And so my temptation is to try and modify this, and suggest that prior to each setup cycle that we would run that list and make sure that everybody was included. But I haven't had anybody else come out and ask me about it. And so this is basically a constituent service on my part. I urge our support, and now everyone will be welcome to take advantage of these street closures.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I know Mr. Fournier is, John Fournier is here to explain things as well, but, I knew even before we voted on the last list, by talking with the owner of the NECDO, why he wasn't on that list, and that was because he put his license in escrow in order to save money on the insurance costs during COVID, during March and April. So I just appreciate the work that staff has done in trying to get all these ducks in orders, and just know that this was not a result of anything staff did or did not do. This is the fact that this license was in escrow at the time that staff ran a check on the names. So just want to make sure that this is not something that staff is being blamed for doing something incorrect.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Councilmember Ramlawi just said, and give Mr. Fournier a shout out for all the work that he did to pull together that list. It was a great, involved quite a bit of work, but it's streamlining the application process for these outdoor sales, and the list was perfect, except there was just this one business that was not on the list, but they, as Councilmember Malawi explained, and you had explained to us, Mr. Fournier, thank you, they had placed their license in escrow. So the city did their part, and again, thank you, Mr. Fournier, for all your work on this.
Councilmember Hayner.
I just, if you were on the other end of the phone calls and I was from that business owner, you'd understand that they didn't consider that they had received the exceptional service that is noted on the back of my business card. that when we pulled this list using GIS and said everybody who has an active license, we should have likely said, the only reason I mention this is so we can have these improvements to, create an atmosphere of continuous improvement moving forward. That when we pull a list like this of businesses, that we should consider all businesses who have been issued a license. And that way we could have, gone back to these handful of bar owners who had escrowed their licenses and said, hey, this is what's happening. Do you want in? And that would have avoided this kind of confusion. And it would have, that's just what I'm getting from this owner. And yeah, that's what I'm here for. It's constituent service. And so my recommendation is in the future, when we create these things that affect, whole neighborhoods, say, in this case, or large parts of neighborhoods, or large groups of businesses or homeowners, or whatever it is, that we be very thorough when we create those lists, to make sure that we're not leaving anybody out, and just got to take that extra step to see what the conditions are on the ground, I guess. And so I'm glad I was able to help them out, and I'm glad to see this on the agenda tonight. And I'm sure they'll be happy to open up and hopefully take advantage of the situation. Thanks.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Approved. DC 7, motions to waive council rules by 2/3 vote and reconsider the May 4, 2020 approval of resolution number 4, special assessment road. for
Mayor?
Nixon.
Mayor,
We were going to put DC 18 ahead of this.
Thank you so much. DC 18, resolution to, thank you very much for that, resolution to approve an amendment to Council Rule 19 to remove the requirement of a 2/3 vote of council members present for suspension of the council rules. Moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DC 18. Councilmember Bannister.
Well, at this time, it gets a little complicated with the mechanisms that we were going to use to consolidate the Barton sidewalks, the Nixon sidewalk, and the Jackson sidewalk, and put them all three together and move them till after November. And there's been a lot of email flying in the background, not to violate Open Meetings Act, with just a small handful of council members and the attorney's office. And so to bring everyone up to speed, I was wondering if now it would be appropriate for the attorney's office to maybe explain how we can do the mechanics or the logistics, what our choices are at this point.
yeah, Jackie, if you could put Tim Wilhelm back in on this. But we're really on DC 18, which is a mechanism to change the rules first to get some of these back in. But I think that Tim's on as far as the consolidation. Tim, I don't know if you heard Councilmember Bannister's question on the consolidation. It's really away from the motion that we're doing, but she wants an overall view.
Yes, so DC 18 is a procedure or resolution that would amend the Council Rule 19, waive the 2/3 vote requirement, and provide a mechanism to then reconsider the individual sidewalk SADs approved on May 4th. Now, it's my understanding that there may not be interest in reconsidering all of those, but we would recommend that they not be consolidated,
right,
to be dealt with individually. DC 18 is a mechanism of a two-step process to accomplish that without needing a 2/3 vote. And that is all due to the fact that this is coming back for reconsideration beyond the next meeting, which triggers Rule 19 as currently written. So this DC 18 would amend that rule, and then you could reconsider and then proceed on each of the SADs that you would like to address.
Right, but this motion is the reconsideration would then be changed and the suspension of the rules would only be 6 votes. That's the key here.
Correct.
And temporarily, just for tonight, it's not a permanent change on Rule 19.
No, no, it is a permanent change, Councilmember. We've gone over this. It's a permanent change to the rule, but we've added this to assist, and Council Lum actually raised it. We added a second provision for you so that it could go back to the Rules Committee to talk about it. It has to be a permanent change right now, the way we've structured it, and so it would be a permanent change. If it weren't a permanent change, it would just be a suspension of the rules, which is already in the rules. But the suspension of the rules provision is 8 votes, and you wanted something that only had 6 votes, so that's why it has to be done this way. And so when I say permanent change, everything's relative on that. It's certainly it can go back to the rules, and you could come back and change this rule again at some point if you decided that maybe you wanted the suspension provision to be 8 votes or 7 votes or something else. It would give you time to think through it. It's raised an issue that, and you're on the Rules Committee, it's raised an issue that is worth considering, and so it is. It's not inappropriate for it to come back. That is, as things aren't at the next meeting or at subsequent meetings, how do we do this, and whether you want to have that higher threshold or not. So it's a legitimate question to discuss whether you want it to remain permanent. But until you change it back or change it to something else, it would be a change to the rules. And remember, these are council rules that you've imposed on yourself, so that's not inappropriate.
Great. Okay, well then, just for other council members then to understand, I think what's happening now is if we would approve this DC 18, then I and Councilmember Hayner, if he'd like, we can bring back the Nixon sidewalk. And then today we heard from Councilmember Smith that he was interested, and I won't speak for him, but I believe he indicated that he was interested in bringing back the Barton sidewalks because of the similarities in the problem we're trying to ask you to help us solve with these 3 sidewalks, and that we now have our big solution, which is that we're going to put the question to the voter in November about whether they want a 0.2 mil property tax to help install these sidewalks citywide that we want to have for our non-motorized transportation plan.
Well, Mr. Wilhelm can talk about the specific ones. We've given advice on this. If you change this rule, you will have a reconsideration. You will have the ability to have a reconsideration, even though it's from further time back, and you can bring those back through a motion for reconsideration. And that is what one of those is DC 7, and then you can talk about the other ones.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just have a quick question about how long we've had Rule 19 in place. Like, is this a standard procedure that's just been like a reality for years?
Rule 19.
I mean, that's the rule, right? Or am I jumbled it?
No. Well, there's a couple things. Rule 19 is the ability to suspend the council adopted rules.
I guess I mean the other rule. I guess I mean the other rule. I mean the rule of
Rule 13.
The rule about the time frame.
Okay, that's Rule 13, and let me just read it. When a question has been taken, it shall be in order for any member voting with the prevailing side to move a reconsideration thereof at the same or next meeting, and then it goes on to say, but no question shall a second time be reconsidered. I believe that has been a long-standing rule. and why it's a rule, is that bringing back something on reconsideration, while theoretically possible, oftentimes, and we've advised you on other things, that when there's intervening acts, the ability to actually reconsider something is severely compromised, and therefore the idea that you would have a reconsideration with a shorter time frame. So it has been out there for, I believe, for a lengthy period of time, but I'd have to go back and check.
Okay. I guess I have only one more question, which is that I'm looking back at CA7, where we deferred payment of these special assessments for 1 year on Barton Drive, Nixon, Traver, and Fuller Court, and we didn't pull those for discussion, but I'm just curious how that has to do with topics that we're talking about now.
So the CA7 changed the installment schedule and amounts to provide for the first payment to occur in July 2021 and provide additional time for owners to accommodate payment of the special assessment. That applied to all 4 SADs that were approved on May 4. This would be subsequent action on an individual SAD in that group of 4, and would, if reconsidered and whatever action comes out of it, that may affect the impact of CA7.
So, okay.
As to that SAD.
I guess I should have pulled CA7. I apologize for that. Okay. All right. I'm done. It's getting late. I won't. Thanks.
Further discussion of CA18? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister. Yeah, yeah, let's do a roll call vote because I don't know what people are thinking on this. Councilmember Smith, sorry.
Yeah, I have concern about changing the rule, but I'm happy to reconsider these SADs in light of the millage. But I'm concerned and a bit troubled by changing this rule permanently. That's it.
For the discussion? For my part, I think this is just I don't know. I think it's a rule, and it's of the bodies. Well, we'll see. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC7 motions to, is that where we are? Is that actually the way it is now?
DC7, yeah.
Motions to waive council rules, 2/3 vote, and reconsider the May 4, 2020 approval of resolution number 4, special assessment roll for Nixon and Traver, special assessment district number 56. Moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DC7.
Well, let me just make a clarification. While that motion had a 2/3, that is no longer under the rule. And so
perhaps we'll take it as a friendly. So what are you suggesting?
You can strike the 2/3.
When you say strike the 2/3, do you mean strike motion number 1?
Um,
I'm looking at the text.
Well, I think you still want to suspend the rules, but that suspension of the rules does not require a 2/3 vote any longer. You just
Fair
voted
enough.
to make it so
I
that's
will-
the only that's the only change. It looks different on the resolution, but the vote for the whole thing will just be 6 votes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Discussion of, and are these motions bifurcated? That is, do we consider the first motion and then if that passes, the second motion?
Well, right
Mr.
now
Preston?
you have both. I do think that you need to suspend the rule with 6 votes because and what you're suspending is Rule 13 provision that it has to be at the next regular meeting. So yeah.
And then we'll consider the motion to reconsider later. So Councilmember Bannister, do you wish to make the first motion?
Yes.
Is there a second to that? We'll go back. Second by Councilmember Lund, Councilmember Bannister.
Well, I want to thank everybody who's worked on the sidewalks, both the residents and the staff and the council members. And I think we've made great progress in that we've agreed to have put it to the voter in November. I think it's part of Ann Arbor values that we like to lead with kindness and compassion. And as we heard from the public hearing tonight, a lot of these people impacted by the sidewalks are suffering under not only trying to adapt to COVID-19 and how to do online meetings and call in, but many of them are elderly, immigrants, Habitat for Humanity. We don't know the details of all their personal finances, but some of them are professing low income and limited resources and fixed incomes. So I think we all agree that one of the key things of ethics is to treat others the way we'd like to be treated. And so for that reason, I think that all of the work we put on sidewalks is actually helping the city, all over the city, because it's helping people who don't have sidewalks, and it's helping all the people who would like to use a sidewalk. So for that reason, I would like to ask for your vote on moving this, as we did with the Jackson Road, to after, I think we said first meeting in this second meeting in November or first meeting in December. I forget which it was, but after the vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
So I'd just like some clarification because we got in the weeds a little bit here. So her first motion is to consider her motion is to reconsider the.
No.
No.
The Councilmember Hayner, the first motion is to suspend the current rule, which is Rule 13. The part of Rule 13 that says a reconsideration has to be at the same or the next regular meeting, because we're not. I mean, this was adopted way back in May 4th, and so we're past that time. And so with 6 votes, you will say that you're going to suspend that, and
then there'll be 2 motions for reconsideration.
That's right. Then upon that, you'll ask to reconsider it. She'll be entitled to do that. And so again, the suspension is of the provision. You will be suspending the provision that says thereof at the same or the next regular meeting. That's the part that's being suspended. And so it's just somebody with the prevailing side to move a reconsideration, which Councilmember Bannister was on this issue. Is that correct, Councilmember Bannister? Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So
and then I would just point out that as we move forward, so I won't have to speak to this again, because I support her notion to reconsider both of these, that unfortunately we did not set a date on the first one on Jackson. We tabled it. And so this time, let's set a date. All right, shall we? Or we're going to bring the other one back and take it off the table, put it on the table rather, and then set a date for that. I don't think that's necessary, but we need to make a note, bring these all back. And my suggestion is that if we do vote for reconsideration, that we set a date certain on these instead of tabling. I'm uncomfortable with this notion of tabling because it requires this individual action to bring it back, and it's liable to fall through the cracks. So, thank you.
Councilmember Bannister. Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I just want to understand the intent of this, because when I see it, it's just specific to Nixon and Traver. Is the intent to then reconsider both Nixon and Traver as well as Barton? Or just Nixon and Traver?
That would be the approach that we would recommend. A motion on the floor to address the specific SAD that you wish to reconsider.
But it would be both, not just Nixon and Traver.
Yes, there were 4 approved on May 4th.
All right. I still think if it was, important enough to reconsider, we could have more of us vote on it. And I'm a little disturbed that we changed our rules on the fly for that, if it's really a good idea. But and if it's for both, I will reconsider it. But just to speak now, I'm going to say that I'm willing to look at Barton, but I don't think we should be suspending Nixon and Traver because I think they're matching funds and it's a route to school.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister?
Again.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Councilmember Bannister, you have another motion?
Well, on the Barton sidewalks, I was not on the prevailing side. Councilmember Hayner and I had voted no on that on May 4. And so that was where I believe we got an affirmative email this afternoon from Councilmember Smith indicating that he was willing to help with this project. And but I don't think the attorney's office, I don't see it on the agenda, so I don't think the attorney's office had time to prepare a formal resolution for Barton. Is that what you're asking?
Right, Councilmember, I think Mr. Wilhelm can weigh in. I don't think you need a formal resolution because, again, if you waive the rules and bring it, you can bring something back on reconsideration. And so while a motion is good practice to let people know that you're going to do it, and that's why Mr. Frost properly assisted you in putting this on, it could be brought back here. So
I guess we have the words of the motion for Nixon and Traver. We do not have the words for the motion for Barton. Councilmember Smith, do you know the special assessment district for Barton?
I do not.
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. So how about let's do this. Councilmember Smith, since you were in the majority on both these, pardon me, on all 3, why don't you, if I can suggest, and Councilmember Bannister, check me if I'm wrong on this, Councilmember Smith, why don't you bring motion 2, moving to reconsider resolution number 4 with respect to Nixon, Traver, and Barton, since you vote on the prevailing sides, and we can take care of all 3 at the same time, as I gather that there'll be similar results on both. Does that seem reasonable to everyone?
Yes, so moved.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
With that so moved, is that sufficient process, Mr. Wilhelm?
My only question would be whether both Barton Drive projects, there is SAD 55 Breed to Pontiac and a separate for the Starwick Barton Drive intersection, which is,
That one is not. The Starwick is near the North Side School and was not contested.
So are we clear as to what we're talking about here?
so it's only one Barton Drive SAD 55 resolution 20-161.
That sounds right.
All right. So that's a motion by Councilmember Smith. It needs to be seconded by someone who is in the majority on both on all three. Is someone confident that they're in the majority on all three?
Anybody but Hayner and me.
I saw Councilmember Griswold's hands. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Smith, you have the floor with respect to the motion.
You know, I think we've talked long and hard about how to pay for sidewalks citywide. And as we look at our considerable sidewalk gaps, that the solution is to put something before the voters. And I just think that, you know, going forward, let's see what the voters say about this. I mean, I was disappointed that the previous Jackson Road got tabled because I think, you know, like many others, it's a sidewalk that serves a lower income neighborhood, connects a really disconnected part of our city. I wanted to have that right back after the millage vote to make sure that it was, you know, prioritized for the use of those millage funds to build that sidewalk. So, you know, I do think that ultimately this is the right thing to do. I know Ann Arbor's always had this method of charging property owners to build sidewalks, but it is a civic responsibility if we're going to build a complete transportation network. So I'm not necessarily thrilled to delay projects or lose matching dollars. I think it's worthwhile and fair to consider the light of the decision to put this out there. Thanks.
I gave you the floor and I shouldn't have. The motion is to reconsider. The motion is not with respect to the individual things with particularity. My error.
I won't talk again.
I wish you would. Any discussion of the motion to reconsider the lot? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Is that an opposition? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember.
It is an opposition. That's it. Wait a minute.
All right, so now we have 3 special assessments to that we have moved to reconsider. Do I need to read the resolutions with respect to each of these, or can we take them in as a lot?
Mayor,
Yes.
I understood we were only reconsidering resolution 20-161 and 20-163.
I'm referring to Barton, Traver, and Nixon as 3, but I hear you. What you're saying is that those are actually 2 resolutions, although 3 streets are referenced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So, you know, as future historians go back and think of what I was talking about 3 streets, not 3 resolutions. We're only dealing with 2 resolutions. Do we need to read these 2 resolutions in separately in order to reconsider them, or can we take them together?
Please, I mean, there's been a lot of conversation. I would just like to know exactly what I'm voting on.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Lum's got her hand up.
Is there let's deal with the
separate resolutions. So we need to vote on them separately.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor, I can read the titles if you like.
If you would, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's go with Well, whichever one you wish first.
Okay, so this is the reconsideration.
No, the reconsideration's in past. It's the actual motion now. It's the
Oh,
actual
well,
resolution.
yes, the resolution is now resolution number 4, confirming the Barton Drive water main replacement and resurfacing project, special assessment district number 55, Breedy to Pontiac.
Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Bannister. Discussion of this resolution.
And Mayor, it is an 8-vote resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I just have a question for staff, whether there are any matching funds with this, and what does this do to the cost of sidewalks? We could just have a really quick executive summary of what additional costs are being incurred if we delay the project and not do it at the same time the water main and street are being redone. If I can get some sort of idea of what additional costs may happen.
I believe Mr. Hutchison can help with that, or Mr. Hupy.
Yes, I can help with that. I believe we're on the Barton one right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
There would be some cost savings in doing it with the same project. I don't anticipate that they would be significant. If this is done at a later date, it would probably be done with some aggregated sidewalk gap project, I would imagine. There are no federal funds involved in this project either.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Is it thinking that we're postponing, that people wish to postpone this to a time certain? Do people wish to postpone? Councilmanager Smith?
Yes, until first meeting in December.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion of postponement. Councilmember Hayner, you have the floor.
Oh, I was just going to move that postponement. That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Roll call vote in favor of the postponement.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ms. Boudry?
The next resolution is resolution number 4, confirming the Nixon and Travers Sidewalk Gap Project, District 56, and it is also 8 votes required.
Moved by Councilmember Smith, second by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion? So you're going to be Councilmember Ramlawi.
I apologize. Is this just a motion to reconsider, or are we talking about the resolution?
Thank you. We have already moved to reconsider it. We are talking about the main motion. You still have the floor.
Question for staff in terms of costs associated with this, and I know this is unlike Barton and Jackson, where you have funds. What are the funds? What are we talking about losing dollars towards this project?
This project does have federal aid funds associated with it. This and the Fuller Court project are being done together as one design and construction project. If the Fuller or if the Nixon and Traver project did not go forward, then some portion of those federal aid funds at least would be forfeited. We have a total of $274,000 in federal aid funds. I don't have the exact split on how much of them would be forfeited if this project didn't go forward. I would say off the top of my head, roughly 50% of it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To say, to be honest, I do have mixed feelings on this. I voted for this previously because staff and many neighbors that we heard from have identified this as a priority gap to fill. And the city was utilizing, again, the normal funding process that we've used for years. That need has not changed, but what has changed is voters will be deciding this fall whether or not to approve a new millage for new sidewalk construction. There is now potential viable alternative source of funding than the individual property owner assessment, if of course the millage passes, which staff has indicated we can do. And until the vote happens and the issue of how sidewalks are going to be funded is resolved. I do have two concerns with hitting pause, however, and the staff have indicated previously that it is, quote, likely, end quote. And Mr. Hutchinson, maybe this has changed, but it was indicated previously that we'd likely lose the $250,000 federal grant. And that grant cut the Nixon trade assessments in half. So that's a big deal. And again, the second is that the neighbors, and many neighbors, on all sides of Nixon Road, have indicated that this is a priority sidewalk gap to fill. And if we stop now, I'm not sure. We don't know for sure when this would come back. So I am torn on this one, and I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
I know I promised not to talk anymore, but I guess I'm wrong. I'm particularly concerned about the loss of that much federal dollars. I mean, that's a big hit to take. I think, this is a priority gap. If we can, potentially go back and look at these things, great. But I think, the federal nature of some of these dollars is I'm much more hesitant to stop this one moving ahead. I think my endorsement was not a blanket of everything, but a willingness to talk about it and see where everybody else felt. But to me, that much federal assistance is, because I think it's a priority sidewalk gap to fill, just like the Jackson Road one. And if the millage fails, then it's going to be a much larger assessment for those folks. So, I think it's prudent to move forward with this one.
Councilmember Bannister.
I just wanted to clarify that Jane said we'll lose 274,000, but the minute before I thought I heard Nick Hutchinson say that it was roughly half of 274,000, which would be closer to 137,000. What was that? Did I understand Mr. Hutchins correct on that? That it's half of 274 because Fuller Court is proceeding.
We have approximately $274,000 in federal aid money for those two projects combined. I can't tell you right now what the exact split is how much would go to each of those two locations. So I'm only estimating that it would be half. I don't have better information in front of me than that.
Okay, well, I just wanted to clarify that at this point we're estimating it's half. And I do acknowledge that we had one person call in at the public hearing back in May to say he liked it. needed a sidewalk there. And then we had some emails saying, but we also had a equal in amount of people saying that there are other routes to school that were built especially for Logan School. And I don't know if all of you have had a chance to drive by this corner, but it is a heavily wooded lot. So the impact on the natural features is also something that the residents have lamented, that some of their valuable old trees, so it would dramatically change this particular section of their yards and of our community benefits of having this wooded area. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Sorry, thank you. Like I said, I'll be voting, against this. I think we really were for, or we need to keep these federal funds. We've already delayed payments by a year. We know that staff is willing to work with residents. If the payments are onerous and they need to spread it out over a longer period of time, we know that there's a poverty exemption if you truly can't afford to pay for these assessments. So this is federal matching funds that's for us a safe route to school. And even if it doesn't, I don't know, it was the right thing to do the first time. It's the right thing to do now. And I believe that's why it was so heavily supported by the neighbors, except for those who have to pay for it, and by council.
Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Griswold.
I would prefer to get the sidewalk in as soon as possible, but there's also the equity issue if we're not assessing, at least at this time, 2 other sidewalk problems or projects. And I have identified the corner of Traver and Nixon off and on for the last 20 years due to the vegetation, most of it invasive species that was growing right out to the edge of the road and in some cases over the edge of the road. And I think that when we allow people to do landscaping and have vegetation right up to the edge of the road, it's very hard to then argue that that vegetation has to be taken down for a sidewalk to be put in, because in many cases, they're not even aware that it is the public right of way. So I would like to see our ordinance regarding vegetation enforced so that we don't have that false expectation. I also want to mention a really good news item. I should have mentioned it before, but Councilmember Lum and I have been advocating for a sidewalk on the north side of Baxter from Green Road to Huron Parkway, and that is being constructed by the University of Michigan right now. And so while we may be delaying some sidewalks, we will be getting over a half mile of new sidewalk this summer.
Mayor, if I could, as a clarification.
Please.
The issue, Councilmember Grant, I just wanted to make sure that you had raised the poverty exemption. I did have Mr. Wilhelm look at that because I wanted to make sure whether or not this type of special assessment is actually considered in, and he has looked at it. Tim, I'm trying to pull up your response. I believe that the response from him, and I can read it, but he's on the line to follow up. The initial response is that a special assessment levied to recover all or part of a public improvement is not a real property tax on which can be exempted under MCL 211.7U on the basis of an occupant's poverty or inability to pay. Just wanted to clarify that.
I stand corrected, and if the millage doesn't pass, then I'll be happy to sponsor something to fix that.
Tim, I did read that correctly. You had your mute off.
Correct.
Okay.
That's our initial position.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Just briefly, I wanted to add that this project here that we're talking about on Nixon was not going to even begin until like April of 2021. So if we take action tonight to just you put it to our first meeting in December discussion, we might jeopardize the approximately 137,000 of federal funds, but we could certainly still put the sidewalk in later if the body determines it is a priority, which seems to be what a couple of council members are indicating.
Further discussion? People interested in a postponement or voting on this up and down?
I got a question, if I could.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. Back to staff, I guess. If we voted to postpone this, would it jeopardize the federal funding if this is postponed till the first meeting in December?
Yes, it would. If this was postponed to the first meeting in December, the funding would be gone. It wouldn't jeopardize it, it would be gone.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Sorry.
You're on mute, Councilmember.
Thank you and sorry. Mr. Hutchinson, doubt it would make much of a difference, but if we were to postpone to the, say, second meeting in November, because at that point, we'll know if the millage passed or not. That would, I suspect, still jeopardize the federal funding?
Again, it would be gone by that point. We are very tight on getting it right as we speak now. Any delay on this would, in all likelihood, eliminate it.
Yeah, I just think it's critical, if the millage doesn't pass, it just means that this will be costlier for folks. And I do also want to acknowledge that staff, Councilmember Griswold and I and Councilmember Bannister attended a meeting at Huron High School that staff hosted to share the design and all the information associated with these projects at Huron High School. It was last fall, I believe, wasn't it? It seems quite a long time ago, for the impacted residents. And I found that meeting helpful, and I believe others certainly did as well.
Councilmember Griswold, it would be helpful if you, I will see you better if you click your raise hand on the side. I do see you now, but for, that accounts for my not having called upon you earlier. Councilmember Griswold. We can't hear you, Councilmember.
When will the construction for this sidewalk start?
This would start in the spring of 2021.
Thank you.
Does anyone wish to move to postpone this, or are we going to vote it up or down? Councilmember Bannister.
Well, is there, never mind, I was trying to think of another creative solution on this timing, but I don't, it wouldn't work.
All right. I guess on the main motion, roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister. This is on the main motion. This is not on a postponement. This is on the assessment itself. I'm sorry, Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. I will
my apologies.
I will move to postpone to the first meeting in December.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Bannister. Discussion of the postponement. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
motion carries.
DC 8, resolution authorizing amendment number 1 to an agreement with Ann Arbor Summer Festival, Inc. for fiscal year 20 community event funding, moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of DC 8. Councilmember Grand, Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just real quickly, I was trying to understand this. So in the past, we've set aside funding for it. That was basically internal funding. Is that correct? Like where we've sort of waived the city services, waived fees for city services and so on to help facilitate this summer festival. And this time they're asking for basically the equivalent, but a direct funding, where we're really basically writing a check in lieu of waiving services. Is that essentially what's happening here? And
Yes.
That's what it looked like when I read it. Okay. So, yeah, I recognize the difference between those two. And, I have concerns about this motion before us for that reason. I mean, my understanding is that some of the summer festival stuff's already started already. We missed something that actually would have been of great interest to us, this kind of sidewalk chalk festival. And so I know it's happening already even without this funding. So I don't know if that's moving forward on the potential promise or what, but I just wanted to recognize for the public the difference between waiving internal fees that have a dollar sign on them and writing a check. Thank you.
Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you. I would just like to be added as a co-sponsor on this. I know it brought a lot of questions as to why we are supporting this financially if there's no activities going on. And I just recognize the importance of the partnership and the fact that this is something that takes many, many months to program and plan for and prepare for, and no one saw this coming. And I think it's important to recognize this important partnership and recognize what this event means to our community. This is a significant event, and really not happening here. I support this even as we look at cutting money all over the place, and so I think it's important to stay behind it to continue to do it.
Councilmember, you're cutting out.
I think it's just important to stay committed as a partner in this, even during the worst of times. I mean, that's when you know who your partners are, is when times get tough, when times are hard, and that's when you know who you can rely on. I think it's important right now to make that statement.
Further discussion?
No.
I'm too delighted to support this. The Summer Festival is obviously something that is an incredibly important part of the Ann Arbor community, and hopefully it'll be back in full next summer. It's important that we do our part. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks. I got a phone message from, it might have been Mr. Michelin here, who I'm seeing on there. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I apologize. I didn't have a chance to call him back today. So, I mean, I'm guessing everybody's going to support this, but it doesn't. I don't understand it. So, typically, I understand where our waiving of the fees is going. So, where's this? What's this money going to be spent on?
Was that addressed to me? I'm happy to answer.
Whoever wants to answer.
Yeah, Councilmember Hayner, I guess the first thing I'd say is that just a slight correction. The city does cut a check each year with this mechanism to the summer festival after we're showing these expenses. Most of these expenses are incurred before the event's over. And so oftentimes we're getting the check slightly before in the middle of the event. And then we're oftentimes cutting a check back to the city. So the example is with police services as an example. And depending on the year, we work with both the city and the university to provide those various services. And so sometimes a little bit more is incurred in the university end, sometimes a little more is incurred through the city. But the purpose of this funding is twofold. One, there are significant expenses that we incur leading up to the season. So even though traditional activities aren't happening, substantial unrecoverable funds were put out to plan events. And then the second piece here is certainly the delivery of an adapted series, some of which has started, others of which will run through later in the summer and the fall.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DC 10 resolution in support of the countywide road and non-motorized millage moved by
Can I point of order for a second?
Thank you.
I think we skipped DC 9.
DC 9, my apologies.
Oh, also, as promised, I'm not even sure what the mechanism is, and I apologize, but we still have about 10 DCs left on the agenda. It is 12:22, and I believe we have a closed session. So as promised at the beginning of the meeting, I'd like to, one, consider a postponement of the rest of the items on our agenda to the 29th of June, but also wanted to, if that's accepted, ask Mr. Crawford if there's anything immediately that needs to be voted on this evening that can't be put off.
Yeah, there's not a closed session tonight that I'm aware of.
Oh, my apologies. All right, we still have 10 DCs left. So if we don't think we can move swiftly, which I think we probably can't on some of these, I'd like to move to postpone the meeting.
I'll second that.
Procedurally, I'm not quite sure what that means. Is that, I guess, that's a motion.
I'm just.
That's all right. That is a motion to suspend the meeting until a date certain? Is that the motion, Mr. Postma?
Yeah, Jackie, we've done this before many years ago related to the budget, and is that the correct terminology? It's a motion to.
I think we recessed the meeting.
Or recess. Recess to a date certain.
Is that
is it a motion?
Yes.
And that's freely available. That doesn't require. I mean, it's a motion. A second. Is there debate associated with the motion to recess?
Yes.
I mean, there might not be. I don't know. There's no motion. There's no debate for tabling.
I'm fine with debate. I just, not that I make the rules, but you know, I just want to put it out there.
Let's, until someone tells me different, there's debate on a motion to recess. It's been moved by Grand and seconded by Smith. Mr. Crawford?
There was a question about if there are actions that need to be taken tonight before we leave.
Yes.
Does that need to be considered before you proceed with this vote?
Please.
I'm still looking at them, and I might need some help from staff or online. I know of one, absolutely, and that is DC 19 needs to be addressed tonight. The other one is, let's see, the parking space one, which I think is
15.
15, thank you. Yeah, the pilot program. Those two I'm aware of really need to move tonight, if you could.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry, also 12. For the 11 and 12, which may be fairly quick because they affect your budget for fiscal 20. Actually, I guess, I'm sorry, if you're going to do it the 29th, those two could wait. It's all before the end of the year. So that's
17.
okay. So let's leave it at 19, 15, and what'd I say? I think just those two.
19 and 15.
13.
So
13?
I think she has to withdraw her motion to suspend the meeting before we can adjust the agenda to consider those items.
And then I'd like to move to open the agenda to go to, what was it, 15 and 19?
Let's have a motion to open up the agenda. I'm going to clear, I know that there are a number of people who are on the queue. With that, their acquiescence, because the motion has changed, I'm going to clear the queue and we'll cycle back to the motion to open up the agenda. Does anyone have any objection to that? Hearing none, I'm just going to do it. Queue is cleared. I've got Councilmember Grand and moving to reopen the agenda, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion of opening the agenda. I've got Ramlawi and Griswold on opening the agenda. Ramlawi, Councilmember.
Yeah, I think this sets a bad precedent. I don't see anything that was would have came up during this meeting to warrant this. Action should have been taken on the onset. And if you're going to put this on the agenda, if you're going to put all this on the agenda, then we should be able to discuss them. I think we should be able to go through this, pull things off, and postpone them as we go forward. But I think this sets terrible precedent.
Councilmember Griswold.
I support. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I support the motion to postpone most of the items, but I believe that DC 9 is critical, that we act on it tonight, and it should only take about 2 minutes. Report is due back to council by July 15th. And the reason that I'm saying that is this project has been delayed for over a year now. And in 2019, our pedestrian crash rate increased by 15. In 2018, it was 59. In 2019, it was 74. I believe that we have to act tonight to get a handle on why our crash rate is increasing so that we can address it.
Further discussion of the motion to open the agenda. Roll. Councilmember Lum.
Honestly, I think we would have pounded through half of these by now if we just kept going. Seriously. And I'd like to just see us take care of business. But we got this motion to
Roll.
another meeting. So I'm
Roll call.
concerned about the precedent. And
Roll call vote, please, on motion reopening the agenda, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Long,
yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
motion carries.
The agenda is reopened. Councilmember Grant.
I'm going to move that before I move to recess, I'd like to move that we consider, at the request of Mr. Crawford, DC 19 and DC, it was
15.
15.
And DC, let's go with DC 9 after that.
I'm okay with that.
So motion to move DC 19, 15, and 9.
You're on 9. You could actually just move them to just after 9.
Sorry, thank you. DC 19 and 15 directly after 9. Thank you. I've got Councilmember Griswold on the queue for this motion to adjust the agenda in this fashion. Councilmember Griswold.
Is there a second?
Pardon me. Is there a second? Councilmember Smith. Thank you. Councilmember Griswold.
I'm lowering my hand.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Since there was such a rush to put DC 16 on this agenda, I like us to talk about DC 16 as well. If it was so important, should still remain important.
That's an amendment to the amendment. It's friendly to me. Is that friendly to, will that be friendly to the body?
I don't know. I don't think so. It's not to me, and I'm
No.
because I stated that since we heard from Ms. Jackson, since it was effectively going to be a deferral, it would be fine to discuss it on the 29th.
I'm sorry, are we going through the queue or what? How is this working?
This is working because you were proposing, you were implying that you wished to amend the amendment, and I was asking whether it was friendly. So it's not. Let me suggest this, Councilmember. Why don't we vote on Councilmember Grand's amendment to the agenda, then we'll go with your amendment to the agenda. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I mean, I have all night.
Councilmember, so further discussion of the agenda, altering the agenda for 19 and 15 to be after 9. Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, if we're just shuffling this stuff around, I want DC 17 to be after those two.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's just have the rest.
Yeah, well, that's what happens.
Yeah, well, that's the point, isn't it?
Councilmember Lum. Councilmember Hayner, your amendment can be after Councilmember Grand's.
Okay.
Councilmember Lum.
No.
Further discussion of 19 to 15 after 9. In favor? Pardon me, roll call vote, please start with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Long?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Well, you know, this is just turning into a circus. Very poor form of government. And I would probably going to tell you that I'm not going to be there on June 29th. If you don't want to hammer this stuff out, don't put it on the agenda.
Councilmember Hayner, do you want to make a motion?
Be there June 29th, okay? Not happening.
Well, I mean, where are we at here? Have we just changed the agenda that much? That's it? Then we're going to press forward with talking about these? Or somebody's going to move to recess as soon as we're done, or what?
I think that's probably what's going to happen, but I'm not running the show. Councilmember.
Okay, well, we'll get to 17 when we get to it then.
Councilmember Lum.
So what I'm hearing is Councilmember Ramlawi will not be here on June 29th. Is that correct, Councilmember?
That is correct.
Okay. Then can we please accommodate our colleague and just take care of business tonight? I would ask that we just continue on. We left off with DC 9 and just pound through out of respect for our colleague and others. Thank you.
So right now, I think we have an.
DC 9. I think
we have an amended agenda.
Yeah.
And then we're on DC 9, which is going to DC 9 to 15. Does everyone think that we're right on that? Councilmember Nelson?
I just want to make the comment that we could, having passed the amendment adding DC 19 and DC 15 after DC 9, we can just one by one postpone the agenda items that we want to deal with at a later date. And I would suggest that because I do agree with Councilmember Rumlawi that we had an item attached to our agenda at the last minute, DC 16, when you knew that we had 15 DC items coming up tonight. And so we had members of this council who knowingly put something on the agenda with the expectation, I presumed, that we would talk about it. I wouldn't put something on the agenda that I didn't expect us to be talking about. So I hear what you are saying, Councilmember Rumlawi, and I just want to back you up a little bit. That's all I have to suggest.
Thank you.
Roll with DC 9. Councilmember Grand.
I'm sorry, I just want to speak to, because that's directed at me and I feel that I need to respond to that. Some of us have to be up for jobs the next day, right? There are many people in the community who have to be up for jobs the next day. So my
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
no, because
Yeah,
I'm
point of order.
because
What is she speaking to with her 3-minute cards?
wasn't speaking in order. And he's, honestly.
What are we speaking to?
Councilmember,
I'm speaking to the fact that I continue to be personally attacked all night at this meeting and feel the right to defend myself. That's all. That's all.
And that's a topic.
Councilmember Hayner.
Not throwing a tantrum. That's all. So, and I'm hearing from, so let's talk about DC 9.
Let's talk about
what's
people. Let's roll with DC 9. We're going to go with DC 9, then we're going to go to DC 19, then we're going to go to DC 15. And if nothing else happens, we're going to go to DC 10, 11, 12, and so forth until either someone makes a motion to recess or postponement. And then we'll deal with it at that time. DC 9. Resolution directing evaluation of city pedestrian and cycling transportation environment by a professional engineer with Vision Zero expertise. Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of DC 9. Councilmember Griswold.
I sent Jackie an amendment to the resolution. And it simply adds a phrase to the fourth whereas clause, which reads that staff has not demonstrated a significant decrease in pedestrian and cycling crashes. And then the additional phrase, in fact, our pedestrian crash rate rose from 59 in 2018 to 74 in 2019 per Michigan Traffic Crash Facts.org.
Second.
Is there a second? Sorry, second by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion of that amendment.
I consider it friendly.
Is that a friendly amendment? Does anyone object to that amendment?
What's the amendment?
Ms. Beaudry just sent it around.
Oh, thanks.
If I could just have a minute to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
It just includes the latest crash data from Michigan Traffic Crash Facts.
Thank you.
Okay.
These facts, without casting aspersions, that's fair enough. All right. Is this amendment friendly to the body?
Yes.
It's friendly. Councilmember Griswold, you still have the floor.
I'd like to defer to Interim City Administrator Tom Crawford, who assisted in crafting this resolution.
I'm sorry, is there a question for me?
Yes, the question is, could you explain why you're choosing to have Sam Schwartz do this work, and I believe you told me that given the size of the contract we already have with Sam Schwartz for the transportation planning project, that this work could be done by them.
So with the interest in a quick turnaround, if staff did this work, we would not be able to achieve the July 15th date. Sam Schwartz is an existing vendor whom we could basically just do an administrative PO for this work as a sole source. And so that was the genesis of those provisions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further discussion, Councilmember Lowe.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Griswold for her leadership on this. I'm happy to be a co-sponsor. We all know that the city hasn't made the progress we'd like on Vision Zero, and this is a reasonable, low-cost, $10,000 step that could be helpful in achieving the objective. Sam Schwartz has the necessary expertise, and I think that the scope of work and the deliverables are appropriate, and they represent a good solution and compromise of what we need to do and what was originally proposed and included in DB1 related to the Sam Schwartz scope of work. So thank you again, Councilmember Griswold, and I hope we'll all support this tonight.
Further discussion of the main motion as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. DC 19, resolution to correct 2020 property tax millage rates for fiscal year 21 and reaffirm, 2021, and reaffirm the adopted Ann Arbor City budget for fiscal year 2021. Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of DC 19. Councilmember Crawford. Pardon me, Mr. Crawford.
No, thank you.
Yes, no, believe me.
Just to clarify, in the title and in the text here, we refer to 2020 because that's the tax year. That affects the city's 2021 fiscal year. That's why you see those two dates differently. And to clarify, this was added to the agenda very late because we were contacted by the county earlier this afternoon that the millage rates that were adopted in the budget were not rounded the way that they wanted them rounded. And so this will correct that. It will lower taxes for our residents citywide by about $10,000. So it's not a lot of money, but it is a necessary. We like to not overtax and be very precise. And so this would correct that this issue with the county equalization.
Further discussion? I should know this since I'm been involved in the discussions of it. With respect to, this is a question with respect to the adopted city budget, and I apologize for raising this since I know it is the subject of contention among our colleagues. May I assume that the adopted city budget refers to the city budget not as adopted at our last meeting, but rather the budget that was resulted after the partial veto?
The rates for, you approved is on the 18th of May, you approved the rates that we will use for taxations, and that is what you're changing in the budget. That has not changed in any action.
So
that's the rate.
Understood, but I don't have the text is not popping up for me on Legistar. The title says reaffirm the adopted city budget.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming, and I guess I'd like confirmation, that the adopted city budget, and again, I am apologizing for raising this issue, the adopted city budget is the budget which has been partially amended on the floor, but then also altered by veto. Is that correct? So it is the resulting city as a result of all processes. That is to say, the amendments on the floor, the votes on the floor, and then the veto.
I believe this is intended to refer to the adopted as amended, but the adopted as amended budget.
It
But it
wouldn't
doesn't
matter,
really
it
have-
wouldn't matter, Mr. Mayor, because we're
it-
talking about a sum, are we
Yeah,
not?
I don't know,
won't-
I can't see the text, so.
The text basically has the meat of it is a chart listing each of the city's millages, which would not include the county rebate millage, and list the city millages and what the corrected amounts are that would be levied. So this only affects the 8 millages, and actually not even all 8 of them, 7 millages, not even all 7 of them, that the city gets is the only place that this affects. And there's a total of $10,000 across all millages across the city.
All right, thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes?
Mayor, to clarify, I believe the veto was to the budget recovery plan, not the budget itself.
That's correct.
Only one, yeah.
Fair enough. I appreciate that.
It also is one line.
Right.
Thank you. My apologies for that diversion. Further discussion of DC 19? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? DT. Thank you, Matt. DC 19 is approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 7-vote requirement. DC 15, resolution to authorize a pilot program for business occupancy of curbside parking spaces, moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Amlawi. Discussion, please, of DC 15. Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. And I'll try to make this brief. This was brought to us about a week ago and asked for council support. And I find that this right here is very helpful for our downtown businesses right now who are struggling to reinvent themselves and become relevant still during the COVID-19. And this will allow them, from what I understand, to be able to exercise the on-street parking in a various different ways to help cope with the new business environment we're working in. I think it goes until through October of this year. There are probably a few questions that council members have, which I would, direct to staff if there are questions. But I'm going to need to make it brief.
Further discussion? Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I am pleased to co-sponsor this with you and Councilmember Amlawi. This resolution is based on recommendations from the DDA to conduct a pilot to allow businesses to request use of curbside parking spaces in public streets for additional space for outdoor dining, retail, customer queuing, or pedestrian passage. And more specifically, it gives the city administrator the authority to establish and to manage the process. And the pilot would be conducted, as Councilmember Amlawi noted, through October, and is to be consistent with the MLCC outdoor service permits. I reached out to individual business associations and the Main Street, State Street, and South University Association directors. All indicated to me that they support the proposal. And as Councilmember Amlawi also noted, and I know we all appreciate it, this is very important to all of our local businesses. And they're enthusiastic about this. And so I'm so glad we're voting on this tonight. And I certainly hope we all support it. On a related matter, I was going to ask this tonight, but so I'll just put it out there. Mr. Crawford, if you would follow up later, I would appreciate it. If someone could provide an update on the resolution, the budget amendment resolution council passed, asking the LDFA to pursue with MEDC what flexibility there might be in terms of utilizing funds to support business recovery. That was a budget amendment the council passed, and so your follow-up later on that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Councilmember Heener.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lum, are you referring to potentially offsetting costs for the $50 bagging fee for the meters that's referred to in this document? Or the PDF says if we ask for these meters to be bagged, it's going to be $50 a parking space. And I wasn't clear if that was per day or what. So do the businesses know that there is a cost associated with this moving out into the streets? Has that been made clear through our agencies, or whatever the right term is for the area associations? Because it says in the PDF that, you know, $50 a space, and it doesn't say anything about that in the resolution. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. And are we waiving those costs, or that's just, it's $50 to use that parking space? And what is the duration of that $50 fee? For the duration of the closure, or it's just not clear?
Mr. Crawford, you want to?
Yeah, Jackie, do you have one of our DDA reps available online? We should have Amber and Susan online. They were in those communications.
I see Maura Thompson. Oh, here's Susan Polly.
Maura can help.
Yeah. Susan is here as well.
Hey, this is Maura. I can't get my camera to work, which is probably a good thing. We're waiving the meter bag fees for those curbside spots. So there's no charge to the business other than what it would cost them to get the planters or whatever they need for the space, but there's no charge on our end.
So that $50 that I see on that process steps, that's referred to leasing the cones, then that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think that was an estimate for the grabber cones that they would use.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
I wasn't clear. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, there I am.
Hi, all. My apologies. A computer problem. I needed to switch computers. I think I had Councilmember Rumlawi.
Yeah, just following up one more time. You know, we had conversations a couple years ago about this. As a small business owner, I was interested in leasing out parking spaces for our use and paying market rate, in fact, for those on-street parking. And I was told that would be a very difficult endeavor. So I find this is a good opportunity to initiate a pilot program. This is a good environment right now, a landscape to initiate something like this, and hopefully it bears great success and becomes something that many communities around the state and country look to adopt and pursue as well. I think this will be, if done safely, something that's wildly successful and perhaps could generate additional revenue for the city in subsequent years that small business owners will pay who would like to do this and pay the market rate for on-street parking. So anyhow, I'm just saying this has been on my mind for a long time, and it's a good time and good opportunity to deploy this.
Further discussion? I guess I'd like to say that I'm glad that this is moving forward. I will also, but I have two cautions. One, we've received some communications from business owners whose streets are on this list, who are very much against having their streets closed. And I guess I'm looking to, rather than dealing with that here, looking for staff's assurance that it will not be, knocking up against operator desires as they close up streets. And second, I'll say that I was walking through the downtown like many of us, and I didn't really love what I saw with respect to how people were conducting themselves, the general proximity of folks, the absence of masks. And I think that we need to be really careful about what we're doing right now. As I understand it, we are at our virus load in Washtenaw County is deemed to be low by the Michigan School of Public Health and the School of Information at the mistartmap.info, which is the state-run site that they put out, and that gives me some comfort. But since this is a set of administrative decisions that staff is going to be putting together. I would very much encourage them to approach this on a week-by-week basis. And if we see a curve really even hinted in the wrong direction, I don't want to be a part of making that worse. And I'd encourage us to take that into account as we decide what we're doing here. Councilor Lum.
I was just going to note that you're right, and I do appreciate that you also noted that there were some businesses that we've heard from today who have concerns about this. There was a merchant association meeting on this Thursday, the 18th, and these concerns I'm sure will be addressed, and the other public health concerns that you just raised, I'm sure will be as well.
Councilor Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you saying that because I felt the same way last week when we allowed this the opening of the streets. And do we have any sort of do we have to get clearance from the Washtenaw County Health Department to do these sorts of things? I mean, are they providing any kind of guidance as to what's considered appropriate, or are they just, I know they have general rules for behavior, but as you witnessed and I did too, people aren't following them at all, and we're kind of opening this up to be a sort of a frenzy, and I'm concerned that we're acting outside of the purview of the county health department in this matter.
Mr. Crawford.
The guidance that we've had from the health department is what you've seen as far as using masks 6 feet apart, wash your hands, those things. I haven't looked to see if there are special standards for restaurants. Each industry tends to have their own specialty guidance. Mara, can you comment on if this merchant associations have talked about that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the Main Street Area Association at their last meeting had the Washtenaw County Department of Public Health reviewing policies and procedures for opening. And like you said, there are different guidelines for restaurants versus retailers that I know the businesses have been following.
All right.
Further discussion? Councilor Bannister.
Well, I was just, an email we received earlier today had said that they were encouraging the city to take responsibility and set up kiosks for hand washing stations, face masks, and public safety messaging, as well as coordinating volunteers to help enforce social distancing. So that was just a further suggestion for more things we could do to make sure this is a success.
Councilor Ramlawi.
Yeah, I know I spoke, this is my third time, just real quick, though, the DDA at their last board meeting approved $25,000, up to $25,000 to provide hand sanitizing stations throughout the area. So hopefully that comes on. I don't know if Maura's got any information on that.
Yeah, so hand washing stations are in very high demand, as you can imagine. We actually, the city had already secured one that's on Liberty Street, and we actually got our first delivery this week on Main Street, and I'm still working on securing more. So we're doing the best we can on that one.
Thank you.
And this is Susan, just to come back full circle, Councilmember Ramlawi, we are distributing the DTE Foundation boxes, which have inside them hundreds of masks and gloves, with the goal of doing just what we're all talking about, to get more people to use them per the requirements. We're all under the 6 feet and keeping a mask on and so forth. So we're doing what we can to get those masks out and about so people have them available out in the public realm.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor, just a note that Councilmember Smith is trying to log back in right now.
Thank you. Thank you. DC 10, resolution in support of the countywide road and non-motorized millage, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion, please, of DC 10. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So my only question, well, two things. I'm just gonna, we don't have to go to a roll call, but I'm not gonna vote to put this out there because this has come up before with me. I don't feel it's really appropriate to, I think people know if they want to vote for millage or not. But I do have a concern about the whereas clause in this millage, which speaks to using some of these funds. And this is a 4-year millage renewal. And it refers to Washington Street Bicycle Boulevard, which is in the CIP. It was put in there in February of this year and is scheduled for 2025 at $250,000. And so my two concerns is that doesn't sync with this. And so maybe that project shouldn't be mentioned. And also, I just think it's, when the county gave the presentation earlier, and I was having some IT problems, but I heard most of it. And she mentioned that the county already takes the 20% out of this road millage funding. They already take the 20% out for their alternative transportation projects. And so when it comes back to us, then we're taking another percentage out, apparently, according to this whereas clause here, because Washington Street Bicycle Boulevard, asphalt path resurfacing and sidewalk gap projects and so on, those are non-motorized transportation goals. So, I mean, I guess that's up to the receiving entity to do that, but I just want to point out that 20% that people are voting on this millage for, where they understand it's 80 for roads and 20 for non-motorized, we're further diluting that segmentation of those funds by taking our own non-motorized out of that, what we're given. I just thought it was sort of odd, and I wasn't sure how that syncs up, because also in the CIP associated with that are several underground utility projects up and along Washington, and I don't want us to be in a situation where we've repaved or resurfaced and then we're digging it all up again. So I just wanted to point out the concerns over coordination of that project that's named here in this resolution.
Further discussion? I'm sorry, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Just real quick, I mean, I brought it up yesterday at caucus, but I agree with Councilmember Hayner with this Washington Boulevard bike way. It just seems a little out of place considering all the money investments we put on William. I'll vote for this. I will bring it up later, but it just seems a little odd. And we can talk about it later. I'm sorry to take up your time.
Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Long?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Motion carries.
DC 11, resolution to approve a waiver of other post-employment benefits OPEB funding policies for fiscal year 20, fiscal year 21, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DC 11. Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question for Mr. Crawford. My understanding is that in both DC 11 and DC 12, the temporary suspensions in these resolutions are of just the excess contributions to the funds. So in other words, this city will still be making the actuarially required contributions. So if you could just please confirm that that's the case, understand that.
Yes, that's the case.
Okay. Thank you. I will support both DC 11 and 12. We're still making the required contributions. And these temporary suspensions of excess contributions were contemplated in the financial recovery plan. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved with 11 council members present, all vote in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. DC 12, resolution to approve a waiver of the pension policy for fiscal year 20, fiscal year 21, moved by Councilor Ackerman, seconded by Councilor Lum. Discussion of DC 12. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved with 11 council members present, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. DC 13, resolution to advance healthy streets in downtown Arbor to promote safe social distancing outdoors, moved by Councilmember Grant, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DC 13. Councilmember Griswold. Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to postpone this until the next meeting and request that staff provide some actual engineering drawings as well as the conceptual plan.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I'm going to support postponing this because the way that presentation was blown through, I couldn't even get to it. I couldn't even understand what they were suggesting. And in some cases, I recognize that they're getting close to making corrections in serious dangerous gaps in our transportation network, like around the Broadway Bridge area. But it didn't seem like it went far enough in some cases. And so it was, we need to get our hands on that presentation, look over it. So I fully support this postponing.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. Yeah, I fully support the postponement. I think, to be honest with you, this is a rather ambitious program, one that doesn't have much shelf life, and one that the clock is ticking. And I don't really know the practicality of rolling this out late in the season, to be honest with you. But there's a lot of questions on this, a lot of roads that are affected. I got a lot of concerns about some of the roads that were brought up earlier tonight's meeting. So this is going to take quite a bit of time to discuss.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the postponement on this. When Councilmember Griswold and I tried to come to a compromise agreement about getting council permission for downtown streets, I was assured by most of my colleagues that when we decided to do this, that this would be a mostly pro forma type of exercise, because of course we're in favor of the healthy streets downtown and being like other communities that are putting in these measures. So I'm disappointed if this does get postponed, because I feel like when I went through with that compromise, that it was made with the understanding and the reassurance from many of you that we wouldn't do what we've done so often with anything having to do with road configurations, even temporary ones like this, that put staff through the ringer and make them come back for more questions and to have lengthy discussion. You know, I was reassured that we would trust our staff to come forward with recommendations and they would be supported, so that we could make our downtown more accessible to pedestrians and cyclists, and to put this off till July 6th really flies in the face of that.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I think that staff has done an excellent job and they have been very responsive. But what I don't see yet, these are just concepts. I don't see the actual engineering drawings for the roads. And I have had questions asked by an engineering friend who works downtown. So I don't think it's unreasonable. We also need to find out if the Ann Arbor Public Schools are going to go back into session, if the University of Michigan is going to go back into session, because 90 days is going to take us into that area. So I am not criticizing what's been done to date, but I would like to see a more robust plan, and again with the engineering drawings.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting the postponement. COVID is still a very real risk in the community, and as things open up, the economy opens up, people are going to be out and about more than ever, and now is a crucial time to be rolling out programs like this that give people the opportunity to interact with a reopened economy, to get out of their house and enjoy our city and do so safely. So I think now is exactly the time. And if you're watching the data trends in states like Arizona, Missouri, 2 weeks can make a huge difference. And I don't want to wait.
Councilmember Lone.
Thank you. I will support the postponement. I recognize this is a pilot, but this 90-day period, as Councilmember Griswold notes, does stretch into, if the first day of Ann Arbor Public Schools is slated at August 31st, it extends beyond that. We have heard from some folks in neighborhoods that will use schools, need these streets to take their kids to and from school and for other trips. And so we received some questions asking when the pilot would expire. And this takes it beyond that date, that school start date. We've actually received quite a few questions. Lots of people are questioning why the 33% threshold for support from the residents has not been achieved for any of these streets. And hence the question, why is it coming to council for closure at this time? And also, it is good that we're using the National Association of Transportation Officials, NATO, guidance on using streets, but we're using that guidance on using streets for pandemic response and recovery. And we're starting to open things up again. We'll see how long that goes. But this 90-day period could present some problems. So I do support postponement at this time.
Further discussion? I'm not going to vote in favor of the postponement. We have a limited time in which to deploy these pilots. I wouldn't know what to do with an engineering drawing. I think I think our residents are open and engaged by experimentation, and I think we should be iterative here. We should try things while we can, and now's the time while we can. Councilmember Hayner.
Are we on 13 or 14?
Hold please.
14.
Sorry.
We're on 13.
13, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
PC 13.
Councilmember Griswold. I'm sorry, Mr. Crawford.
Mayor, I was just going to point out, if this does get postponed, I'll circle back with staff at the intent or the spirit in which this pilot was intended was that we would be flexible. So if in fact there were issues with traffic at schools or anything like that, we can ratchet it back. There is flexibility kind of built into this pilot. However, I would start the question if we go too far, because we've got so long until our next meeting, and then there's time to implement. I would consult with staff on whether we should actually even pursue it at that point, just for awareness. I think it's a question we'd have to ask because there is some expenditure with this.
Councilmember Griswold.
Is there an engineer on this team? And we talk about piloting, but we need to look at the design of experiments, and we can't just try something like we're throwing spaghetti on a wall to see if it sticks. When pilots fail, sometimes people die, and so we need to very carefully define what success looks like and what failure looks like. We have a major crisis right now at the Broadway Bridge going into town where we have crosswalks without crosswalk signs. We have another crosswalk where the crosswalk sign is 20 feet in front of the crosswalk, and I almost hit someone there because there were 3 cars backed up, and one of them was beyond the crosswalk sign. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but there is a complete difference between a concept being a good concept and the details behind it. And I have not seen those details yet. And I'll say one last time, we had 15 additional crashes in 2019. We are spending millions of dollars more every year for pedestrian infrastructure, and we should not see an upward trend in our crash rate. Obviously, we have opportunities to do it better.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have concerns about this. You know, the cost is significant. It's $60,000. It's almost $1,000 a day to be doing this. We're talking about majorly heavily trafficked roads. This is not. These roads carry a lot of traffic, a lot of 4,000 and 6,000 pound deadly machines. To say that we're going to experiment on our citizens this way, I can't support. I frankly cannot support that. That this is some sort of experiment we're trying, and we're putting pedestrians on roads that carry trucks. I mean, and heavy cars. And I just think it's a reckless. Unfortunately, I appreciate the spirit that it was brought under, but looking at it, I just think you're putting people in harm's way. And I can't support that at this point.
Further discussion on the postponement? Councilmember Grand.
I think this just comes down to, like, do we trust our staff or do we not trust our staff? Number one. Two, do we trust what we say when we're going to trust our staff? Do we actually go forward and listen to people in the community who have been begging for this Healthy Streets initiative to go forward and who are profoundly frustrated by how long it's taken at this point? And the idea that we wouldn't put people on a street with heavy machinery, like we have bike lanes that run out on Packard with big giant trucks. This would actually create something that would make it safer. So it's not that we're putting pedestrians and cyclists in harm's way. We're actually trying to make it safer. And it's just mind-boggling to me that when you try to, I don't know if it's what the motivation is. I'm not gonna question, but if you say you're in favor of it, but then you don't actually go, it's one thing to be in favor of it in principle, but that if you don't follow forward on the steps afterwards to actually put that intent into action, what's the point of passing the resolution? You know, we're just, this is why I wanted to postpone, because we're talking things to death instead of taking action. And, you know, it's ridiculous to me.
Councilor Lung.
I'll just quickly say on this whole premise of trusting or not trusting staff. When we agree with the staff proposal, that by definition, by some, indicates trust. When we don't agree with the staff proposal, one of many examples, the Solid Waste Resources Management Plan, that's okay. That's not a trust test because we disagreed with the staff proposal. We're not being consistent in this trust litmus test. So I don't think it's fair to, yeah, it's easy to toss that out there, quite frankly, when you don't agree with your colleague's view on something. Then it becomes a matter of trust or not trusting staff. That's not a fair way to characterize someone's position.
Councilor Griswold, this is on the postponement, and I haven't been keeping track of these things, but my guess is that you've talked more than twice on the postponement even, but.
You're absolutely correct. I would just like to clarify again, because I am tired of being attacked. This is like baking a cake. We've done everything but put it in the oven. The staff that have worked on this have been planners. They are beautiful concepts that we have, but we do not have the detailed engineering so that we can move forward and know what we're approving. So our planners are great. Our engineer is missing in action. And I would like to see the actual engineering drawings. Thank you.
Further discussion of the postponement. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes, on the postponement.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Ackerman,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Smith,
Councilmember Smith.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
You're muted, Jeff.
Sorry. Yes. Yes. Sorry.
motion carries.
DC 14, resolution to advance healthy streets outside of downtown Ann Arbor to promote safe social distancing and appropriate $15,000 to the fiscal year 20 Major Street Fund operations and maintenance budget. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DC 14. Councilmember Ramlawi.
I make a motion to postpone this to July 6th.
Seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of the postponement. I've got Ackerman and Griswold on the queue.
COVID is still real. Things are opening up. Now is the time to do this as people are getting back into the economy, as people are moving out and about, as people could potentially be going back to school. As we've seen, as you watch the data, 2 weeks can make a big difference. And I would point you to states like Arizona and Missouri. And the sooner we can do these things, the healthier everyone will be.
Councilmember Griswold. On the postponement.
Once again, I approve the concept, but Yoast is a major cut through between Washtenaw and Packard. People have wanted traffic calming on that street for many years. In fact, there are speed humps on that street. If we simply create local traffic only on Yoast, people will either drive on Pittsfield or they will continue to drive on Yoast. What is our enforcement plan for this? And are we increasing interactions between police officers and minorities by creating local traffic only on a street like Yoast that has considerable traffic? Yoast also has sidewalks almost the whole distance on both sides. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner on the postponement.
Yeah, this is, so do either, we got this memo about the healthy streets, neighborhood slow streets. This is not related to that. Is that correct? This is not dealing with these neighborhood slow streets. This is only the ones that are shown on the combined coordinated map. Is that correct? Yeah, I see Raymond nodding. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I don't see a specific resolution before us to move forward with that, which was the one where people said, well, we couldn't get up a third of the street, so it went from an opt-in to an opt-out. And there didn't seem to be that much interest in it outside of a handful of people. And so I'm just making sure that wasn't tied into any of these in any way. No? Mr. Crawford?
If I could just clarify, the resolutions you have that you're considering here have been the roads in the DDA district and then arterials. That's the one you're on now. Separate from that is the neighborhood. That does not require council approval. That's an administrative approval only based on prior resolution.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not, I got to tell you, I got some emails from people saying they couldn't believe like how it was we couldn't get up enough people to be interested in it. And so it went from opting in to opting out. And so I'm not, there's gonna be some unhappy neighborhoods when if that moves forward through administrative actions. I'll we can postpone this one too. I don't have a problem talking about it later. I don't see these as necessarily appropriate actions to take on our roads.
Councilmember Bannister.
I just wanted to echo some of Councilmember Hayner's concerns. We did hear from several Ward 1 residents about concern about closing Sunset Road and different problems, and how is it going to be enforced, and just lots of different questions. People were saying they didn't think it was fully ready to be rolled out yet. And I can forward those questions to I should get those over to engineering or something.
Further discussion of the postponement? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Long?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith? Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Romlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC 16, resolution to request that ICPOC lead an in-depth multi-stakeholder and data-driven review of public safety services and provide City Council with reports and recommendations. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of DC 16. I guess I'd like to lead off the discussion here, if I may, with a mea culpa, following up on my mea culpa for public comment, rather for mayoral comment. First off, the intent of the resolution was to provide a structure and council's imprimatur to radically rethink how we resource public safety in Ann Arbor. That was the intent, and my belief was that that would be evident from the text. It was my intent, it was the intent of the resolution to elevate and to fund the voices of the leaders of color that we have on ICPOC, and to demonstrate council's commitment to to ask them what we should be doing and how we should be doing it. It's plain that that intent was lost in translation. I also, as I indicated on the upfront, consulted with staff, of course, legal staff, Chief Cox, and on 2 occasions each, Dr. Jackson and the vice chair. And it was my, and if any of the concerns, or if I had understood any of the concerns raised by Dr. Jackson during the course of her public comment, there's no question that I wouldn't have brought the item forward. And so that was a plain error. Further, with respect to the colleagues on council, I also want, as I apologize to them for the rapid nature of the thing in email communication today. I spent some time trying to get this underway and trying to get this ready for this meeting, because I felt like this was a matter of urgency and that we were in a cultural moment that required that the governmental bodies take action, and I viewed this as taking action. I didn't know whether, I didn't know the form of it, or the form of my proposal, and so didn't bring it forward to a larger set. I thought I was collaborating with them by offering it to them as an opportunity to co-sponsor if they so chose the day of, and I recognize that was an error in judgment on my part. That didn't give them enough time to think it through. The conversations we had that day, I didn't understand the nature of, suffice to say, I of course erred. What I think, ought to happen going forward is that, I'm perfectly happy referring this to ICPOC. I think that's the proper thing to do. I'm looking forward to what ICPOC has to say with respect to the role that they wish to take with determining how we're going to affect public safety in the community. We're in a cultural moment. I think of plain and obvious pain, but that pain is endured for all persons of color who are alive today, is endured for their lifetimes, and it is endured for centuries. But it's where that pain is fronted in a way that it hasn't been before, and is I think recognized by white America in a way that it hasn't before. And I think that gives us an opportunity to do something. I recognize that this needs to be an ICPOC-led venture. That was my intent in putting the thing together, in contacting the chair and vice chair in advance just to check in. It is styled as a request. It is going to be, I would expect, quite well funded. I'm looking at easily a six-figure operation here. But it is it's an important and in-depth thing that we need to do. We need to understand how we're affecting public safety, what we've been doing, whether that meets people's needs, and if it doesn't meet people's needs, if there are opportunities for social workers on staff, if there are opportunities for trained crisis interveners on staff, for unarmed personnel on staff, we should be taking advantage of it because it's because that's what the community is requesting. So, with that, let's have the conversation. And I had hoped that this would be a thing. Well, I'd hoped that this would be a thing about a moment at which we could all be enthusiastic about something. We're not in no small measure because of my misjudgments in terms of timing and notice. And again, for that, I apologize. It is not my intention to cause offense. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for introducing it that way. I think your intent in the resolution very much mirrored my own. And so, yeah, I think with that, the only thing to do is I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to refer. I understand people have things they want to say, but hopefully we can have that conversation in the course of discussing the referral, because ultimately I think that's where this should go. I think ICPOC's voice will only make this stronger as we seek radical change in how we approach policing. So I move to refer this to the Independent Police Community Oversight Commission.
Second by Councilmember Grant. Discussion of the referral. I'm going to stick with the queue. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I think my sentiments largely match your own intent. It really was, to me, a matter of urgency and trying to be responsive to the many residents who were asking us to act. And to me, it made sense to send to send this to the group that's responsible for making recommendations about policing policies and practices, which is ICPOC, and rightly so. And that's when we wrote the resolution. That's why policies and practices were a big part of this. I also apologize for any hurt that this has caused anyone in the community. That was not my intent. It really was to recognize ICPOC's leadership and expertise in their rightful place in driving these discussions in a fully resourced way, and in a way that had the support of this body. And it really, to me, was a reaffirmation. It was not a statement that we wouldn't act before 18 months on any good ideas. I think we saw that with Councilmember Nelson's resolution tonight. That if there are policy changes that come forward much earlier than that, that's great. It was just trying to recognize, I think, the enormity of the task at hand, and that we didn't want to have unreasonable expectations around turnaround time, and that we wanted these to have broad-based community input, and that was the intent of that. It was not, and it was also my understanding that ICPOC leadership was behind that, and I certainly would not have brought this forward either if I had thought that was not the case. So hope that explains where we're coming from. I hope that we can refer this to ICPOC, and if it comes back completely different, that's fine. My intent is really to rethink how we do policing and public safety, and I don't care about who gets credit for it. I just want to get us there, and I just want to recognize that there are a lot of people asking us to act, and that was my intent.
Councilmember Heener.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, I'm not gonna support a referral. I don't, it doesn't make any sense to me. When I look at the notion of an independent civilian police oversight commission, I see independence as the first word, and I'm certainly entrust them to come up with what they want to do to approach the situation from their experiences. And I have, I have no interest in giving them an outline or a suggestion. They can read, they can look at this if they want to refer to it, but I'm not going to refer it to them. I just doesn't seem appropriate. I appreciate that that went to the trouble of listing some of the issues that might be worth looking for, but I think I would rather fully empower them to come to that decision independently and working with the chief. And I don't see referring this as any improvement to passing it as a resolution, and I'm not gonna do it. I don't support a referral. I think they can come up with their own ideas. I agree that they need to be fully authorized and funded to do so. And so, parts of this I recognize I think are more important than others. If the administrator can put together some numbers and find out where some money could come from to continue to support their efforts, I think that'd be fine. But again, that should come from them. That should come from the Independent Oversight Commission, not from council. So I'm glad they exist. I'm sorry they don't have all the authority that the task force tried to embody in them. And maybe that's something we can help out with, and that's something I'm happy to help out with. But I'm not going to refer this to them. They can refer themselves to it if they feel the need.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I just want to say that I think we all want the same goals. We all want a better Ann Arbor, an Ann Arbor that's safe for everyone. And so sometimes it's just the methodology that we need to work out. So I think that while there were some missteps, this is actually moving the process forward and starting a dialogue. When I attended some of the protests, what I was thinking is, how can we empower our police chief to improve policing in Ann Arbor? And I think that is another path forward, and we need multiple paths. But I'm optimistic that we can come to agreement, just as we did with A20 and just as we're going to with safe social distancing outdoors, regardless of what we call it. So anyway, I want to thank the mayor and the co-sponsors for starting this dialogue. And again, let's just keep working on it. Thank you.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you. Well, I'm not even sure where to begin, to be honest with you. I was out under the collar for most of the weekend. I, in fact, considered removing myself from the commission. I feel that there is a serious disconnect with this council and the realities that marginalized people in America face. I think Councilmember Hayner touched on it a little earlier about being independent and having that body and that commissioners who are sworn in to do the job and follow the ordinance. They don't need a bunch of privileged white people to tell them what to do. I think they probably had enough of privileged white people telling them what to do. We didn't ask them. We didn't even consult them. We didn't have conversations with them. It was a top-down suppression of ideas and work for them to do. And to be honest with you, you know, it felt like we were kicking the can down the road. You know, to give 18 months to come back to council, we took 6 months to come up with A20, $1 billion idea. And we adopted it in 6 months. We have a 400-year systemic racist policies in our country. And we, on council, some of us, have decided to take it upon ourselves to address it without even reaching out and talking to the elected officials who sit on that commission. We weren't notified of this resolution until it hit Legistar at 12:03 Friday morning. A resolution that calls on ICPOC 9 times to take action with little input. It needs to be a partnership, not a dictatorship. And I'm supposed to represent council on this commission that is supposed to address systematic. I'm so bothered right now, I can barely even speak. Systematic marginalization. And the fact is, it's very problematic that not enough people see the problem with this process. Not only was the commission systematically marginalized, but myself as an elected official was systematically marginalized. And for a mayor who's been serving as long as you have, and council members who have been serving as long as the co-sponsors have, not to take into consideration the collegiality and the collaboration and the position of 2 sitting council members in this matter is really hard to swallow. It's not a simple overlook. I'm sorry. This is not a clerical mistake. This isn't a rush to get something in and done. I'm not sure how to really paint this. I don't know what the motives or the intentions were of the folks that brought this resolution. In fact, when myself and Councilmember Lum asked to have this postponed so that it can be referred to ICPOC, it was refuted. We asked for it first thing, like, this is a lot. Can we get some more time to digest this? Can we have this looked at by ICPOC before? No, sorry, we have to go forward with it. And then in the middle of tonight's meeting, we were told, hey, we got to go to bed. I got work tomorrow. Let's postpone this. So which one is it? Is it that important to put it on the agenda at 12:03 without any collaboration, without any consultation? Meaningful consultation, not just telling leaders of ICPOC that we're bringing this, heads up. That's not the kind of work I'm talking about, but actually being a part of the documents, being a part of the resolve clauses, asking what can be done. You know, so I know I've gone a little bit over, and I'm going to save my last couple minutes to speak at the end. I'm sorry, but I have a lot to say.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Remlawi. We obviously have similar concerns about how this was developed and how it would have been, obviously it wasn't a requirement, but it would have been a nice courtesy and showing respect for colleagues if we were aware of this and if ICPOC were engaged as they needed to be. And I will acknowledge the apology that you issued, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate that. As you know, after this was received, I indicated that that input from ICPOC is necessary, and I believe it's essential before we would approve a resolution this extensive, this prescriptive. It is asking ICPOC to do a huge amount of work, and from a timing standpoint, as we know, ICPOC's meeting tomorrow, and they could begin a review of this resolution, and I understand that this resolution looks to ICPOC for leadership, and that is appropriate. The problem and the reason to postpone and refer is that, again, as has been noted, the sponsors, and this has been acknowledged by you, again, I appreciate that, that there should have been work with ICPOC in drafting any such resolution. That was clearly a fundamental process problem and omission. And I think ICPOC's input on the scope and deliverables is essential, will be very important and quite beneficial. We are, this resolution is very prescriptive. We're asking ICPOC to do a tremendous amount of work. I don't know if the scope and the deliverables are optimal. But I do know that ICPOC would have valuable input and feedback to provide that would help inform what the council ultimately requests from ICPOC. But over and above everything, what is important is that we do this right. And in my view, taking a few weeks, getting feedback and input from ICPOC, they're meeting tomorrow again. It's a group we've charged with the responsibility to make recommendations on these policing matters. We'll both respect that role and improve the final product. So I am glad that it's being postponed. Presumably we will support that. And I don't know if we've set a date for the postponement, but we clearly need to give ICPOC the lead on this. And we need to have their input and their feedback. Thank you.
I think as a matter of protocol, it's not a date certain. It's referral to the commission, and when they choose to get it back to us, if they choose to get it back to us, they do. If they decline, they don't. So we're not driving the bus on that. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that we're having this conversation, and I'm glad it started with some humble leadership from you. I think we are now disagreeing about how we want to agree and moving forward, and I think that's a healthy place to be. These are tough conversations. I think it's important that we have some kind of document on record that shows our intent to implement ICPOC's recommendations with respect to how we fund police, how we train police, how we deploy police. And I think that's a critical step in this process, is having two bodies, at the beginning of a process, saying that we're in this together. And I'll be glad that if they choose to give us their input in that document, we can get it, and that would be fantastic. But I think if anything is the tragedy about this is that we're having more conversations about process than we are about what does it mean to responsibly change how we invest in public safety, and where we deploy dollars to get the maximum benefit, to keep different constituencies safe in our community. So I'll be glad to keep doing that work for the time I'm still on council. But I'm glad we're having this conversation publicly.
Councilmember Omlani.
appreciate the opportunity to vent a little bit. I wish I didn't have to. I don't think it's necessarily ICPOC's role to restructure our budget so we put more money on mental health issues. I think that's our job. I think you know, it's not ICPOC's role. That's not what they were. It's not in their ordinance. You know, if we're serious about that, then perhaps maybe we should take that 20% of the mental health rebate millage and put it towards mental health rebate, you know, mental health services. I just want to be very clear that the ordinance that the ICPOC operates under doesn't really have a big role for the mayor to play. He is the leader. He's supposed to be a consensus builder, a collaborator, a visionary. But ICPOC's, you know, membership is unlike the other ones. It is where the council members from the Human Rights Commission and the Police Commission choose who to serve on that commission. So it doesn't have that tint to it. It can remain more independent than the rest of our boards and commissions. So I think it just puts more light on the fact that as council liaisons to that commission, to be completely left out of this is a big issue. And I'm sorry, it's one that I have to stress and the one that I'll bring up. You know, this resolution, a lot of what it already has in it is already in the ordinance. It's nothing new. It's not prescriptive enough. And in fact, I served on ICPOC early on and saw the troubles that they were having. And the troubles they were having were that they were not given adequate resources early on to do the work that they were set out to do. You know, we didn't have the staff to get them the redacted information in time. You know, we didn't train them fast enough. We didn't give them enough guidance early on. So it's not, I don't think they needed this necessarily this resolution. They could have used a lot more support and resources early on and continue. But process is very important. You know, process is extremely important in this case. And I think it's been underestimated, and hopefully it won't be overlooked again. I'm hopeful that the apologies are sincere, and the fact is that they should be allowed to do their work in a way where there's not a thumb on the scale.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I believe I agree with a couple of my colleagues. The essence of this commission is that it's independent, and I don't know that we should be directing them. Within the ordinance itself, it authorizes the commission to develop its own work plan, and yet this resolution basically tells them what they should be doing. It's obvious that the authors of this resolution didn't bother to consult anybody who's involved with the commission, and I think that the chair of the commission expressed very well that they're capable of coming to us and giving us advice. We don't have to tell them to do that. I would prefer to just kill this resolution right here. It doesn't sound like there's the votes to do that. I'm not opposed to referring it to the commission because I think that they know what to do with this. But it is it's pretty odd that it took this form rather than actually consulting with the people we should be working with. So I hope that we will invite ICPOC to come to council monthly and tell us what's going on, and rather than sending this sort of thing to them. And at the same time, there's much that we can be doing at the same time. This resolution really isn't a substitute for action by council. It's a diversion, or it's kicking the can down the road, but it's certainly not council action. We're giving our responsibilities to somebody else, and that's pretty shameful all by itself. So I'm not going to oppose referring it to the commission, but I think that we'd be better off. We would offend them less if we didn't send this to them. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, I find myself agreeing with Councilmember Eaton and Ramlawi and Hayner that I don't think we should appear to be micromanaging them at all, and that they are independent. I think they can get from the resolution some ideas that they might want to include in their plan, but I think it would be best that they completely independently create their own plan. And so that would be my preference too, to not ask them to respond to this resolution, but to just they've read it, they can see it, but let them start from scratch organically with Chief Cox and the commission and create their own plan. And I also am very interested in them coming at the first meeting of each council meeting to give us an update. I think that will be valuable to all of us and the community too.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. You know, for all this talk about collegiality, there's been a lot of, you know, names thrown around. What I really hope is, whether it's referred or not, that ICPOC comes away with a feeling that this council values the work that they do, and that if the and we are the policymakers, but I really believe that any policy that we make, any decision we make, including budgets around policing, needs to have their input. And this idea that I don't think they should be separate. You know, even though they are independent, they're an advisory body, and I just hope that I've just heard some concerns. I have some concerns about some things that I feel like is actually limiting the scope of their work, especially around how we make decisions about budgeting and alternative services, and how, because we already heard from Dr. Jackson that she has some ideas about that. So and knows that she wants to hear from the community about that. So I hope that they can be an effective conduit to getting out to members of the community that especially those that we may not be hearing from. And so no matter how this goes, I hope that it just, what anyone takes from this is that we support, that all of us, that every single one of us care about this work and support the work that they're doing.
Councilmember Smith.
You know, I've listened to the discussion this evening, trying to hear the levels of disappointment and hurt from both my colleagues, from Dr. Jackson, knowing what we've heard from the community. I think my thoughts on this are one is, you know, we have had, you know, by my count, over 2,000 emails, you know, that range from, you know, cut the funding for the police budget to, you know, completely abolish the police department. And I think that is a pretty clear call to totally redo how we handle public safety. I think, as Dr. Jackson said, it's a holistic approach, and we need to take a holistic approach. You know, what I I see this as, the misstep that was made. I don't think should be a fatal error in how we go about doing this, and I think we can disagree on it, and I think we can try and do so in a collegial way. I do think that everybody comes from a place of wanting to tackle this problem in a profoundly different way than we have in the past. I'm certainly open to lots of different ideas. I look forward to what comes out of the public forum tomorrow night and what ICPOC comes back and gives us as their roadmap for going forward. I think at this point, whether or not this resolution is referred, I think it's almost immaterial to the discussion that'll be had tomorrow night. But I've been a little bit disappointed that the content of this discussion has focused more on the misstep than it has on, okay, let's figure out what's next. And I think that that's a problem. I think that we need to try and figure out how we as a body of 11 individuals can do better that way. And I think that leading, using that as an example is how we can help assist this process effectively. But I think we all need to think about our I certainly think about my role in these discussions and the tenor of the debate and how we get along or don't get along all the time. I hope that other people are that introspective. But I think, the bottom line for me is going forward is that, I don't want to use phrases anybody else has used, but I'm hoping that what ICPOC develops is a blueprint for something we've never even imagined here before about how we handle public safety. And I don't want them to feel constrained by the way we have done things or the way that certain ideas have taken hold here. I think this is the time for bold leadership on their part to guide us through this exercise. And I fully intend on supporting them financially with staff and at the council table. Thank you.
Further discussion of the referral? I guess I don't have much to say that hasn't already been said. I would like to stress 2 points. One is just to make it again clear, I did speak with the chair and co-chair, and I did not feel the same. I did not feel caution, and that's a miscommunication. And I guess also I would also emphasize that the resolution is very clear that this is a set of requests, and it's not an intent. The goal of the resolution as drafted as requests was to provide council support for this request if this was direction that ICPOC chose to take, so that it would know that it was, so that it would know that this was an area that council was interested in hearing, non-exclusively, of course. So I guess I just want to emphasize those 2 points as we consider. Further discussion of the motion to refer. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Councilmember Griswold, I didn't hear.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes, my apologies.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
motion carries.
DC 17, resolution terminating the mayor's declaration of a local state of emergency response to COVID-19, moved by Councilmember Smith, second by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion of DC 17. I guess I will say this. I think it's as we know that there are no particular consequences of the termination of the state of emergency. We're still eligible for various federal funds. The state and federal declarations continue to hold. What this does is it removes my ability under council authorization to impose a curfew and so forth. And although this is naturally I think the appropriate thing to do, and we'd all agree upon it, I think as we've also discussed here today, the pandemic is far from over, and it continues to be our obligation as electeds to communicate that and to communicate caution and adherence to social distancing practices. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? It is approved. DB1, resolution to appropriate $21,700 from the general fund to fund additional tasks associated with the comprehensive transportation plan update project, and to approve an amendment to the professional services agreement with Sam Schwartz Consulting LLC in the amount of $373,370. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion of DB1. Councilmember Hayner.
I was actually in the queue for the last one, but it's so.
Oh my gosh,
gonna
I'm
pass.
sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
Councilmember Lum.
I think on this, because DC 9 passed, that this has been rendered moot.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
That
think so
is
too.
correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much, council members and Mr. Crawford. There's any objection, let's just withdraw it. Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to comment that this was referred to the Transportation Commission back in February. Because of the pandemic, they didn't meet until May, and it's somewhat confusing in Legistar because they actually voted to have staff perform the work rather than spend the money. So if you look at the fine print in some of the supporting details, the Transportation Commission did not recommend that we spend this money with Sam Schwartz. And it is no longer needed because of DC 9.
Thank you. Councilmember Lum.
No, I just made my point about, but it's moot.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Any objection to its withdrawal?
No.
Body deems it to be withdrawn. Do we have communications today from our city attorney?
No, Mayor.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The clerk's report is approved. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. Speakers will have 3 minutes in which to speak. So as you are speaking, the clerk will identify the 30-second point, and then the clerk will identify when your time is up. At that point, please wrap it up, and we'll go on to the next speaker. Speakers who wish to speak at public comment may dial the number on the screen, dial in the meeting ID, and then be available for public comment. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public comment?
Mayor, there's no one waiting.
Thank you. Hearing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications from council? Do we have a closed session today, Mr. Postema?
No, Mayor.
May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.
Night. Thank you.
Oh, Kathy has something.
I believe someone just